gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the Simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation.
Why are you so mean, Jeremy?
Ground with her pockets full of souls.
Jeremy's just hating.
Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
What up, Lawrence? All right, guys. Oh, it's just me now? What the? Stream has ended.
Well, yeah, I typically, I ended it, but if you're doing your own thing, it's fine.
Yeah, so I ended the one where I was connected to you, and I just started another stream.
Yeah, so if you got to go into your new studio of wherever you started if you're using StreamYard.
Okay, yeah, I do it on Discord.
Oh,
so
that's fair. Then you're probably already there.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump out. But thank you again. That was fun.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. It was fun. Thank you for the birthday gift.
Yep, happy birthday. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
See ya. Leave studio. All right, chat. All right. Now, hold on. We'll get the camera up in a second. Nope, not that camera. Uno momento. Activate. All right. That was fun. That was fun. I knew the open conversation part was going to be the worst part. And I know, like, if you watch the debate prep, I said, this is what Stepfire is going to do. He's going to say, you can't have purpose, you can't have love, or you can't have knowledge without free will. And so I came up with answers to all those questions. He never got to purpose. He never asked about Theos or not Theos. Theos is God. What is purpose? It's Theos, right? Or teleology or something like that. One of these. Thank you. I like my shirt too. I didn't choose the shirt. The shirt chose me. But he never got to purpose. But basically, love, I addressed that. I said, God's love, I don't love. God loves through me. That's agape. That's God's love. All the other loves are worldly, emotional, fake love. So I addressed that. Knowledge, well, I get my knowledge through observation and divine revelation, neither of which I freely will, right? So I addressed that. He never got to purpose. If he would have asked me about purpose, how do you have purpose without free will? I would say, does a tree have purpose? Does a tree have free will? And that's simple, easy. But the problem is when I answer the question and the person, and I knew this was going to happen, the person doesn't like my answer, then it becomes the circular argument and it just keeps going around. And then you say, well, I don't get that because you can't have it's contradictory. You can't have knowledge without free will. And I say, well, I just told you how you can't have knowledge without free will. But so I address the answers. I think I mean, I don't care what people say. We're Trumpers around here, and one of Trump's rules is you never admit defeat. You never admit defeat. So I don't feel like I was defeated. And no offense to Sarah. Sarah's very nice. That was very nice. But, I all the things she was saying that I should have focused on, I did focus on that. And maybe because I didn't say external, but I acknowledge it is mostly like that's in my opening. Every choice we make is based off of countless variables that are physical, metaphysical, need, want, force, metaphysical, physical variables. So I think that to me, where I won, and I guess I'm just determined to think this way, but where I won was in the cross exam, because the line of questioning that I asked him and the way he answered those questions, I do not see how you can get to free will from those answers. I have the questions wrote down, and then I have what I'm going to respond if he says yes or no. And then I have stars by ideally what I think he's going to answer. And if he answers this, it defeats free will. And he answered all the things that defeat free will. I said, does everyone have free will all the time? No. Okay. Can someone use their free will to take your free will against your will? Yes. Okay. Do children have free will? No. When did they get free will? I don't know. Do you believe things can happen randomly? Yes. All of these answers, all of these questions are designed because if you answer a certain way, there's no way you get to free will from that. And he answered them exactly how I expected him to answer, and exactly how I don't see how you make the jump to free will from that. Like, do you believe in biblical prophecy? Yes. Oh, you do. Do you think that an individual could have chosen to prove God wrong or to prove the prophecy wrong? Well, he didn't want to answer that one. Nobody wants to answer that one. When you ask, well, he did. I think he did answer when I said, could Peter have chosen to not, even though Jesus said, Peter, tomorrow you're going to denounce me 3 times. And Peter said, no, I won't. Why would I do that? I would never do that. And then the next day he did. He sure enough did. And then I say, could Peter have chosen differently? When he says yes, now you're the one contradicting everything you just said, because you believe in biblical prophecy. You believe God. I asked simply, and this is the killer, who's in control, you or God? Well, he said God is in control. So God is in control. God said, Peter is going to denounce me 3 times tomorrow. And then Peter did denounce him 3 times tomorrow. Could Peter have chosen differently? He said yes. That's the contradiction. That's the glaring contradiction in all of this. Anyway, you guys know I've said all of this a million times before, and to some extent, like, I know Sarah's, I've never talked to, this is my first time meeting Sarah, so I know she doesn't know what I've said 1,000 times on my channel. She doesn't know all these things. So when I was getting a little annoyed because she kept saying, well, you need to do it this way. You need to do it this way. And it's like, well, I've done it that way. And I've done it this way. And I've done it. And every time somebody challenges me to a free will debate, I feel obligated to change it up a little bit, to take a different approach. So like this, if you listen to my free will debate with Mosman, the opening is very similar to the free will debate this time, but I changed it up. I tried to make this one, a little more entertaining. I did the whole Twilight Zone bit and the whole 2 paths, God and Satan bit. That was something I was working on, and I wanted to incorporate it into the opening. But at some point, I get tired of saying the same thing over and over and over again, and so I just I've had this debate with Stepfire before, but it was not formal. It was just on a panel, and it's also hard in panels because if the majority of people disagree with me, then it gets crazy, and then everybody's just yelling at me, and I'm trying to address each person, but it is what it is. So that was a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. That's my only afterthoughts. I'm gonna jump in the Discord.
Will, it's
What up, James?
JS, we're talking about the
I was wondering
combo.
where you was at. Like, I was going to say something during the stream. I was like, where you at?
We're in the stream now. What were you saying?
We were talking about your debate about free will.
Yeah, I was trying to help him understand because he's always saying I just can't understand. So I was trying to help him understand a bit.
Well,
You know
I
that's-
more to it, but y'all, yeah, but he locks in on that. I don't understand. I add more to it, but
No, we roast
No,
you.
it's just funny because it's like every single time you start,
Yes.
you're like, I just don't understand.
Explain what I mean by that.
When we had the psychology debate is when I tapped into this, James, because I was like, psychology's not real. Let me give you all the reasons why mental health and psychology aren't real, and I give you this long written, formal, collegiate written opening.
Well, that's my first
And then
one-on-one debate,
I know,
debate.
but your response was, well, I just don't understand how you can't believe in psychology.
That is
But
what
in a way, he kind of mogged you in that moment. There is a level of when you put in so much effort and then the other guy's just like, nah, I think you're wrong.
Oh, I was
It's
pissed.
like, all right, I guess
I was pissed. Dude, I read a book.
won the debate somehow. I don't know how I won the debate, but okay.
Bro, I read a whole book and I spent 2 weeks writing this opening, and I was like, it's one of my proudest openings that I've written, and I put all this time into it. And then it's James's turn, and he's like, well, for my opening, I'm just gonna say I just don't understand how you don't believe in psychology. Let's go into open combo.
I said more than that in my opening. I'm pretty sure.
Not much more. And I was
said
like,
more though.
I was like, what the fuck? Oh, this is what we're doing. Okay.
I wanted to get more deep into the back and forth.
James.
Yeah, all right. You're getting
Next debate, JS, we probably don't even need an
James.
opening. We just need open back and forwards and just be done with
But the problem is, James, even on the back and forth, you still would resort to, well, I just don't understand how you just don't understand.
Yeah.
That's like
all right. You guys are coming down hard.
James,
resort to that.
James, go back to tomato.
All right, you guys are coming down hard. You guys are coming down hard before you joined in.
Hold on, Goon. Wait, James.
Okay,
go back to Tomato's panel. Go back to Tomato's panel when you were signing up. Literally, you joined up on the panel. You didn't say anything else, and then you're like, "I'm going to make my exit," and then you're like, well, I don't understand how you just can't believe in free will.
No,
That's
I did say something else. I said something about the AI thing before I left. I asked the AI question.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. Before I left, I asked the AI question.
I honestly thought you were trolling when you did that. Like,
No,
I thought that was straight
I was
up a
being
troll.
serious when I asked the AI question.
No, not the AI question. Like when you weren't talking at all, and then out of nowhere, when you were like, "I want to leave," and you're like, "I'm gonna go ahead and go," but I just want to say, I don't understand how.
That was being legitimate. I was trying to.
You just don't understand about free will,
dude. When James came on, I was like, in my head, I'm like, I hope James doesn't say, I just don't understand. And then he said it, and I was like, what? Dude, that was determined.
Determined.
That was determined to happen.
Determined to use that as
You ain't gonna manifest that, JS.
Manifestation
is not real. You can't manifest things.
You're right. It's determined, James. It's not manifested. It's determined.
You're never beating the Jamesism allegations.
Goes with determination a lot more than you would think. I think manifestation goes a lot more with determination.
No, but just before you joined, I just had James saying that he does think, and he's willing to grant that the conversations deep like you were talking at the end, and it might not just be an obvious answer.
Yeah.
Because I hit him with the other side of the question when he was talking about it, and I said, well, why don't you think God puts a stop to all the bad things that happen? It's because you think he's all powerful. So I was like, why doesn't he put a stop to it? And he was like, I don't know. I was like, well, that's what JS is trying to answer. He's trying to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So where I came to this is from looking at atheist arguments against God and trying to reason out these things. So one of the biggest arguments atheists have with God is the problem of evil. I think the simple answer to the problem of evil is we don't understand evil, and what we think is evil is God's plan, and it's meant for good, and we don't will that. So it seems evil to us, and this is like when Easy was coming on last week and he was yelling about kids getting raped and blah 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 blah. Yes, it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's the only way to deal with the problem of evil adequately. Like,
well, you got to start flipping the hot seat on him too, because you never do it. You have to be like, so are you conceding that your world is an omnipowerful God that doesn't put an end to it? He doesn't stop Satan. He lets pedophilia go forward.
Right. God just lets these people have free will.
Is God good though?
That doesn't solve the problem.
But is God good, Josh? That's what I can't.
James, what is James? Hold on, James. What is your definition of good, James?
What is my definition of good? What God determines is good.
What God determines?
Exactly. So God is
what God determines according to His law.
God is good. Right. So James, so God is good.
I use the word determine as in the
God is God.
What He
determines
says,
what God
not
is.
necessarily that it's predetermined.
James, you're talking in circles. Listen to yourself.
Hold on.
No. I'm not talking in circles.
Hold on. Just wait 1 second. Listen, you said God is good, and God determines what is good. So then God is God, what determines God is God?
Oh, is this the astrology guy?
Wait a minute. He says,
I just came.
God? Like,
I came here because I support.
You're so cool.
I mean,
hold on.
James, I asked you what your definition of good was. You said God is good. So
well,
I wish you would have stayed on the stream longer.
Get more into it?
Yeah, I actually agree with James's definition.
I support you, JSU. That's why I came here. I mean, everything said regarding the whole thing was correct. I have been through this. At first, I used to be perplexed myself regarding free will. Then, after seeing many disappointments in life and seeing how I couldn't control anything, right from the smallest of events to the largest, I realized that even that everything is completely out of our hands, and everything is actually like preordained by God.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree.
Yeah,
now, the only reason. Hold on, James. The only problem where I disagreed with you is because you pointed to like it's written in the stars and sort of astrology. But I would say maybe you're right about that, but God assigns the powers and the principalities that hang the stars in the balance. So the stars.
Indian guy, what's a name I can call you? Because that name's like unreadable. I don't know what.
The stars are.
Say that.
Varun, Varun.
What? VARUN?
I can't say. Yeah, I can't say what he just said.
Varun.
Varun. Varun.
Yeah.
Varun. Okay.
Like vacuum with an R. Varun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so if God is the one who assigns the powers and the principalities that hang the stars in the skies, which is talked about a lot in the Bible. It's in Job. It's in multiple places. This is all Job says, God, why are you letting this happen? And God says, do you make the eagle fly around and swoop up the fish? Do you hang the stars in the sky? I do. God does. So this is above our pay grade. It's something we can't comprehend, but God is in charge. God is in control. And if you believe God is in control, how can you believe that you're in control?
Well, you can believe God is in control if you choose God's will, and you're allowed to freely choose God's will.
Well, Evident, are you Christian? Because you're adding in like horoscopes and stuff.
I'm Hindu, and I also believe in Christian teaching. So I go to the Infant Jesus Church as well. So I'm I'm raised Hindu, but I even believe in Christianity too. Both.
There's a lot of similarities. You believe in like Hare Krishna or isn't
Yeah,
Krishna?
this, there are actually in our concept, there are these guardians of the universe who send these prophets as an emanation of them. One of the guardians of the universe incarnated as Jesus Christ, and he sent down Krishna as well.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of similarities between Krishna and Jesus Christ. So that's why I believe in Christianity and Hinduism combined. You
Yeah.
might say it's
How do you feel
weird,
about
but
how do you feel about Ayurveda? Am I saying it right? I don't know exactly how to say it.
yeah, Ayurveda, it helped a lot. It helped me with my problems a lot, actually. Certain diseases that can't be diagnosed by the Western system of medicine, Ayurveda helps a lot, actually. Its therapeutic effects are for real.
Say that. What is I don't not.
It's no, the
It's an Indian
Ayurveda is
form
a
of medicine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like therapeutic. It sounded like therapeutics.
It's like based off of like different, like the idea. Is it like 8 sets of energy, right? That people have like 8 different sets of energy.
Correct. 8 sets of energy.
Hold
It
on. If
believes in the
JS ignores the
chakras.
super chat, I'm taking it back. Griff money. Shout out Shazzy. We love you, Shazzy. Shazzy's the mama bear of the chat. Thank you. Sorry. I interrupted. But I am interested in like Hinduism, and I don't know a whole lot about it, but I like finding all the Go ahead.
Yeah, the Bible is like a missing piece of the puzzle. Hinduism is also a missing piece of the puzzle. You study all the religions, you'll see that they are historical pieces of the puzzle. You'll have to combine all of it together, because this form of technology that we're seeing right now, we're right now in an advanced state of technology. Now, the problem with scientists is that they think evolution is linear, but the problem is that we have actually developed this form of advanced technology, destroyed ourselves, and rebuilt ourselves from the level of a caveman. Mankind has been destroyed 81 times. So, God didn't destroy us
81
once with that
times?
biblical flood. Yeah, 81 times. I have the book with me. It's called Zuan Falun. Zuan Falun is a Buddhist treatise. It's given actually how mankind has been created and destroyed 81 times. And in that also, like, I think we sometimes Hollywood movies, they give these kind of cues because they are also possessed. Like that architect will tell Neo, we've destroyed Zion and rebuilt it many times, and we've become extremely efficient at it. So it doesn't matter even if you try to stop me. These kind of clues are there in movies,
Yeah.
and these guys who make them, they're kind of possessed at that time, and they don't even realize that it's going to happen, but it just happens actually. Many things that they've shown in movies have come into reality.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like when I use like movies as a reference for my arguments and stuff, but I'm doing it because these movies. Well, I didn't get the idea from the movie. The idea was around way before the movie.
Well, you know, I'm just fucking with you. Yeah. There's like deeper concepts that go in stories. That's why we talk about like things like 1984 still till this day, The Great Gatsby, Macbeth, all these like old plays and books.
So the movie Arrival, the aliens come down and they show the woman her future. They say, you're going to marry this guy, you're going to have a kid, and your kid is going to die, and then you're going to get divorced, and you're going to hate life because your kid dies, and you're going to get divorced. And then what does she do? Exactly what they showed her she was going to do. And this is touching on the concept of free will. Even if I knew what was going to happen to me tomorrow, I couldn't change it. It would still happen.
All right, I want to pitch the parallel idea to you because I think that black guy was actually cooking. He just wasn't like wording his shit like well because everyone was jumping on him. So like, how would you feel about like because what he was saying is something can be predestined, but you can use your free will to get there. Now, I think you could believe in this multiverse idea if there's only 2 multiverses, because you've talked about this before, okay? The 2 different verses are if you go with God's will or if you deny his will. If you go with his will, you will...
You cut out.
enact his will.
Doing your
If you go
synopsis
against his
of
will,
the
you will
movie
get battered.
Arrival was
Can you hear
completely
me?
wrong.
No,
Oh,
I
sorry.
gave I
But,
gave the synopsis of Arrival.
All right, wait. What did you hear last?
You said if you go,
What did you hear last?
you're trying to get me to the two paths argument,
Yeah.
which I've
Okay,
talked
yeah, I
about
remember.
before.
Okay.
I've
So let's
said before,
let's say if you
maybe
accept
there's
God.
two, maybe there's one choice.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
we
yeah.
have.
So let me give you the paths and let's see if you like these, okay? The one path is you accept God's will, you enact his will. The other path is you deny his will, you get battered and bruised, and you still enact his will. They both lead to the same path. One leads to you getting punished for denying him. One leads to you finding salvation, or at least not getting punished for accepting him.
But I can't
they both
accept
have
that
the exact
because
same outcomes.
I can't accept that because God already knew that I was going to deny him at first and eventually come to him. So, and this is what we never got to this. I wrote it down. At one point, we were talking about if someone's seeking God or blah. So basically, what I wrote down is
denying one part of God's plan is denying his entire plan.
Denying one part of God's plan is denying his entire plan.
Like if a mother loses her child, do you think that she's wrong for thinking God is wrong for taking away her child?
Yeah, I think it's like a Jenga tower, and there's certain pieces that you can take out and move, but eventually there's a piece that when you take it out, the whole thing's going to collapse. And so, but
yeah, but what if the woman agrees with everything else? She agrees with Christianity. She agrees with all the other beliefs. She just thinks that this action God took, taking away her son, is wrong. It's too far.
Yeah, this leads a lot of people. This is why a lot of people leave. They turn away from God is because something horrible happens. Their child dies or something like that.
That's the reason I can't believe in predetermined. One reason I can't believe in predetermination because I lost a friend. I lost two friends.
Right, but you lost a friend, and so instead of saying
I lost two friends and an uncle to self-deletion.
Okay.
So that's tough. I can't. That's
I've lost a lot of friends to that, James.
With predetermination before that, but that made it even more stronger. Me not believing in predetermination.
And it's the opposite for me. So who's willing what they believe because of these experiences? Because I've had a lot of friends who have self-deleted too, James. And I don't think they had a choice. I don't think they could have stopped.
I don't know how. I just can't wrap my head around how you could believe.
If somebody puts a piece to their dome and pulls the trigger, I don't believe that person could have stopped right before they pulled the trigger. No matter, there's no choice they could have made that could have made them stop that. They were determined.
What's your answer
that was
to my
their
question?
That was their day, and that's what Jesus talks about. Where the Jews want to kill Jesus, but he says, "Today is not my day. It's not my time."
So they're just predetermined to be damned at the end of time.
Well, if you think that suicide leads to damnation, but that's a Catholic belief, I don't really hold that belief.
So, but
you're wrapping up giving your will to God.
What do you do about the Bible about murder? Because wouldn't that be considered murder, like taking out your own self?
Yeah, but we all sin.
Murder.
We all sin.
Yeah, but
so wait,
suicide.
Go ahead.
What are you saying? As long as they still believed in Jesus at the end, when they.
But you're saying what you're basically implying is that the reason that the Catholic faith says that suicide is the unforgivable sin is because you don't get to repent for it after you do it. But let's say I tell a lie and then I get hit by a truck and die. Well, I didn't get to repent for that lie. So is that now is that unforgiven because I didn't repent for it? I don't think repentance is constantly saying, "Forgive me, God, I just told a lie. Forgive me, God, I just looked at a woman lustfully. Forgive me, God, it's not this constant it's you're striving to do better and God will take it away in time. Those things fall away. Those habits fall away. All the sins, quote unquote, that we do are just bad habits that we've fallen into of the flesh.
You don't have to seek forgiveness, but once. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You repent once, and then after that, You may still do things, but they're going to fall away. Those are just bad habits. That's the flesh. That's the sins of the flesh. That is sin in me. That's not me sinning. That's sin within me. But that will fall away in time, on God's time, not on my time.
But one more thing, I've seen many people who have failed in trying to commit suicide. They were miserable people. They wanted to end their lives. They wanted to take poison. They wanted to burn themselves. It just didn't happen. Like death will choose the time for you. Death itself is a living being. It's not a metaphorical concept like the way they think it is. Death really exists. Like the way they show in Marvel, there's infinity, death, then there's eternity and
Even as a Grim
infinity and
Reaper?
oblivion.
You're saying it's a Grim
Yeah, like
Reaper?
yeah, there is. Death is a supernatural being that takes your life force away. 6 months before you're going to die, your life force will start slipping away from your body, and when the time comes, it'll after those 6 months, it'll arrange the way in which you die by an accident or by a disease or by fire or death in a war
Now,
or something
is
like
that
that.
Hindu or is that Ayurveda? Like that
No,
belief
that's
system
Hindu
that
only.
you're talking about?
Ayurveda is a medical system of the Hindus, but in this shows how you die actually. Kala
So
Purusha or Mahakala, he comes and takes you when the
Yeah,
time
that's why
is
I thought it might be
right for
medical,
you.
because you're talking about it showing how you die.
but
That's
you're
why I thought it
saying
might be medical.
if I'm supposed to get hit by a truck tomorrow, that I actually started dying 6 months ago, and that it's been
Yeah, your life force will start slipping away 6 months away, and then on the day that you're supposed to die, the truck will come and hit you. I've
How
seen
do you
so
know
many
it's 6
people.
months, bro?
It's
How do you
interesting.
know it's 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months is the time required for the body's prana shakti or energy to get depleted
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, who determined that it's 6 months? How do you count that?
That is actually done by mystics and yogis. Their third eye is awakened. They'll be able
All right,
to
there we go.
mystics and they'll know how
What type of
to
gacha do you
actually
think
like
this is? He just said he's Hindu. Like, of course he believes in mystics.
yes.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, there are many
I just want to ask something,
maybe,
though.
I don't
Josh,
know if every Hindu group does.
Josh, I want to know something, because you're saying a lot of crazy stuff up here. What is the point of Jesus dying for our sins if everything's predetermined, bro? What was the point?
He's taking the accountability for the guilt that we all have, that is unavoidable. We can't live. You cannot,
Dude,
James. It says, James. It
it's
says
all
we cannot
predetermined.
live by the letter of the law. It's impossible. And God knew
Okay,
this.
so everybody before that went to hell, Josh.
Now we're getting into a discussion about purgatory.
No,
I think
you don't
maybe
want to answer these questions.
no.
That's the
I'm
problem.
I'm answering. I'm just hold on. Calm down. I'm saying I think there probably was something like a purgatory pre-Jesus. There's no longer a purgatory because Jesus took the accountability of the sin that we are all guilty of.
Yeah, so do you think anyone goes to hell?
Why?
How can
Would
I
that
be guilty?
be-
How can
God.
I be guilty if God's plan was that I
Yes, that's
sinned?
what I.
How can I
Just
be
let him answer the
guilty?
question.
Like,
Just let him answer the question. Why is that necessary?
It was
Is
God's
God just
plan.
predetermined everything?
It was God's plan that you be guilty and that he send his son to die for your sins. And until that point, it was
would not
God.
be
It was
sin
God's
if
plan that
God
the
made
world would
you
be
to
a
do that.
chaotic place. We're kind of like an
Josh,
ant.
predeterminism
I think
means that all of my
We drove
sins
you.
Do you
are set
think?
in motion by God?
Do you think? I like using the ant farm analogy. Do you think that ants in an ant farm? Do you think they have free will?
Can't they do what they want?
They can do what they want within the constraints of the ant farm, but they can't leave the ant farm.
Yeah, that's correct.
They
So we
can't
can't
defeat
leave
humans in
this
a fight.
planet without a spaceship. What? I don't understand. That's
So
not a good
they
point.
have.
Can you answer my question though?
No, hold on. Let's follow this.
Why no?
They have will to move around the ant farm as they'd like, but they can't leave the. Do you think that prisoners in a prison have free motion?
Bro, have people escaped from prison, Josh?
Don't dodge the question.
prisoners gave up their free will when they committed a crime.
Have people
And we
escaped
all-
from
I
prison?
would say the biggest weakness you have in this conversation, Josh, is you jump from like each different
Dude,
fucking
yeah.
like
You're not
representation.
answering my original
so
question.
much.
You're not answering my question,
No,
bro. We're
it's a
gonna go
simple.
back to it.
It's a simple question. If
Dude,
maybe yes, I can
Dude.
move freely throughout the prison, but I'm still in a prison, so I can't leave. So I'm
Bro,
not actually
I don't
free.
care. Bro, this is
So
a
it
whole
No,
other
I mean,
seems-
like you
tangent.
switch
Listen,
the form of the art. Like
One
now you're
thing
making a
is-
definitional argument. You're making a
Did God
definitional
Without
argument.
predetermine
evil,
all
the
our
universe
sins?
will stagnate. Without evil,
Did
the
God
universe
put
will
in
stagnate.
motion all of
But
our
this is-
sins? I
but
just
this is
want an answer
because-
to that, bro.
This is what I said is because I'm debating King. I think King probably is on my side, and what is it? Ansu?
Varun.
Varun is on my side, and King
Yeah.
is on my side. So it's like I'm responding to James and Chris right now, and so
Yeah, but you're not responding to my question. I asked you, did God predetermine all of our sins?
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
Yes.
Because the thing
Okay.
is,
Okay, cool.
without evil, the universe will stagnate. And the thing is, from the beginning itself, all your experiences. This is a paradoxical universe. In a
Yeah.
paradoxical universe,
take it-
Okay,
your
fine.
experiences,
No,
True.
multiple lives will be.
I'll
Hold
take
on.
it. I'll take it farther.
James,
I'll take
you're
it-
dancing all crazy, but answer one question for me, James. If God has decided that you go to heaven, can you freely will yourself to hell?
Okay, can I
Oh.
answer that question?
You're inferring that there's predeterminism though with that question, King.
Yeah, it's a loaded question,
don't
but I can
believe in
actually answer it
predeterminism
for him.
or free willist.
So God doesn't.
God doesn't-
Okay.
I know you
Okay.
answered
No.
that.
Hold on.
Why did you offer it?
Hold
Bro,
on. So
no, but
James,
one thing is-
James, what you're saying is God doesn't know if you're going to heaven or hell. It's up to you.
So then you're saying God's not all knowing.
Okay, can I answer the question, guys? You are making a category error right now. If God created everything, do you think the rules apply to God? Wait, no, answer the fucking question. Do
Go
the
ahead.
rules apply to God? Do the rules apply
Yeah.
to God?
I answered your last
I-
question, and I wanted to
Answer
take
the
it.
question.
You-
Answer the question.
your last
You
question.
guys are asking loaded questions.
Hold on,
Do the rules of man apply to God?
Oh my
Quickly
God.
for me.
Chris. Hold on.
No, they don't.
I want to add more to the last question you asked. You said, "Does God
Bro, you guys answer nothing.
Hold on. No, I'm elaborating on the last question you asked. So before you move on to the next question, let me finish answering your last question. You said, "Does God predetermine our sins?" I said yes,
Yeah.
and hold on, and I'll take it farther than that. Sometimes God forces people to sin.
Okay, cool. So everybody in hell is God's fault.
Yes, I agree.
That's the conclusion of your
And
discussion.
I can give you
Everybody
examples.
Goes to hell,
It's not, hold on, it's
Everybody
not
that
God's
goes
fault.
to
It's part
hell-
of his plan. It's not his fault. It's his plan.
Well, it's his fault.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Why does he
We
send
are
people
people
to
here,
hell?
right?
He decided.
I don't know, Chris. I'm not God. I don't expect to. I don't
No,
pretend
dude,
to
but
know
if you
God's
have
plan.
free will, then it's not God sending people to hell. That's what you guys don't get about this. If you don't have free will, God is saying, "Oh, this
God
one
doesn't-
goes to hell. This one
Chris,
goes to hell."
Chris,
No,
this
no,
one
no,
goes
no,
to hell."
no, no.
One thing I
Chris,
have
you're
to
saying
say,
that
No.
Chris, you're saying that if there is free will,
Hell
then
and
you're the
heaven
one who decides if you go
You're-
to heaven.
Chris, what you're
Yes,
implying
yes.
Hold on,
Yes.
Chris. Chris, what you're implying is that God made 6 billion people and then he starts going through saying, this one's a child of Satan, this one's my child. No. God created his children and he created Satan's children.
So what? Everybody's gonna be every human being's
Bro.
gonna be saved. There's not.
no, but just think about it. Without
No
evil, the
chosen
universe
one.
will
Okay,
stagnate.
it's not
Bro.
everybody.
Thing is,
Not every human can be
because-
saved.
no, no,
Hey, what do you
Even
think
if-
happens after the rapture,
Even
bro?
if you
Everyone
go to
gets
hell,
forgiven.
No, there's
That's
no
the
need for a
end.
rapture because it's all
The end is
determined, bro.
everyone
There's
gets
not even a need
forgiven.
for a rapture.
Like
Yeah,
no,
we
even
as
with your
soul-
belief system, in the end, everyone gets forgiven.
Well, I don't even know about the
No, but-
rapture. I don't
No,
believe in the
no, but
rapture.
dude, it means there's no forgiveness. No, if it's predetermined, there is no forgiveness because forgiveness doesn't matter because it's pointless because God already decided, you're going to hell, you're going to heaven. So there's no point for forgiveness. There's no point in having Jesus die on the cross. None of it, because of just arbitrary.
So
shit that
you're one of those
making up.
people. You're one of those people that
you feel that
hear.
way, then you should not believe this.
Yeah, you're just one of those people that hear that you're not in control, and it makes you feel like there's no point to anything. So keep believing in free will, Chris.
How does that mean no point, bro?
No, but one thing is, even if
Yeah, you're like,
But when
choose as
your
well, you have
response is
to
like,
be
if God's
alive,
not
right?
real, why don't I
Let's
just
say you
murder
have
and
to
kill
be alive.
everyone? Like,
Yeah.
you just keep believing in God.
It's happened many times.
No, but that's retarded. That's retarded. So
Chris, the whole point. Hold on, Chris. The whole point of it is that you don't know that it's predetermined. It's an illusion of free will. That's the part that you're not understanding. You don't know it's predetermined. God does. So all you do is you act within the ant farm. That's what JS is saying.
Okay, you guys understand. Okay, if you're Christians, you know the Bible says that we have free will. You guys understand? Are you skipping over that part?
Where?
Bro, do I need to find verses for you now? You know it says in the Bible we have free will.
It doesn't say free will in the Bible.
Locations.
The
No.
Bible only proves
Do we have
God's will
the Bible
exists. There's
say
no
we have
free will.
God's will over and over and over again, but it
No,
doesn't.
you
Bible
guys
is
are
proof that
no.
there's
What you
only
guys are
God's
not
will.
getting is you guys are making up Gnostic points that aren't anywhere in the Bible. That you're
I
pulling
just
out of your
asked you.
asses
No,
and
no,
now
no.
trying to tell people that have
Don't dodge my
scripture,
question.
or-
Don't dodge my question. When you make a claim that the Bible says we have free will, and I say where, answer the question. Where?
Mm-hmm. So, tell me something.
Go ahead and Google free will verses,
Bro,
and then
I
go
can't
and then
Google.
go
I'm
watch
actually busy.
go watch
You
my
guys are just
stream where
saying
I went
silly
through
shit, and I
every
don't want
one of
more
them.
kings. I don't want more people like King converting to your silly positions that is like Gnostic shit. So that's why I jumped in this call, because you actually don't understand that you're doing
Shitty
this, like,
people
causing
arguing against
harm
it
to
like
people.
you. There's no way that a king's gonna change.
You don't want.
What do you mean? Why? Yeah. Why is it
Worst
that?
representation for
Do I need to pull up verses?
Wait. So just because I don't believe in, well, let's say that this idea of not believing in free will led King to God and Christ, and I was somebody who was sent here to talk to King and lead him to Christ, and that was determined. You would be against that? You have a problem with that?
What is the point?
That's
you
crazy.
still didn't answer the thing. What is the point? What is repentance, redemption, any of these things, if it's all predetermined, Josh?
Because that's the way it is. See,
It's just the way. That's just the way it is.
If you have to be alive, first of all,
things will never be the same.
But in order to repent, first you have to be alive. No, listen to this. If you have to repent or go through anything, you have to be alive. Now, the factors that determine your very life are external in nature. You don't manufacture air, you need to be alive. You don't manufacture sunlight, you need to be alive to, without sunlight you cannot live. You need water as well. We don't manufacture water, and food as well. It's most of the human beings don't manufacture food. It's the farmer who does it.
Right.
Or you'll have to kill an animal. So,
in the ant farm, if you don't give the ants food, they die. If God didn't give us food, we would die.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you can't, how will you repent if you can't even be alive in the first place? And all the factors that make you alive are beyond your control.
I agree with you. You need to be alive to repent.
James.
Can somebody please tell me, if it's all predetermined, what is the point of repentance? I'm going to ask it again, because nobody here answers questions. You guys tell beautiful fucking stories.
I don't think you understand repentance.
What is it? Explain it to me.
Everything is just part of the play, actually. See, there's a way. The thing is, even if you go to hell and heaven, listen over here. It's not going to be permanent. Let's say you go to heaven or hell.
We are
It's just going to be temporary.
Yeah, but there's also this one. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes.
Yes, but the Lord establishes these steps. Like, exactly, James.
Yeah,
so the Lord is the one who decides.
God sets everything in motion. You guys are confused as fuck on this topic.
They're not confused. Just see how things manifest. None of them have been in control, right?
You can't manifest shit because it's all predetermined.
I have set before you.
Yeah, predetermined, and that's it.
Look at God obeying His voice, and holding fast. James, obeying His voice and holding fast to Him. He is your life, and length of days.
Yeah,
Not
but you have a choose there. Do you see the word choose in that verse? You have a
Guys,
choice.
there's multiple verses where people deny God, God tests people, all of these things. But no, it's all just
The thing
predetermined.
is, God is not stupid.
No,
Actually,
it's
He
all
knows who will pass in
predetermined,
the test,
baby.
right?
Like, but yeah, it's so many
God knows
choices
who's
you
going to
make.
succeed in the test. Why will God test someone if He doesn't know if he's capable of being tested or not? God is not stupid over here. He knows
Bro,
you
why
better than
would you
you.
write a test
Let's
if you're
say
already letting somebody fail the fucking test, bro?
Damn, how many windows you got open,
things are.
James?
It's Lovecraftian horror over here.
Not quite a few open.
Christian race
You got like 100
actually
windows open.
Lovecraftian horror.
I
The way,
don't know. It's weird
the
with these
way
tabs lately. I've been opening a lot of
Do
tabs.
you take a pregnancy test when you know you're pregnant or to find out if you're pregnant, bro?
For a chair, JS is a degen for leaving you. Thank you, Shazzy.
There's no point for a test.
But yeah,
I
was
can't
already know
always
everything,
be in the
dog.
chair.
If it's all predetermined, there's no point for a test, brother.
I'll Discord you the website that I pulled it
No,
from.
Chris, because you don't know it's predetermined. That's the whole point.
King, why would
it
God
is
test
like
you or give you tests if there's no point to the test, bro?
Because it's part of his plan, Chris.
yeah, it is just it's like a Lovecraftian horror movie where everything is like the human beings are helpless against their own fate. They know that it's in store for them and they're unable to change their will or they're unable to fight anything. The way God moves, even if you see many angels as well, they have 1,000 eyes. It's like very their appearance is more scary and it's not like some blonde-haired, blue-eyed, attractive person. The angels, the way they look is also pretty scary with many eyes and whatnot.
Well,
They're
that's
not.
some angels.
Your
Can
Wait a
we keep
minute.
it on topic? You guys
Who
are
was
derailing
having
this
this
whole
discussion
thing.
yesterday about angels? Hold on a minute. That's some angel.
Some,
not
yeah,
all
but
angels
still,
look scary. The cherubim look kind of
James, how the
scary.
angels look is not even a part of this discussion. They're
But the
derailing now. Listen.
angels that we
it is
usually
like a
would encounter
Lovecraftian
possibly
horror
are
movie.
human.
That's the whole point of the whole thing over here. It is not something that you can you'll feel what's the point of it all. But the soul, which is a part of God, needs to experience the various aspects of duality. Now, when you go to hell, also you'll stay in
Holy
hell
shit,
depending
dude! This guy
upon
believes in exactly what I believe in. That
Reality.
like people are all fucking avatars for
Hinduism.
God, and we're all like God to be all
Yeah,
powerful.
dude,
He
we
has to
are just
experience everybody's
God
life.
here and everything just playing out a play that he reconstructed. So there's no point to anything.
Dude, Indian guy's
Yeah,
based as hell.
that's it.
No, the whole
No
point is for
point.
God to experience everything so he can be God. You're just so small-minded you don't understand it.
Exactly.
Oh, so
You
an
can't
infinite,
conceive
an
almighty
infinite
power.
or
You can't
That's literally
conceive
it,
bro.
omnipresent
you
knowledge.
Yeah,
serve
you're
his
just
So an
plan.
infinite.
you're just not deep enough, Chris. You're not
It's a
going
light
deep
year
enough.
away from
You
you.
don't
Bro, you guys
understand
are
it.
so fucking retarded, bro.
So
I
if you
can't
want,
talk
if
to
you want
no,
a proper explanation for this, there is a channel called Imaginary Access.
I don't
In the
care about
channel called
Muslim or Hindu shit, bro.
Come on, man, you can't just be too narrow-minded regarding one faith. Every faith is like a missing piece of the puzzle. You
No,
cannot
I
say
like
you care
this.
about this or that.
Wait a minute.
Everything
Wait a
actually
minute.
is a mixture.
Wait a minute.
We're
Wait a
human
minute.
beings. We're in.
Right? You know
Yeah,
what the
I
Bible
completely
says?
agree.
Have no
Every
other
faith is
gods
a piece of
before
the
me.
missing puzzle.
No other
You are
Bro, this is
gods.
last time that you guys are talking
Hinduism would
about.
imply that you have other
Hold-
gods before him.
Hold on,
You
James.
can't have any other gods.
James, I'm reading the Quran and I'm studying Islam. I'm interested in reading the Bhagavad Gita or whatever it's called
That's
and
where
learning
you're gonna
about
go,
Buddhism
brother.
and learning
That's
about
exactly where you're
Hinduism.
going to with these positions.
Right,
That's
right,
good
right.
that you're reading that because that's where you're gonna
Yeah.
lead yourself.
Okay, so shut up and let me finish my point. So just because I'm researching into these things to see how other people think and understand how other people think and understand their arguments does not mean that that's my God.
Yeah,
I
but
disagree with what
he's not-
I
he's doing
disagree
more
with
than
what
just
he's saying.
research.
How
We
would you
just
know? What
happen
if
to
God predetermined you to be a
No, he's
Muslim,
doing more
bro?
than
And he's
research.
leading
He
you
said
to
he
that.
believes in Hinduism and Christianity.
Well, then that wasn't my
thing
choice,
is,
was it? But I'm not
Okay,
gonna.
good. So
okay,
if
fine.
you
Let's say
explain to how
if
that's
I'm
Christianity
saying-
was the only way or Islam was the only way,
So
why should we have
and this
to
is
kill
why
each other for
you
it?
guys are like super shallow, Chris and James. You're
Super
being
in
shallow.
which way?
yeah,
Dude,
it's
can somebody please just make arguments and
it's
stop
super
being
shallow.
racist?
It's super shallow.
Shallow.
Why aren't you interested in learning why people think the way they think and why they believe
Who
what
said
they
I wasn't
believe?
interested in learning the
Okay,
way
bro,
people
what is-
think? That's
Who said that?
assumption.
Well, you said if I'm looking into these things that that
I did not say
I'm
looking
serving.
into.
You said I'm putting other gods. You said
I did not say looking into, and he's
you
not
said
looking into.
that's
He's
putting
Hindu
other
and
gods.
Christian.
That said, you said that's putting other
Keep it
gods
in
before.
context, JS.
There are no
Keep it in
other gods,
context.
Josh.
Oh my goodness. Keep it
Are
in
there
context. The
multiple
guy
gods?
said he
Yeah,
wasn't
James.
just
There's
Yeah,
And what
lowercase
else? Like,
g's.
it's,
Hindu and
it's
Christian.
What else did
Chris said it, but he doesn't know that he said it. There are no other
What else did
gods.
Azron say? He said, "Oh, it takes
No.
pieces.
Fool.
One
What the
religion
fuck,
is
dog?
pieces of multiple
But they're
religions."
all the same
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and what you'll find out
They're
is
all
if
the
you
same
look in,
God.
if you look into all
They're all
of
the
them,
same God, Goon.
if you look into all of
They're
them,
all
you'll
the same
find
God,
out.
but they explain differently.
You'll
But they're all
find
the same
out.
God, Goon. Have you read up about any other religions, dog? Because I
Wait,
have read
Yeah,
about.
my biggest thing is the fucking Greek
Wait,
mythos. There's so many
wait.
alignments with the Greek mythos to Christianity.
You just
Okay,
said
give
there
me
was
one. Give me one. Give me one.
Hold on,
Give me
Chris.
one.
Chris, hold on.
People
You just
being
said there
formed
were.
out of clay, the great flood leaving only 2 people left on earth after Zeus dams them.
Yeah, every.
Well, 2 people is not what the Bible says.
Even in our
There's more than
religion,
2
no,
people
even in
left
our
on
I'm
religion,
not
earth.
even a big
there is a
religious
flood
guy
that
either.
wipes out all of
There's
mankind.
more than
There is
2
a flood,
people
and
left
only
on
one
the
person
earth
called
after the flood.
Markandeya
There's
lives.
No,
more
that's
than
a
Hold on,
fucking
James.
religion.
Hold on, James.
Bro,
One
this
at a
is
time.
fucking annoying.
No.
people.
But
This is fucking
wait.
annoying.
I want to address something Chris said. Chris, you said that if I'm reading into these other religions, that it's gonna like lead me to believe in these other. But then you said, "Have you read about other religions?" I've read about other religions. So you, so you did the same thing that you just told me I shouldn't be doing.
No, but you know what the difference is?
Hypocrite.
My positions on these things are different to yours. Your positions are leading you to these other religions because you're moving away from Christianity. Do you understand the difference?
Free will is not a Christian thing. It is a philosophical concept that crept its way into Christianity, Chris. And if you deny
Bro,
that,
I really need to
you
go
are
pull up
wrong.
verses for you.
So then what's the point of free will offering?
Those
Like,
Denying
every
free
One
will
of
is
you
not a
please.
heresy.
What,
Denying
free
free
will
will.
guys
offering is a bad
please-
translation?
Google
For
it
fuck's
right.
sake,
Google
you
it
know,
right now. Google it right now, Chris.
Can
Is it
one
a
of you
heresy to
people in
deny free
here-
will? It will say no. It is
Bro?
not a heresy to deny free will. But some.
Can-
But
Yeah.
but what happens is some people will take that farther and farther, and it can lead to heresies. But I don't really care
Bro?
about your heresies.
Can anyone here give
Jesus
a point
was a
to
heretic.
the rapture, Jesus, atonement?
Yeah. Jesus
any of
was
this,
Jesus
if
was
it's
called a
predetermined?
heretic. Jesus was called a heretic. That's who I follow.
That's beautiful. Okay, can you answer the question? Why did Jesus need to come? Why is the rapture happening? Why all of this if it is just
What do you mean by the
predetermined? Is it just all
rapture?
extra?
You mean harpazo, the
The end of
catching up?
days.
The
end of days.
the end of days is the rapture?
The end of days.
But
You've
the
been reading
Revelation.
you've been reading a little too much Left Behind.
All right.
So the
See
word
how
is
there's no arguments? You guys are
so
just saying random shit
the Greek
constantly.
word, I'm making the argument right now. The
Yeah.
Greek word,
No,
there is
you're
no
not. Answer
there-
the question.
You're talking about the rapture. You're talking about Left Behind. People are
What's
going to
the
get taken
point
up.
to
This is
anything-
harpazo, which is the catching up. Harpazo
Mhm.
means catching up. And then people
Yeah.
have taken this idea of the rapture and they've turned it into one day Jesus is going to come back
Okay.
and we're all going to just float into
So that's not in Revelations, Josh.
No, that's a heresy, dude. What are you talking about?
Dude, King, do you understand that you're listening to this dude that just like
You're
completely
the
denies Bible and
ortho.
makes up
You're the
shit?
wannabe ortho, bro, and you're speaking a heresy right now. That's pure
Oh.
that is what's it called? Postmillennialism or no. The Orthodox Church that you want to so be a part of is
Mhm.
partial preterists. So they believe that part of Revelation has already happened. There is no rapture, what you're talking about. There is no like we're gonna get taken up into heaven one day, and there's like in the Simpsons episode or in the Left Behind books where airplanes are gonna start crashing because pilots float into heaven. That's a false idea of the rapture, which is not in the Bible. That's harpazo.
That
That's the
episodes were
catching
better.
up.
Okay. So we'll just then ignore Revelations. I asked you again and you didn't answer this.
It's
What was
not
the
called
point then of Jesus
Revelations. It's
coming?
called Revelation. There's only one.
Okay. What was the point
You
then
don't
of
even know the
Jesus
name of the
coming down
book.
to die if we're all coming? That's nice. Okay. Cool. I don't know shit. But what's the point of Jesus then dying on the cross for our sins, Josh? If our sins come from God, so God's forgiving himself for giving us
So
sins.
as
Make
I
that make
said in the
sense for me.
debate, he did not come here of his own account because his father told him to. That's the point of the
Oh
revelation.
yeah, but you don't believe Jesus is God
So when
either,
Jesus
right?
was in the Garden of Gethsemane and he prayed,
Yeah.
he said, if there's anything you can do to take this cup away, Jesus didn't want to be crucified. He didn't want to go through that. He said, I could
Yeah,
call
no
down,
shit.
he said, I could call down a legion of angels right now and wipe out all these people, but not my will, your will be done. Jesus submit to his father's will. He did not have a free will. He submit to his father's will.
Yes. That God sent him here to do. You understand that?
Yes.
Mhm.
Not
And
of his
the
own
thing
accord.
is,
God gave him a mission and he had to achieve his mission.
You know everything I'm saying.
But he could have done something else, which he said in that verse. He could have done something else. But he's fucking God, but he could have done something else.
If
Bro,
if
you
he
just
believed,
ignore scripture completely and say what you feel.
no, if
I
Jesus
feel this is what he
believed
said.
in free will, I'm sure he would have called down a legion of angels and he would have done his
If he
will.
is God, he's gonna
But
do
Jesus
what God
didn't.
wants.
But
to be
Jesus
done.
didn't believe in
He
free
could have called
will.
down a legion of angels. He
Jesus
could
didn't
have. He had
believe
a
in free
choice.
will. Jesus believed we submit to our Father's will.
Josh, even
And this is why I
what
say,
if Jesus Christ had unlimited power? Even though he was crucified, he didn't die. He had freed himself from the three bodies: the astral body, the physical body, and the causal body. So when the soul frees itself from these three bodies, no amount of punishment or whatever, how much of you torture the person, he won't
look,
die.
chat's trying to
Actually,
put me in a box.
Okay, then why didn't he want to do that?
Don't try
Then
to
why
put me
didn't
in a
he wanna do
box,
it?
chat. Don't try to put me in a box. I don't fit
Then
in a.
why didn't he want to be crucified if it didn't matter? Can somebody please answer a fucking question?
Everybody's got a
Josh, I
box.
think you
I
just
guess.
broke out of every box.
I break out of all the boxes. I don't fit in a Calvinist box. I'm not a Messianic Jew. I don't fit
See,
in
you
none
need
of
to
the
watch out, bro.
boxes.
You're listening to Josh too much and he makes up shit. He makes up a lot of shit, bro.
Yeah, that's an ad
It's
hoc.
very simple questions you can ask, bro.
Yeah, I think I just
I'm asking
destroyed.
simple
Well,
questions.
that's an add-on, is it?
Give us a reason,
It's an
bro.
ad hoc
Why
to
did
say
Jesus come
don't
down
listen
and
to
get
Josh because he
crucified?
just makes up shit. Like,
Yeah, I
he
say
took
don't
on
even
the
listen to me. Go read Bible and go to church. Don't do any of what the fuck is going on right now.
Are you still
Because
looking
it's
for those
harmful.
verses with free will?
It's harmful
Chris, are you
listening to
still
people
trying
that
to
make
find
up
the
their
verses with
James-
free
feelings
will?
about what
No,
God
James-
is and the
the verses
scriptures
to
and
him, guys.
yeah, James pulled up a bunch. I did a whole stream. You can go watch it where I went through
That's what
each
I'm
of those
saying. Chris
verses
kept
one at a
saying, "Do I need to
time.
pull him?" I know. That's what I'm saying, though. Chris keeps saying, "Do I need to pull him up?" Do I? I think he doesn't know how to find them. Like
He doesn't know because he
Bro,
doesn't.
you
He's just
guys
saying
understand I
shit.
have a
He's
life.
just saying what he's been
I
told
have
by
a
somebody
life.
else.
I have got shit to
I
do.
pulled him up.
You
I don't know
understand
if
that,
Chris
dude?
can even pull him up. 'cause he's
Chris,
talking
I
on
did
the
what you're doing for 33 years,
I don't like
bro.
that.
I repeated
I
everything
can
that
give
people
you,
told
like,
me.
Chris, to be
How
good
old are
faith,
you,
I can
Josh?
give you that concession.
Josh,
It's 4 in the
how
morning
old are
here.
you?
You're in South
37.
Africa, though. It's probably not 4 in the
Okay,
morning
that's
there.
nice. So you
You're
did it
probably
for
busy.
33 years. So since you were 4, you've been pulling out Bible scriptures.
No. My whole life, I've done what people
Oh.
told me, and I've just followed what people said blindly, and I've just said,
Midday there, more like.
"Oh, so all I got to do is go down to the altar and say, 'Save me, Jesus,' and I'll be saved. All I got to do is get baptized. All I got to do is believe in free
Yeah, now
will. All
you're
I got to do is
now you're
believe in."
doing yeah, but now you're doing your own exegesis, and then based on your feelings, not even on scriptural stuff, you're doing your own exegesis.
It's not based
and then
on my
basically
feelings. I don't
preaching.
have feelings, dude. I'm a sociopath. I don't have feelings.
You don't have
Okay.
feelings? Everybody's got feelings, JS. Don't lie. Everybody-
Gay people have feelings. I don't have feelings. What
Hey,
is
you
a
have feelings too.
No, I don't have no
Everybody's
feelings.
got feelings.
I don't
JS,
have no
come on.
feelings.
Okay.
I don't have
JS
no
tells
feelings.
JS
I
tells
would just say
Aiden he's a
think about it.
sociopath once, and it's his new line.
No, I've
If
said this
anybody-
a lot of times. I've said this before.
They say that's a lot that he's a
Okay.
sociopath.
I think if you have questions about this, go to church.
Because I think
read Bible,
sociopath
don't
is just
listen to
a
us. We're idiots.
sociopath is psychology's way of saying you're based. That's what I think.
Okay.
Dude, what?
Josh, have a good one. Everybody have a good one. I got real life shit to do. This is going nowhere.
Have a nice day, though,
Yeah,
Chris.
it's
For real,
pretty
have a nice
much
day.
all
Bye,
right.
Chris.
Still fuck with you,
Later,
heavy.
Chris. Still fuck with you,
Bye.
heavy Cloud.
Puff McCloud.
Stop
Of the
sneaking
Puff
in.
McCloud.
Stop sneaking in
Just
VK
so,
in the last hour and scooping up wins. That's some bullshit.
I hate how those
Every time I talk
conversations
about
turn
puff in
into
the
that
cloud, I
because
gotta think about
basically the whole
the man
time
of the cloud.
they're calling you dumb, but then I feel bad when it turns to the point where it's like, no, you're just too dumb to understand. Like I feel bad doing that.
No, I say that myself sometimes. Maybe I'm just too dumb to understand free will.
Well, like I said, I tried to argue with one of the verses though.
I don't understand how people can say there's free will when only God's will exists. That's it.
Right.
Oh, how can you say only God's will exist when Satan exists?
JS, do you think
Yeah,
you've
Satan is
studied the
part of the
Bible?
plan.
Oh, good
Hold
and
on.
evil.
We got a super chat. JS, do you think you've studied the Bible enough to start your own church? Well, I think I could start a church without studying the Bible at all. Like, you don't have to, like, especially in America, I could start it. I could just be some weird hippy dippy dude and like, yeah,
Don't you have to be
anybody
a
could start a
preacher?
church.
Doesn't
But
take that
I would
much to
never.
start a commune. You
You
just
can't
have
start a
to
church
go to
legally unless
enough
you're a preacher,
raves.
right?
I would never start my own church because I'm not a preacher or a teacher. I call no man father and I let no man teach me. So, and I don't think you should either. So, but no, I'm not going to start my own church. I think that's not a good idea. But I don't need to study the Bible to start a church. I could start a
Maybe
church
like
based
a cool
off of
hangout spot where we're all like aligned with the exact same views and like maybe preach and talk about those views.
the
and
churches wherever
expose
two
them
or
onto
more
our
are gathered
children.
in his name. The church is for
We're in church
protecting
debate right
orphans
now.
and
Wait,
saving
so
widows wherever two
would
or
you
more are
say this is
gathered in his
technically a
name,
church
the
right
body of
now?
Christ.
We're in church debate right now, Gun.
No, somebody asked
Church
me,
debate.
yes, somebody asked me, what is the church? I would say the church is the body of Christ. It's wherever two or more are gathered in his name. That's what the church is. So technically, I mean, this is
You and
church,
James
but
are here, so no matter what, you're still in church to
but
be.
when
in
he
church
says start
debate.
your
I
own
think Blackout
church,
still believes in Jesus, right? Blackout, do you believe in Jesus? I can't tell if you're an atheist or what. What's up?
No, I'm not an atheist. I don't want to claim atheism because that's a religion in and of itself. I was a Lutheran once upon a time, but as of right now, I don't believe in religion.
yeah.
That's where I stand.
Yeah,
And see, that's the, and this is what people don't get is like, there's a way to speak to every person to where it's going to connect with them. So Paul spoke and Paul taught differently than Peter spoke and Peter taught, and they would argue about it. But and Paul said, but I can reach certain people with this message, and you can reach certain people with this message. Like there's a certain message that King is never going to hear that message. He's going to refuse that message. He doesn't want to hear it. He's going to reject it. He's not going to listen to it. But then there's another message, which is the same message said in a different way from a different perspective that, you know, and maybe that's all I'm doing. Maybe I'm just saying it in a different way. And I don't know. I think people lose their mind. You're a heretic. You're a heretic. You don't follow this church.
Well, the biggest thing that brings me to your channel, JS, especially with your whole Bible studies and everything, is you're not a gatekeeper. And that's over and over again, no matter which sect I run into, no matter which person I talk to, no matter if Christianity or not, they all say that their way is the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, what? Like, how can you be so certain? You don't know. Like, if you just adopt what their beliefs are and in their own heads, exactly, they're so contradictory when they say it's God's will, but it's also mine. It's my free will to decide. But it's not. It's God's, because there's only one path to God. There's only
Facts.
So so that's where I get lost. And you don't sit there and when you're reading the Bible and when you're going through your scripture and when you're going through your ideas, you don't say, this is the only way that this is to God. This is the only way. You just say, this is what I believe. This is how I feel. And this is what my research has told me. You don't sit there and say, if you don't follow me, you all are going to hell.
Yeah.
And that's where I get.
And that's why I get annoyed when I'm doing because I've said this before. I've said it's not really a Bible study. I'm just reading the Bible on a stream. And then I'm talking about different ideas that I've heard about these different concepts. And so I'll say, well, the atheist might say this about this, or the Calvinist might say this about this, or the Orthodox might say this about this. And I'm saying, I'm just presenting you all the ideas I've heard, and I'm just reading the Bible. And then people like want to debate me about it. And I'll say, maybe I'll say, well, this is what I think. And then people want to debate me about it. And it's like, I'm not trying to debate with this. I'm just trying to lay out the information, because I've spent many, many years looking into these things. And so any verse you pick, I can say, here's what the Calvinists would say. Here's what the Catholics would say. Here's what the Orthodox would say. Here's what the Buddhists would say. And this is the things that I'm trying to understand and learn while I'm doing those streams. And it's not,
right.
Yeah, I'm not.
Actually, one of the other things that I also have to give you credit on too is you also say, like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like, like not pretending like I'm
blackout guzzling hour.
Like, that's what I mean. Is like you're straight up, I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. Like you're at least willing to admit that there's a possibility that you could be wrong, and that's huge because nobody else is.
Yeah.
Like, look at your debate tonight. They wouldn't give an inch for nothing. And it's like, wait a minute, but if you use your own metrics, you guys are defining things in circles because you're using God as the overall definition of everything.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it whenever a new challenger approaches and then they're just like, so JS, you think that baby murder is God's plan?
Yeah,
Dude, this is like the entrance
tell me
every
something.
You have
single
to
No,
think, wouldn't it? I mean,
yeah,
based
but
on JS's
Thank you,
argument.
Kieran. What do you think of apostolic succession? I don't believe in
I'm not
DNA. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're doing a DNA test to say that these people are connected to the apostles, and
Well, even
And I'm not saying that
I'll give
I'm
you- I'll
right
give you-
and that
I'll
I
give you
know.
Yeah,
But
they're all
many
connected.
all over
They're
the
all
planet have
connected.
taken place.
They're all
Many
connected. They all
wars have
knew
taken place
whatever.
all over the
However,
planet.
how succession works. I'll grant it to you. But you're gonna then tell me that man is infallible?
well, it's not infallible.
You can't.
no, yeah, man's
Exactly.
definitely fallible. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then you can't
Right.
tell me that the succession has never been fucked with. Like that's what I'm saying. You can never tell me that in through those lines of all these different people, like that they can't have formed their own beliefs and their own ideas and put
And-
those in there. Like you can't tell me that.
and not to
You don't
mention,
know.
the Bible says these people, these false prophets are going to come, and they're going to say they got apostolic succession. And so this is why it says, let no man teach you. What you do is you study to show yourself approved. So Sweater just asked, are all those different interpretations of scripture valid? Well, no, but I will look at all of them, and then I'll take an outside perspective and I'll say, okay, well, they all seem to agree on this point. So like I did a stream where I was talking about, are there levels to sin?
Oh.
And I played a Protestant view of this question, and I played a Catholic view, and I played an Orthodox view. And I said they seem to all agree that in God's eyes, sin is equal, but in man's eyes, we still judge sin on different levels. So, and there's like an agreement there. The most of the people seem to agree. And then when I think about it logically, it makes sense. So that seems valid to me. Maybe there's no such thing as sin. Maybe, but
Yeah.
Sin and virtue exist. The amount you accumulate will be in a very subtle dimension of the human body. Only the person who has clairvoyance will be able to see how much of sin and how much of virtue you've accumulated, based on which where you'll go in the afterlife. Even when you go to hell or heaven, let's say you go to heaven, you'll be there only depending upon the amount of virtue you've accumulated, and you'll come back to earth. Same thing with hell. Depending upon the amount of sin you've accumulated, you'll go through a lot of difficulty in hell and come back. Your job actually is to free yourself from the cycle of births and deaths, or going to heaven and hell and merging back with the infinite, all-pervading, omnipotent God. That is actually the main thing, and that is something that God.
This is actually this is
reincarnation.
Hold on.
That the Bible talks about.
Yeah, Bible had rebirth in it.
Resurrection, not reincarnation.
I've been working on
resurrection, and you're living for eternity.
The church used to believe in rebirth and reincarnation.
Well, I've heard
Orthodox
that idea that the church used to believe it, but
hold on, James, because it's not often I get to talk to a Hindu person, but I've actually I've talked about this before. I think there's a way to what's the word I'm looking for, to like rectify reincarnation from the Hindu perspective with the Christian perspective. So I believe Satan is given dominion over earth, and hell is a physical plane within the earth. So it would make sense if I'm in eternal darkness that I would keep getting reincarnated into the earth.
Hell can be a different type of womb as well. Like, let's say, like the person is he's too addicted to sex. Now what happens is that, like, because of his lustful nature, he'll be born into a lower womb or into a degenerate family. He'll come out, he'll make a lot of mistakes, or it'll be very difficult for him to get a womb in the first place because he would have killed a lot of sperms. The thing is, the semen is a vital fluid which should not be wasted frivolously on carnal pleasures.
Time to die.
When you waste,
man's point at one time.
Wait, how did we get to sperm now? What?
Man's point at one time to die. You can't reconcile that with the Bible, because a man's point at one time to die and then the resurrection.
I was just giving an example.
Yes, but if you're separated from God and you're in eternal hell and damnation.
There would have to be an eternal hell, though.
The eternal hell is earth.
There's not an eternal hell.
Right, and I'm saying, what if the eternal hell is earth? What would be worse than coming back as a damn squirrel that's going to get torn up by a lion, and then coming back as a damn gazelle that's going to get torn up by a lion?
You have to.
And then coming back
as everything, dog. You have to come back as every fucking animal and bug that you swatted.
Very based on the perception of time. Like when you feel pain, you feel that as if you're suffering for a long time.
You come back as every single one of those ants in that
based
ant
upon
farm.
the amount of suffering that you go through.
No, you come back as a ant in that ant farm, and then you die, and then you come back as a squirrel, and you get your throat ripped out by a jackal.
For God to experience it all, he has to become every single one of those ants, and he has to be the child that kills them. He has to know what that feels like.
No, I'm not. I'm just throwing out an idea, Sweater. See, you guys like. Well, I can't read tone in chat, but I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm just throwing out things that have gone through my head. Like, okay, so the Hindus and the Buddhists, they talk about reincarnation.
See, one thing is regarding the child killing. Throughout history, so many wars have been fought and a lot of genocides have taken place. Why didn't God send any angel to protect the children then? Why did the children die then? So many children have been killed. Let's take the Second World War only. The children of the Jews, they were gassed to death. There was no divine intervention to save them.
Well, no, I'm kidding. I think Bryce Mitchell is a horrible person, and Kanye West is a horrible person. I would not agree.
He's not saying anything like that. He's saying like.
I know. I was making a joke.
Yeah. To be God, you have to do terrible things and experience those terrible things, and you have to be the savior of those same terrible things.
To be God,
you can't play one role.
It's not just
you
terrible.
Have to know what it's like.
There's only one God. Yeah. There's not 2, 3, 4 gods. Whoa.
Yeah, you believe that there's Satan, and he's completely independent of God, and somehow God can't stop him.
Well, James, you acknowledge that the Bible mentions many gods.
Whoa, wait a minute. That's a misunderstanding of the words, though.
It's lowercase g versus uppercase G. That's the one.
That's a misunderstanding of the words, though.
Yeah,
really, that's what I'm trying to say. Is I'm going to a deeper level that they're
it's just
one God. It's
very
one God.
Reference to the council.
I knew he was going to say the Elohim.
I know. Elohim is reference to the council. Was Moses?
It's a heavenly council.
No, you're wrong.
Job.
Thank you, Kieran.
Have you not read the book of Job? That's
Hinduism,
Satan's
Islamism, Buddhism, Christianity. Pick one, bro. No, I'd rather find where we all agree, and I'd rather unite us all, and we're all gonna.
Yeah.
You're not. Oh, that sounds like Catholic. No. That's
I know.
Catholic.
Yeah,
Anyway, but James, hold on,
What are
James.
these people saying in chat? Do you think
James.
Aristotle
all
sat around and he
following
was
the same
like,
God.
I just shouldn't think about these questions?
Hold
Like
on.
what? Hinduism, Greek mythology, Christianity? This is just too much. I can't think about all this stuff.
Yeah.
No, they thought
take
about it, you
all these
fucking
labels. Take all these labels off of it, and let's
There's
just
labels.
find the truth. Let's just get together, and different people talk and find the truth. I hate this, like, labeling people and trying to put them in a box. Oh, you sound like a Muslim. You sound like a Calvinist. You sound like a
apple. Wait a minute, no, an apple is not an apple because we can't use labels. An orange is not an orange.
Yeah. Okay, shut up, James. But anyway, James.
That's not a banana. I mean,
James.
Earth, we can't use labels.
Moses is called. God says, "I will make you Elohim. I will make you Elohim among men."
Again, the Elohim part, you have to understand that's referring to the heavenly council. That's not referring to the Almighty.
Hold on. No, I know.
Almighty is El Shaddai.
James, was Moses part of the heavenly council?
He became part of the heavenly council on earth because...
Really? Because Job takes place before Moses. So what you're getting this heavenly council from is from Job.
Job, yeah.
Yes, and Job, and somebody earlier tonight, and Effigy was putting nope on the screen, and Effigy was correct. Somebody said that Job is the oldest dated book. No, it's not. No, the books of Moses, the Torah is the oldest dated scriptures that we have. The story of Job.
Who's oldest
James,
or what?
James, can I finish my thought? James, can I?
It doesn't matter which one's
James,
oldest.
James,
is absolutely brain broken right now. You've
Can
just
I finish my
absolutely
thought?
fucking split his
Okay,
head
go ahead and
open.
finish it, but I don't
This is
know.
like a
Job takes place. The story of Job takes place somewhere between Genesis and Exodus. The story of Job takes place before the Exodus from Egypt. But the scripture, the writings are, we don't know who wrote it, but most people will agree that it was probably written by Isaiah around the same time that Isaiah's scrolls were written and dated. So, and we didn't find these, and we don't date them till like 500 BC, 500 before Christ. So the written story of Job, and this is why I know people are going to get real upset about this. The story of Job is a story.
What, you saying Job wasn't real? Are we getting into are you saying that Job shouldn't be in the Bible?
No, Job should be in the Bible because it's
Job's not a story.
It's an important story,
real,
but
right?
the scripture and the story of Job was written when the story of Job takes place.
Get to the point.
I've gotten to the point. I've already made the point. The story of Job takes place between Genesis and Exodus. The story of Job was written 1,000 years after the Torah was written. So somebody went back and wrote a lot of scholars say Isaiah probably wrote it. Isaiah's a prophet. Isaiah's writing a story, a parable, to tell a story.
You're saying the whole book of Job is just a parable?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Verbatim.
Now that doesn't mean that, and now I'm going to sound like Jordan Peterson, but that doesn't mean that the archetype of Job doesn't exist throughout all of history. So there are constantly Jobs. There are always Jobs saying, "Why, God, why?" And God says, "Don't worry about it. It's above your pay grade." That's the story of Job. Yeah. The story of Job is not written as, it starts as...
Oh, yeah, it's like a fable. You're saying it's like a fable, basically.
Yeah, it starts... So the first couple of chapters and the last couple of chapters are written in narrative form, like it's telling a story. And then the whole middle chunk of Job is written poetically. And so there's a lot of allegory. There's a lot of metaphor. There's, similar with Jonah. I think I personally believe Jonah is a true story, but there's similar things in Jonah. But the story of Job specifically, when it was written, who we think it was written by, it takes place 1,000 years, excuse me, 1,000 years before that happened. So it seems like the story of Job is just a story to convey a message to us. I know, like that's gonna like, I know people are gonna call me a heretic for saying that. I don't really care, but but if you look into the history, who wrote Job, when it was written, the first text that we found, when it was written, all these things, it takes place way before it was written. Now, maybe this person had a vision. Maybe Isaiah wrote it and he was inspired by God and he had this vision of this man called Job, and maybe it is a true story. But regardless of whether there was actually a man named Job who did this or not, it is an archetype that is consistent throughout history. We've always had this problem of evil. Why does God do mean stuff? Why, if God's in control, why do bad things happen? And the answer to that question is, don't worry about it. You're not God. That's the story of Job.
Well, I don't believe Job was an archetype. I think Job was.
That's fine. And yeah, maybe he was. I'll agree. Maybe he was a real person. But when it was written, the first,
even if your point is relevant, I would still think there'll be a heavenly council. I don't see why that would negate the heavenly council.
Right. But what I'm saying is where you get this idea of the heavenly council from is from Job. And so Moses is called Elohim.
It's probably not the only place where I can
Moses is called, God says, I will make you Elohim among men. But you say Moses was part of the heavenly council. Elohim just means God, lowercase g or uppercase g. It's just a God. So in the Bible,
Moses is God somehow.
Moses was made God, lowercase g, among men.
Yeah, but you're saying he became God. Like what?
I said he was made lowercase g among men. He was made a God among men.
He's a lesser king. He was a lesser king.
Yes.
He was king of the Jews in that moment, but leading them was God.
Lord. And people get so wrapped up around these words, Lord, King,
like a general.
God. Like, I believe Zeus was a lowercase g. He was, I believe there is an angel.
You losing all the ortho bros tonight.
I know.
Yeah, pulling that ripcord.
I'm a heretic.
You sweep the rug out from underneath.
The heavenly council, the understanding of the heavenly council, you could still have false deities being referred to.
No, but I don't think you're bullshit. No, talk about Zeus. Talk about Zeus. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hold on. JS, is there such thing as church authority? Perhaps no individual church father is infallible, but the aggregate of their debates might present the truth. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. I agree that when men get together and they have these conversations, we can find truth through that. But where I disagree is that, so it's like if I go up against Andrew Wilson on a debate about, I don't know, pick something stupid, like chocolate is better than vanilla. And he's arguing vanilla's better and I'm arguing chocolate's better. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong.
It's the size of the consensus.
Yes, he's got the consensus. He's got the audience. He's got the force behind him. So they automatically win. And I think a lot of times throughout history with these councils, that's what happened. The person in power.
If you say, like, if it relies to count people of the religion talking about it, then you can always say, well, this was a larger amount of people of the religion talking about it, or a more dedicated people of the religion talking about it.
Yeah.
Where you just create a hierarchy of religious belief.
And that goes against the ideas in the Bible that it's a narrow path. Few find the right way. Not many. So if many agree, if there's 2 billion Christians and they all agree with something, you're saying 2 billion people is the narrow path? That's a third. That's a third of the world. That's not a narrow path. That's not few. Few find the right way. Few find the truth. Not many. So if the many agree, I tend, and this is why I've always said, like, I think being a heretic is kind of based because I was a heretic during COVID. I was a heretic about the Hunter Biden laptop. I was a heretic, and then a conspiracy theorist. You know, turns out we often end up being right. So
Well,
I'm not gonna go with
Okay, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, go ahead, preach.
Yes, yes.
No,
The reason why,
there's other
yes,
spots
the reason.
referencing the Heavenly Council as well. I just Googled it. There's Psalm 82, and then
hey,
there's
see, Sweater agrees with me on that one on the
no,
Zeus
I mean,
thing.
on Adam. There's
Yes, the
Amos
reason why people wake up is
3:7 that refers to Heavenly Council as well.
If angels control the
James, come on,
weather,
man. This guy has a
Psalm 82
thick
and
accent. You
Amos
can't fucking
3:7.
log him.
Yeah,
You
let's
gotta, you gotta
hear.
let him talk.
Non-council.
Let's hear what Barun has to say.
no. I
Not
just was going to say
room.
the thing is very few people can handle knowledge. Knowledge is a very dangerous thing. Now, knowledge can drive you insane. Only those few people who can handle it are given this knowledge. So I think people like us who are considered heretics, we are given this because probably we know how this thing is. In general, if you tell a person he's not going to conceive a child or if he's going to die in such and such a way, he won't be able to handle it. So it's ignorance is also part of the God's play actually. Everyone can't handle what God has in store for them. Only a few can do it, and only a few are meant to know it actually. That way he's right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what me and JS were saying earlier when we were saying if you think that if your version of God isn't real, then you should just kill people and break all of the laws. Then believe in your God.
Right,
Don't
exactly.
don't stop.
Yeah. It's just If not-
Yeah, but there's only one God, though. There's not
if not
multiple
believing in free
gods.
will is going to make you off yourself, then please keep believing in free will.
Yeah, but
Like,
there's one God, though, not multiple gods. That's the thing. There's not multiple gods. Like, you can't
So
believe.
there are multiple gods. There are
There's not
demigods under
multiple
the one true
gods.
God.
No. And the word God
Multiple
is
gods exist
so
under a
misunderstood.
single supreme authority.
Because
Orthodox
God
numbers is
is
300 million, not too big. I know, but I'm saying Christians in general. Like,
it has. God is a terrible translation for what El and Elohim.
it's a direct translation.
It's the exact
No, it's not a
translation. There's no
translation.
other way of translating.
It's
it.
exactly
There's
what it
zero
means.
other ways of translating it.
That's the definition of what Elohim means. It means God.
No.
Now it can mean lowercase or uppercase G.
Elohim is referring to the Heavenly Council.
Okay,
If you look at the
all right.
context of Scripture and you look
All
at
right,
where
James.
every time
Google it. Why
the
don't you
word
Google it
used,
right
it
now,
actually refers
James?
to the Heavenly
James, why don't
Council.
you Google it real quick? Why don't you Google it real quick?
And if you don't like Google, I'll get my Strong's Concordance right there. I'll pull up the Hebrew word
There's a lot of
Elohim.
people that believe that because tradition
No,
has
because that is
overwritten.
what it means.
Tradition has overwritten Scripture. They put their tradition ahead of Scripture.
You're
It's
not
not
even
a- it's not-
They do what
Orthodox
Jesus
anymore.
said
Why are
not
you so
to.
married to
Put
this?
tradition over Scripture. They do what Jesus said
Free.
not.
What up, Lord Bibby? Long time no see. You missed all kinds of stuff tonight, but yeah, James, Elohim means God.
No, it does not. Not if you look at how the word is used in Scripture. It cannot mean God, because if it does, then there's lots of gods, actual gods.
There are.
Like,
Yeah, there's
no,
lower.
actual gods, as in actual.
Yeah.
They have.
Yes, there are, James.
The Bible acknowledges
Holy
this.
shit.
The
Why
Bible
what do you
that
think them making it lowercase would mean?
Like I'm talking about in the sense
Like,
of
why do
like
you
they're
think that
like
that's
the
the
Almighty. They
translation?
can,
It's to show
they
that they're
can do
lesser.
all that the Almighty can do. They're like the Almighty. They're
No, the whole point is that they can do lesser. Why do you think the whole point is that it's
they
lowercase
can't be
g?
God. They can't be God Almighty.
Yes, it's a title. It's a title that
James,
God is bestowing upon them.
But the thing is, God isn't even the right way of translating
James,
the word.
James, do you know that Baal?
God is a terrible translation.
James, do you know that
Look,
Baal?
find another translation, James.
James,
They're not God Almighty. They're gods.
James,
There's different.
James,
Oh,
in the
he's
Bible,
all
James, hold on. In the Old Testament, Baal is called Elohim. Asherah
Not the
is
elder
called
line
Elohim.
debate.
Chemosh is called Elohim. Moses is called Elohim. The Egyptian gods are called Egyptian Elohims. Zeus and Hermes in Acts 14 Well, that wouldn't be Elohim because it was Greek by then, so it's a different word. But Abramelech, like the Bible mentions other gods. It's in the 10 Commandments. You shall have no other Elohim before me. So there are other Elohim, but you don't put them before. So this is where the delineation between the uppercase G and the lowercase g, which is an English thing that but basically it's the true God and the false gods. There are false gods.
Like I said, it's meant to represent lesser. Like it's meant to represent the word lesser. Like it is of a lesser form.
Yes, yeah, that's where I think the disconnect is happening here. James thinks that I'm saying Elohim means Yahweh, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Elohim just means God. It's just a word for
Elohim.
It explicitly does not mean Yahweh.
So if I said, if I was saying in Hebrew, the Egyptians are worshiping false gods, I would say the Egyptians are worshiping false Elohim.
There's a Father and there's a Son in heaven. There's two powers in heaven.
Yeah, and so when it says Moses will be made God among men,
because
the word there is
Elohim.
Moses will be made Elohim among men.
This is so simple. James, can you just find a definition? Can you just find a translation of Hebrew that says what you're saying?
Yahweh Elohim means Lord and God. It means I am God. That's what that means.
You keep yapping about it, but James, you could just be Googling if you're right or wrong right now.
Well, the thing is, like,
he ain't been doing the education.
Mainstream,
He's refusing the education.
Jess, are you your own God? No, God is my own God.
Just go. That's why I said go to direct translation of Hebrew. Are
but
you going to say that the Hebrew people speak their language incorrectly?
But I would quote Jesus here, Kieran, and I would say, did you not read the scriptures where it says you are God? You are gods? Elohim? Lowercase g? We are gods. If I'm one with the Father as Christ is one with the Father.
That's referring to that you're one with the council. You're in the council.
You haven't proved that or substantiated that.
I don't know why you keep bringing up this council thing. You keep
because there's a council. There's a heavenly council. It talks about in Psalm 86. It's talked about in Amos, was it 3:7, and it's also talked about again in Job. And now the Job you will deny because you say Job's some sort of allegory.
Now I'm not denying Job. I'm not. No,
well, it's an allegory and a story, so you're denying
James,
that is a heavenly council.
I agree that the people on, or I wouldn't say people, but the.
Well, if it's an allegory, it can't be.
You didn't say allegory, James.
I'm saying whoever's on the heavenly council would be whoever's on the heavenly council would be Elohim. But Moses was also Elohim.
Yeah, he's saying it's a word of mouth. Have you ever heard of like a word of mouth story?
Yeah, Moses is Elohim.
It doesn't follow traditional writing.
You're getting stuck on it, bro. You're getting stuck on the word.
Yeah, I mean,
the council before
there's no point in even like talking to him about this. He's not absorbing a single ounce of anything.
Do you not get how Israel is a council that represents Elohim on earth, who's representing Elohim to the nations and trying to bring them back?
For any of the evidence you've been asked to look for like 8 times.
James, is Baal part of the heavenly council?
Well, Baal is a false deity.
Baal is an Elohim.
Used to be part of the heavenly council.
Baal is an Elohim. He is a god.
Part of the heavenly council because the Elohim that were Baal,
listen.
like Satan.
Baal is an Elohim.
They're all Elohim, but
Baal is a lowercase g Elohim, and God called him a false god. God called Baal a false Elohim.
Yeah, false Elohim, because he used to be part of the council. He's no longer.
Yes, so what God was saying is you are a false god. So the word Elohim does not imply.
It's talking about the council.
Like,
it's referring to the council.
No, it's not. I just disproved that, dude. What do you?
This is like battling level 1 slimes for an hour straight.
It's just a misunderstanding of the word Elohim. It just means God, and it can be false gods. It can be.
It takes time to go through all these verses.
Dude, if I worship this Lego set next to me, that's my Elohim. That doesn't mean that that's part of the heavenly council. I've made this thing my
That's
God.
not how.
Some people make drugs their God. That becomes their Elohim. Some people make working out at the gym their
Look, you
Elohim.
do realize everything in heaven has a spirit behind everything here. Physical has a spirit behind it, right? The sun has a spirit behind it. Everything has a spirit behind it, an angel behind it. It has something controlling it and everything.
What?
Everything.
You just make an argument for
Everything-
predeterminism? What the fuck?
Determinism. I'm not saying it controls it in the sense of like it's not.
So
you're
if
not allowed
everything
to
has
use
something
it in a
controlling
free
it, it
will
almost seems
way.
like things are predetermined.
No, it's not determinism.
Almost seems like you don't have free will if there's
It has a power. It has something controlling it, is in the sense of making it what
I
it
don't even know what
is.
he was saying even referred to what anyone else was saying. He just randomly made an argument for
Like, it's keeping the
predeterminism.
atoms together, I guess.
Exactly.
Allow it to be the sun.
You got angels. You got angels that tell you what to do. You got angels guide you
We're
what you do.
controlling it in the sense.
You don't have free will. Yeah,
the
no free
sense
will.
of, like, how do I explain
Angels
it?
control you.
The moon goes around and around.
Hey, shout out to Kieran for all the super chats. Thank you, Kieran. I
Perfect.
appreciate it.
James, that's
But we
perfect.
have a spirit too. You do realize we have a ruach as well, right? We have a spirit.
Sure, James. Sure, you have a spirit too, but it doesn't matter because you're either being controlled by an angel of God or an angel.
No, we don't
You
have
just said that.
we don't have no. I'm not saying there's angels that are possessing us, controlling us. I didn't say that. I said everything far as the physical objects, like and
thank
things
God.
like the sun and everything does. Now we have a
All right,
spirit. We can be influenced.
how did you feel about
by-
everything that you just
we can be
heard? I'm
influenced
sorry
by
you didn't get
the
to
messages of
participate
the
much in
angels.
that.
Me,
We don't have to follow.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want
yeah.
my
what
opinion?
they do.
James,
Yes,
No, I think we had a good conversation.
We're not animals. We're not something that has some sort of programming.
I don't know where JS is though.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
listening.
we had a good conversation. I mean, we learned a lot from each other. So I'm thankful to all of you.
Yeah. Wait, we learned a lot from each other and what?
I mean, like when we were discussing all of this, like everyone brought their points out. So as far as the argument for free will is concerned, JSI and King Boat, we disagree that free will exists. The other people agree upon the existence of free will. But I also got to know more about history and other aspects of the Bible through JS. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like.
I don't know if any of it's real, but if it is real, I agree with you guys more than I would agree with like these stringent traditions that don't try to make sense of like reality.
Right, exactly. So, Goon, I'm right there with you. I don't know if I believe any of it, but if I am entailed to believe it, then this would be more so the path that I would take. Correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a lot of, if you don't believe this, you don't believe in the same God I believe. And I used to be the same way. When I first came to Utah, I was like, God sent me here to go to war with the Mormons. And I would make things with Bible verses on them, and I would go when they had conference weekend, I would go and I would hand out these things and I would throw them around and leave them on benches, all these like flyers that I made that is saying basically, I do still believe Joseph Smith is a false prophet, but I was like gung-ho about destroying the Mormons. And now, like, 10 years later, I'm like, well, we're supposed to love our enemies, and maybe just the way they came up, if they could do better, they would do better. If they could have learned differently, they would have learned differently, but they didn't. And so God knows their heart. I don't know their heart.
Man. They're about to baptize more people than anyone ever before.
Well, they've been, yeah.
Exactly. That's at least ups to the Mormons on that. Does their holy water count? I think it still counts, right?
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
gatekeeping?
forgot about that. The Mormons are going to come and save me, so it doesn't matter either way.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with gatekeeping except for people take it too far and they like.
I think in a church it would make more sense, but in like social settings, it's weird. Because it's like if you have a church for a certain denomination and people from the other denomination come in, it's like, well, why are you here preaching the other denomination? And
this is why I would never say that I'm Orthodox, even if I go to an Orthodox church. I'm never gonna try to be catechumen because I don't agree with some of your theology, and you're not gonna change my mind, no matter how much you tell me the same things I've heard 1,000 times already. You're not going to change my mind. And so I'll just come here and I'm not going to be catechumen. So I'm gate kept from being allowed into that church, and I'm fine with that. That's okay. But when we're on the internet and we're just talking to people and we're getting different worldviews and different ideas, like, I don't know. The gate for Christians has been made. Everybody has a different gate.
It's hard for me to believe Aristotle would be like, "Ooh, you're Hindu. I don't think I can talk to you."
Yeah, it's wild.
It's the antithesis of philosophy, like actually discussing the subjects.
It's good to have an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out. Well, I don't even know. My brain is just a bucket of mush. I don't need it. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. When I stream, I'm just thinking out loud, and I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the truth the same as everybody else. But what I'm not going to do is, everybody told me this is the truth. And even if I don't agree with it, I'm going to freely will myself to agree with what they say. Like, I can't do that. I have no choice but to not do that.
Well, that's where you get so many people that are falling out of religion now, because they go to so many churches that they don't really believe what they're going there to see.
Yeah. Well, and you go, so like, and people said that a certain person has said that I'm wrong for this, but I go to the Orthodox Church because I like the structure. I like the environment. I like the community. I like the sacraments and these habits that we put ourselves into doing. The fact that people during Lent, Sarah said she didn't drink for 40 days. Like, that's awesome to me. Like, I want to be able to do that. So I want to get myself into the habits of doing these things. But if you're going to tell me how I have to think, I can't.
Oh, that's kind of part of being part of the Orthodox Church.
Right.
See, exactly.
And well, that's why I'll never be part of.
James, I was going to ask
you. You gotta agree with everything that they believe.
Right,
but,
right.
I mean,
James,
you have to
I wanted
agree
to
on the
ask you.
basics as far as what they believe.
Right, James, I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Especially
it comes down to the Trinity. Exactly. You said yourself, you just kind of went off blind faith. But after a while, you just couldn't.
I just couldn't. I could never accept. I can never accept the Trinity. It makes no sense to me.
Right, exactly. And
that's the same thing with me and free will, James.
Exactly, James. That's where I'm trying to put you with free will. Like, that's the same thing with free will. That's the same thing with Christianity for me and religion in general for me. It was like, I just went along with it blind faith because everybody said that's what you should do. But then eventually I was just like, but it just doesn't settle right with me. It doesn't make sense. And nobody wanted to help make sense of it. They're just like, just follow. Just blind faith. And that's why it didn't work for me. And I can't say that's everybody's experience, but I'm just saying, even you yourself has said that you've taken something and you tried following it with blind faith, and eventually it just gets to a point where you can't reckon yourself. Like, it doesn't make sense to you, and you just have to separate yourself from it. And that's exactly what JS is saying. It goes along with free will for him. Like, he believed it blind faith for so long, and then eventually he couldn't reason with it anymore. It was just like, it didn't make sense. It was a walking contradiction. So he was like,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing for me with the Trinity, and I try not I try not to talk about that a lot because I know people lose their damn minds. But
Well,
I
I just get hated.
I'm curious, James, how you see free will in the Bible, but you don't see the Trinity. Because I don't see either of them.
How do you mean? You don't even see the Trinity though. Like they not there. It's just.
But I'm saying, but
it's
so,
twice, but there's nothing about Trinity.
But if your exegesis of the Bible, if your interpretation or your understanding of the Bible leads you away from the Trinity, but it also leads you to free will.
Look at all those verses I gave you. Look at all those verses.
I know, James. I've went through those verses. Every one of those verses is going to say that we have a choice to make and that it's going to be life or death.
Well, are the concepts intertwined?
Or a commandment, choose life or die.
Is the Trinity intertwined with free will?
No, it's just it's another one of those. It's another one of those concepts that has been introduced later into Christianity that Jesus never really talked on. Jesus never talked on free will. Jesus never talked on the Trinity. The disciples, they said things that you could exegete that, and I'm not gonna die on the hill of the Trinity. If the Trinity is real, then I don't see it. But never do any disciples talk about a 3-in-1 God. You can say like John 10:9 or something that is only in Erasmus's translation. It's not in any of the other translations, and there's stuff like that. I said
you said John something and then it cut out.
John, I think it's
3:10, I think is what you're going with.
No, I think I was talking about John, 1 John 10:9 or something. It's the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. So that's a verse.
I think that's what you said.
Yeah, that's a verse that's in the King James Bible, but it's not in any other Bible because that's not the translation. Erasmus was being coerced into putting that in there, or he was going to get his head cut off.
Yeah, because that was one of the verses that they say were added in, because there's
a
few verses they say were added in because they're not found in the oldest manuscripts of the New Testament.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of stuff that I see it and I'm like, okay, I could see where they get a Trinity out of this. I can, that makes sense, but it's still like it's exegesis, and God never says clearly we are 3-in-1. It's me, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God never says that. Jesus never says that. The disciples never say that. They say things that the disciples say things in John specifically, say things that you could make it work, and I get that. But it's never explicitly said. And then the argument's going to be, well, that's word concept fallacy.
But then Jesus said one verse that clearly says that it couldn't be, because he says the Father knows the time of his returning, but no one else knows.
Yeah, and that's a common verse to point to, James, and you make a good argument when you bring up that verse, and a lot of people will dodge that. They don't want to address that.
Dodge that verse.
Or how about all of John 10, where the Jews come and they say, we're going to stone you because you're claiming to be God. And Jesus straight up denies being God. He says, no, I'm the Son of God. And you are one. He says, I and my Father are one. The Trinitarians will always point to this verse. I and my Father are one. And then they want to stone him. The Jews want to stone him. They say, you're claiming to be God. And he says, no, I'm not. Didn't you read the Old Testament? Didn't you read where it says that you and the Father are one?
Yeah, you're Elohim.
We're all we're all one. You're a child. Well,
a unity,
right? Unless you're a child of Satan. If you go to John 7, you see that there's clearly people who are sons of God and sons of Satan. Those are not God's children.
Yeah, there will be a division between his seed and her seed.
Yeah, and he says,
to the Genesis reference.
Yeah, he says, it's not everything that I do is from my Father. And so all the verses when they'll point to John 1:1 and they'll say, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, why is there a delineation between two separate words? Why is the Word with God, but also the Word
Was God.
was God?
Yeah,
Right.
but see, the thing was though, I think what most people don't understand, the equivalent for L, is not ever found in the Greek. They don't ever use. They don't have an
See, and this
equivalent
is
for
what you
L in
did.
Greek.
This is what you did with Easy the other night, James. When we're talking about the New Testament, we're not talking about Hebrew. So Elohim is
We're
Hebrew.
not. But the thing is, though, the Hebrew scriptures is the basis for the New Testament.
Right. So it would be logos and theos. It would be logos and theos in Greek. Has nothing to do with Elohim. I don't know why you would bring.
But Theos is the Greek equivalent to Elohim, and they also use it in terms of referring to El as well, which is
Right, but
referring to El Shaddai, because El is usually referring to El Shaddai, the Father.
El Shaddai. Isn't that a song, Amy Grant or something?
Yeah, there's a song.
Coincidentally enough,
El
though, it does
Shaddai,
not
yeah.
El
translate to the
Shaddai.
council.
Every
There's a
now and
song.
then I get a little bit lonely and you never come around. El Shaddai. Sorry, I'm mixing up two songs.
Yeah, you're mixing up two songs. But there's a song called El Shaddai.
What's it, old school?
Okay,
Or
Acidic
wedding
song.
singer? Every now and then I get a little bit fucking lonely and you never come
Okay.
around.
Yes, let's not go that far off topic.
Turn around.
Turn around, bright eye.
Okay, can we get back on
Every
topic?
now and then I fall apart.
We had a fun moment, but let's get back on topic.
And I need you now tonight.
Now you're dodging.
I fucking
Now you're
need
doing
you
something called
more than ever.
dodging. This is what you call dodging, JS. Right here. This is dodging. It's a classic case of dodging.
I'm fucking drifting off together. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, let's get back to the subject at hand, though, about the El and the Elohim. But the thing is, though,
James, you've been bodied on this
Greek.
Elohim word like 5 times.
Well, I said Elohim a lot more than 5 times.
Move away from it. And I noticed when you translated the Greek version of the word council wasn't used once.
What do you mean the word council was not used once?
Like you said that the lokes or whatever the fuck the name that you guys were saying
Logos,
is
Logos and Theos.
Yeah,
Logos
that's the Greek version.
Yeah,
you said that that's the Greek version of Elohim.
Theos is referring to the heavenly council. Theos.
Okay.
Not Logos. Logos is word. Logos is not.
Also, when it says like God is like he moves through the word, it makes it sound like they're like talking about like his word is more physical than it is a word.
Well, the word
that's what they're trying
it's enarche en ho logos, kai ho logos, in pros ton theon, kai theos, in ho logos. That's word and God in Greek. Theos and theon. But so it separates the theon from the theos, the theos from the theon, and also there's no definitive article here. So, well, no, there is. It's the word, and the word was with God, but there's no.
Yeah, and the hoe is like the hay. I think if I remember right, it's equivalent to the hay in Hebrew. Just kind of like hay, depending on the context and context of hay, depending on the context in Greek. I think.
We seeing councils, JS.
Did I say definitive article? Definite article is what I meant to say.
It's definite article.
Yeah.
Are we seeing any mentions of councils, JS?
Well, again, the word theos, it's the Greek equivalent to the word Elohim.
I agree with well, I agree with the Nicene Creed.
You agree with the Nicene Creed?
Well, that's why, James. That's why I'm
getting
James. That's why I'm giving you shit, because when you gave a definition of theos and you say it's the Greek word for Elohim, you did not include the word council in the definition once.
I just
Your
don't see.
definition of Elohim is the word council.
I don't see how there's a problem with. So, and this is where I asked James.
Trinity now, JS, to clarify.
Well, no, I asked you the other night. Do you believe
Trinity,
that?
Though.
Do you believe that Jesus is create? There's no mention of the Trinity in the Nicene Creed.
Yeah, there is.
So there's God from God, God from God, and I don't disagree with that. I believe Jesus is a God.
Right.
Jesus is divine. Jesus is uncreated.
Or was it the council after Nicaea where they determined?
Yeah, everything that Council of Nicaea says, I agree with. My problem is where they jump from that to Jesus is God. Jesus is the Son of God, and that's what Jesus said.
Right.
So,
by his own admission, he is the Son of God. He is the Word of God. He is not God. He had said that many times.
yeah, they're gonna stone him for claiming to be God, and he says, "No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm the Son of God." Like, and also, when Jesus was crucified, they crucified him because they thought he was claiming to be God. But Jesus was crucified innocently. Jesus was innocent.
Innocent, exactly. Thank you. Yes, he was innocent. So if he was innocent, that means he was never claiming to be God.
He wasn't claiming to be God. He never claimed to be God.
Yeah, and also, I don't understand how Trinitarians argue that because the Pharisees thought he was claiming to be God, that's somehow a claim to be him being in a Trinity, because that's one of the arguments they use in their argument of the Trinity. But when the Pharisees kept misunderstanding Jesus all the time, every time, like without a shadow of a doubt.
No, Bibby and Sweater are going at it. Josh, please stop. You're embarrassing me. What did I do?
The singing.
I'm subscribed and pay monthly. Oh, are you not interesting? Are you a legit member? That's what's up. Thank you.
No, he's not.
He said I'm subscribed and pay monthly, so I don't know.
Yeah, I believe that blue dot is the first month, and if I'm not mistaken, he got a free membership not too long ago.
A gifted. Well, you better re-up. You better re-up that membership when time comes. You're gonna get a notification.
I gotta redo mine on the 3rd because I had to cut you for a little bit because money was tight this month. So
I don't even James,
Totally fucked it, James.
I don't even think you should be like super chatting people and doing things, but it's like expendable income. But if you want to send me your money, I'll take it. But
I don't really super chat here though on yours.
I know he's
I thought for the membership, I don't really super chat that much at all if you think about it. The only time I super chat is really on VK.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's
To
do what you want. Do what you want to do with your money. I don't care. But
and it's not.
James might have lost the Elohim debate, but he just mogged you there, JS. Absolutely destroyed.
Wait, what?
And it's just not the fact that I just had 2 things come up this month. It wasn't that.
No, don't worry. James, I'm not even.
James, there's no excuse for it, James. There's absolutely no excuse.
Yeah, what am I talking about? I need to work on my.
Yeah, we accepted your response, James. We accepted your response.
I need to work on my grifting skills, James. What are you doing? Not paying me every month.
True.
Well, I'm gonna start paying you regularly again on the 3rd.
What a loser!
That check comes in,
and that
you
will
don't
be
think
every
JS.
month based on the 3rd, because I'm trying to move everybody to the 3rd. That way, everybody's.
Dude, I don't care about your bills.
We're not trying to see it by the 4th. We need it by the 3rd.
Yeah.
It's $3 fucking, James. Just don't drink it.
Now, Lord Bibby.
Don't eat a sandwich.
Did Lord
Look,
Bibby just move to
it
a?
was someone else.
Did he
that
just
had
move
cut
to a
this
red
mouth.
star? Or no, he was already a red star. I think that's the
Yeah,
last. Yeah.
Yep.
Bibby's
Yeah.
the.
The
Yeah,
idea
Bibby's,
of
no speech.
singling out one individual and shaming them into sending you money.
Bibby's the oldest
Now-
member on the channel, and he didn't get gifted that. He's
Nope.
This poor James too. James, you better send the fucking money.
Look at you.
My mouse is malfunctioning.
Oh yeah. Now your mouse isn't working. Magically, yep. Now your payment device won't work. Magical. Funny how that works.
JS?
I mean, legit, my mouse ain't working. I don't know what's wrong with my mouse.
So, when the Stepfire thing happened, did you know you would pretty much be talking about this all night?
yeah. Well, we've kind of gone to other things too.
Yeah, but everything around it's all like parallel.
JS?
What's
all
up?
religious.
Like questioning now about like how you've gotten to exterior opinions from the mainstream beliefs.
Hold on. What's up, Varun?
My phone's battery is very low, so I need to go and recharge it. And it was a good conversation. Thank you for having me in this place.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
We're here every weekend. You can come
If
back
you,
if you want.
if you ever want to come on and tell me more about, I'm interested in learning about like Hinduism and all that stuff. But
Okay. Fine.
I don't
fine.
agree with it, but but it is interesting.
Definitely good. Yeah, you're definitely a good dude. And great conversation. Come back.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Later.
Goodbye.
I gotta figure out how to log out of my Discord. I hate when I have to do this. I don't know why. It used to be I could have multiple Discord accounts on my phone and I could just jump between them.
Dude, I wish he would have had more time to talk about which forms of like Hinduism he like follows and stuff, because he was talking about how like it gets HP Lovecraftian. So I'm wondering if he thinks that we're like meant to be consumed by a god. Like, because there's Hindus that believe that, like, we're like meant to acquire knowledge and experience, and then when we die, God consumes us.
So we're
We
like,
reincarnate a bunch of times, but once we acquire enough knowledge, He consumes us, so He becomes more powerful, and we become like one with Him. You can
And if
consider that a
you're-
good or a bad thing.
and if you're not like prime rib, if you're like a damn piece of spinach or something, you might get thrown out.
Yeah, and like you could see that as like a good or a bad thing. Like when you assimilate with that thing, do you go with all of your family? Is that heaven? Like but it sounds terrifying, but is it actually salvation? Who knows?
Yeah, if you think about it in that context,
Yeah.
does it actually mean salvation? I mean, it seems like it's an eternal suffering, but is it salvation?
Yeah,
Like how
everyone you've ever known is there.
right, surrounded by all your
Sounds
loved ones.
spooky. Sounds spooky. Just saying.
I mean, yeah, that's crazy.
I gotta go to the store and get more beer, so I'm gonna keep streaming. I probably got another like 5 hours in me, so.
Wait. Yeah, no, that's actually the types of conversations I like getting into, is like the cosmic horror that can go into religion. Because there is like
Right.
some like crazy perspectives you could start to come up with, which is like the idea of that, like humans being farmed for consumption and shit like that. Like you could almost create like a Monsters Inc. story too, where like our emotions get farmed and they like suck experiences out of us.
Yeah, and I don't know why with free will people get so wrapped around accountability. Like it's like the thief on the cross, Paul was murdering Christians, and he was a son of God, and once he hit that point, he stopped. The thief on the cross, he was a criminal, but in the last seconds, and that's what forgiveness is, and the forgiveness was already predetermined. God already knew the thief on the cross was going to come to him. God already knew Paul was going to come to him. This was
Why you put him on the cross?
yeah.
So how do you feel about Judas?
God will use us for as tools for, and this is why I brought up Pharaoh hours and hours and hours ago in this conversation. I said
I'll be right back.
Pharaoh wanted to release the Israelites, and God said no. Sometimes God will the opposite of what we think is good. So it's like it would be good of Pharaoh to be like, "Oh, you just turned my waters to blood. So I'm going to be like, let these Israelites go. I'm going to free the Israelites." And that's what Pharaoh wanted to do. He was going to do that multiple times, and God said, "Nope, I'm going to harden his heart, and I'm going to make an example out of Pharaoh." And
some of the stories can be cooler too. Like, so like think about like Judas. I like the idea of an interpretation of Judas, where like Jesus says, "One of you are going to betray me," and he looks amongst the other disciples and he realizes it's me. I'm gonna do it. And then he goes through with it. And through doing that, he's actually being the most loyal to Jesus out of all of them.
yeah, I brought this up too. I said it was actually good that Judas betrayed Christ, because and this is when we get into the ifs.
Imagine how
if
hard
ifs
that
were
must have
fists, we'd
been.
all be drunk.
Or
if the frog didn't have a
imagine
glass
if it-
ass, he wouldn't have broke it when he jumped. Like,
If he wasn't evil as they depicted him, imagine how hard that would be for a man to realize, I have to be the one. I have to turn him in.
well, yeah, and if you believe in free will, you have to think that when Jesus said that, then all these people at the table were like
Had the ability to stop it.
yeah, they could have all just said, "No, we're not going to do that." But
Well, even
in
peace
reality, Jesus already knew that Judas was going to betray him, and God already knew that Judas was going to betray him. And that was part of the plan, and that was for the good. It seems bad, it seems evil, it seems like Judas this hateful guy, and Judas killed himself because of the guilt. But that's all part of the plan. Like, that's,
So then here's a question for you. Well, exactly. You don't necessarily believe that, but then I'm just saying other sects believe then Judas went to hell because he killed himself. Then, right? Because he committed the ultimate sin.
Yeah, a lot of Christians believe that, and actually, shout out Lord Bibby. Lord Bibby messaged me the other day. It's like a month ago, but he messaged me. He's like, "What do you think about Judas? Do you think Christians are too hard on Judas?" And I had to think about it for a while, and I was like, "Yeah, they are, because like he was part of the plan." Yeah,
I mean, did he? I mean, in a sense, did he not make the ultimate sacrifice then? If that's what they believe?
He said, "One of you will betray me." The rest of them sat there and said, "No, I could never."
Right. That's what I mean.
Judas said,
he gave up his soul.
I could.
He gave up his soul and in his possible eternal seat in heaven. He gave up those two things that he was, because he was follower of Jesus. He gave up those two things to forsake Jesus, and then later send himself to prison, or to hell. So then, an eternal prison, I guess. He sent himself there, so then Jesus could be crucified for all man's sins. So then, wouldn't you say that Judas made the sacrifice as well?
Yeah, or the other way to think about it is Judas was never really a disciple of Jesus. He was never really a son of God.
Okay.
Like, from the beginning, he was created to be this basically his father is Satan.
In that moment, he realized it was his role.
And yes, and from the moment Jesus met him, Jesus said, "This is going to be the guy that he's not part of our fold, but we're going to bring him in because it's part of the story. It's how it's how things play out." And
see, but I don't understand the idea of thinking like omni knowledge though, and you think God has only existed as one person.
Wait, say that again. So, omniscience.
Like Yeah. For God to make sense in my mind, he would have to know what it's like to be you right now and look through your eyes. If he doesn't know that, he doesn't know everything. If he doesn't know what it's like to be me right now, Blackout right now, James right now, then he doesn't know everything. He has to experience every single life. That's the only way a God could be all-knowing. And he'd have to be doing it all at one time, which would also make him ascend time, which does go to the idea that you guys put forward. But that's the only way an omniscient God would make any sense to me, is that he is everything.
Right. Yep. That's what they say. God is everything.
And
God
like
is in
everything, and the way you talk about like how things are a story, it's all a story because for him to be God and experience everything, he has to go through everything. So that's why there's so many bad things, because he has to experience all the bad stuff and he has to experience all the good stuff. Because it's the only way to be God. Without that, he's God of what? He's God of this realm of understanding. So he has to understand everything here.
I gotta go.
If he created it though, then wouldn't he understand it though?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is I think you would have to play every role. You would have to be the kid and also the ants that he stomped on to fully understand what it's like to be God.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And that goes back to God eating you.
I think it's all one reincarnation cycle. Like it's all just one being reincarnating over and over and over and over again and acquiring different sets of knowledge from each life that it lives to acquire the overall knowledge, which is God, which omnipresently exists over time, but we're within time, so it's hard to understand.
Right.
But
So
like,
then do you believe that for you yourself, do you believe that you are in a repetition, like a constant state of being?
it leads to the idea of an entire oneness, that basically me, you, and JS are all the exact same being, living different existences, so it can understand what it's like to live all of those different existences.
But then the question goes to then what exists outside that being. So what happens after we cease to exist here in this plane sense?
Well, after the reincarnation cycle's over,
yeah,
maybe it loops. I don't. That's something. That's a question I can never answer.
Right, no, I get it. I understand what you're saying. But no. So that's what I was wondering is if you thought maybe it looped.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what I understand, scientifically, the universe does not rubber band. It does not retract in on itself and then recreate the process. But there could still be some form of looping. But
what if our understanding of the Earth and science in general is locked in this same loop? Like,
I mean, there could be a whole nother story. Like there could be. Imagine God so powerful. This universe is one story, and once you're done with this story, you move to the other one.
Like the multiverse type thing.
And I'm not even trying to say like there are multiverses. I'm trying to say like imagine a child playing with a toy box. That's what a universe would be to a god.
Mm-hmm. But then if we are part of that god, then do we move to the next toy box?
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe if there are other toys, then I would think that to be God of all of those toys, he would have to be in every single one of those boxes. He'd have to experience it all. Like maybe this is the only story, and like I said, maybe it repeats over and over. Or maybe there's an end zone that we all reach, where we all become oneness. But I don't know. I couldn't. Yeah, that's something I couldn't tell you. That's my interpretation of how an omnipresent God would have to work. It would have to experience everything. It couldn't just experience just Jesus Christ's life and say, I know what it's like to be you.
Right. True. I agree. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The end of the anime Hellsing, there's this really cool interpretation where he spends the whole anime, he's angry because like a member of his family got like sexually assaulted and murdered or something. He's like Dracula. But he like denounces God and he kills demons and vampires, but he still like denounces and curses God. And he wonders why God is constantly ignoring him, why he did these things to him. And then once he becomes God, he has to judge everyone's soul. This happens at the end of the anime. He becomes God. And he judges everyone's soul in existence, and then he finally gets to his soul. Yeah, he gets to his own soul, and he realizes how evil he is, and how just one bad thing happening to him led to him becoming such an evil person, and how he doesn't deserve forgiveness. But like I believe in that type of like it's like something it's hard to understand, but like it's an experience all happening at once by one thing, but it's multiple things. And like
No, not.
But but to be fair, I haven't looked into deeply into like where they get the idea of him being omnipresent though. Sometimes I kind of wonder about the whole omnipresence.
yeah, well, it's because like when you think back to writing omni anything is kind of hard to do. It's hard to conceive what all knowing is, what like what all power is.
What did you say they were earlier? They were omniscient, omnipresent.
Well, it used to be omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. So,
Omnipotent.
What
yeah, omniscient is all knowing, omnipresent is everywhere all the time. So God knows everything, he's everywhere all the time, outside of time, all the times. In the past, the present, the future, at the same time, all the time. And then omnipotent is all powerful. But if you listen to like YouTube and stuff like that, you'll hear now they say omnibenevolent, which means all good. And
right. But then that's where I get lost in that one.
Yeah, how can you be all knowing but only know how to be good?
Right, but then you ask them what good is, and they're like, well, God is good. So then if he's all God, what? Like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the omnibenevolent one. I do think God is all good, but then that's when we get into the discussion of what is good and what is evil. Well, good is what God says.
Yeah, and I actually like the interpretation you started leaning on, which is to try to understand from a human perspective what a God would deem good and bad and what is right and wrong is the most ignorant perspective you could have while going into the conversation.
100%, exactly. I agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't like doing that, but then people will, because we get emotional. We're human. We think, well, babies are getting murdered, and it's like, why would God allow something like that to happen? And the way I resolve that is I say, well, it's just his plan. That's just
exactly. Because on the flip side of that, if it's happening to you, like if your child dies and you have the Christian faith and you have a lot of people around you that are really religious, what do they tell you? They tell you it was part of God's plan.
You have to hope this is part of God's plan. It might be confusing right now, but you just have to hope.
Yeah, but what's the purpose of all that, though?
Exactly.
I never could get behind the idea that it's God's plan for the baby to be murdered. I could never.
Right, James. Right. What's the purpose? And that's the whole point. Is there is no way that you could fathom the purpose.
Yeah, and that's where my entrance of what I was saying, I believe, enters into what the purpose is. Which is
the purpose of why we suffer.
I believe God has to experience what it's like to experience wickedness and to experience goodness.
No.
Yeah, but the reason we
some famous atheist asked William Lane Craig, I think, what is one thing that would make you turn away from God and make you stop believing in God and stop believing in all of this? And he said, if my child died. And that's an answer for a lot of people. Like, if
I will say that's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah, but
Well, it's fake faith. And wait. Can we go ahead and concede? Because this is a big thing to point out. A big thing to point out. That is fake faith. When the Abrahamic faiths were founded, they were founded underneath the idea Abraham was willing to kill his own child for his beliefs.
I agree. I agree.
If my child dies, I'm going to quit believing. I will kill my child for my beliefs.
Facts. Yes.
They have it completely twisted. It's backwards.
Well, and even in that story of Abraham and Isaac, Abraham has so much faith that he tells the
He
kids,
knows they'll be fine.
Yeah, he tells them there's
We'll be
other
right
kids
back.
that he leaves behind, and he says, "We'll be right back." He says, "We'll be right back." God
He
will
fully
provide.
intends to stab his son.
He knew God would.
He knew God, though, and plus, it's
mind.
not the same as saying that you for sure had your child taken away, because Abraham did have his child taken away. You can't
If he
compare
plunged
Abraham
that knife
to someone's
into
child
his
actually
son,
being taken away.
his son would have been okay. It was going to work out no matter what. Even if God allowed him to stab his son was going to be okay. Because that's how much faith Abraham had. It's a hard thing to understand, and that's why they make it such a drastic story. The idea of killing your own child.
For your faith.
Yeah, because this is where people will go. Well, why do kids get killed? Well, why does God command people to kill their kids? Like, it's this problem of evil is not really a problem when you understand that we're just characters in a story that's already been written.
A lot of the people that go through that afterwards will even say, once they get over it and they start to do better, you never truly get over, but when they start to do better, they'll even say, I realize it was wrong then too, because what am I doing? Am I going to wish it on somebody else's kids? Like, it's terrible that it happened to mine.
Absolutely.
Do I wish that it was somebody else?
Nope.
I just don't get why God would want us to suffer, though. Why?
And to me, free will
doesn't want you to, James. Just people do. People do.
Free will would drive me crazy.
God said that you have to, because it's predetermined.
Because that is existence. That is the universe that we exist within.
No,
he can't stop our universe from
God
existing.
had the ability to make a universe that didn't have that.
Listen,
why
James,
God knows, God determines.
James,
I'm not a parent.
God suffers.
I'm not a parent, but if my kid died, I would be tortured for the rest of my life. If I believed in free will, I would go crazy thinking, why wasn't I there? Why didn't I could have done this. I could have, let's say the kid gets hit by a car or something. I could have pulled the kid back. Maybe I should have been walking in front of them. Maybe all these different things. None of that is possible. None of that matters. Like, that's not how it happens. And
well, it doesn't drive you crazy forever, like when something like that happens, because it drove me crazy.
Yeah, I've been driven crazy by the story I told.
Hold on, when my friend committed self-deletion, it drove me crazier, a lot more crazier, closer to then. But now it's getting to be a lot more easier to understand that there's nothing I could have done because of the fact.
Wait, James, you realize there's a lot of parents that have killed themselves after losing their children, right?
Well, I guess they didn't have the therapy system and people around them that were supporting them.
When your friend did that, James, did you feel any regret about maybe you should have reached out? Maybe you should have.
Well, I felt regret.
We should have been there for him.
3 days. I seen him 3 days before he did it at work, and then I didn't talk to him enough because I was trying to hurry up and get back to work because I'd been getting onto about cleaning that spot. It was back when I was working at Walmart.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were in my stream, James. I was streaming and I got a text on my phone that said one of my friends had died from an overdose, which I always say an overdose is a suicide. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but it's but the thing was, in my case, he he wanted. I thought he wanted to say something. Looking back on it,
James,
and I wasn't.
Yeah,
And I
I
didn't give
know.
him
I've,
time to
I've
say
looked back
something. I
at it
met
too.
him. I don't know if you met your friend that like
James,
a couple days
No, my
before
friend was trying to live with me. He was saying, I'm homeless. I just lost my wife and I just lost my kids and I need a place
Oh,
to go. Can I come stay at your house? And I said, if you can make your way out here and stay clean from drugs, you can stay at my house. And then I didn't hear from him. And a month later, he was dead. So, like, but I can't drive myself crazy thinking, what if I would have bought him a plane ticket? What if I would have bought him a bus ticket?
yeah, but let
Like,
me say, it's
wouldn't
getting
be you.
easier. I'm not
what if
saying
I would
that
That's
have?
the best
What if I
answer. Is
would have
that
bought him a
even you
bus
wouldn't be
ticket?
you.
it hurts. It hurts a lot at the beginning, though, but it doesn't last forever. It gets easier over time.
Right, but what if I would have bought him a bus
Done.
ticket and then he would have came here and we would have both started doing drugs and we both would have ended up dead? Like the what if can. There is no what if. It is what it is.
No, it isn't is what it is because I don't think God is that cruel. I don't see God as a cruel.
But he is, James, because you don't. Just because, James, just
That's
because you don't.
cruel.
Hold on, I know, James. Just because you don't know the reason behind it doesn't mean it's cruel. For all you know,
Doesn't mean
for all
it's
you
cruel.
hold on, 1 second, James. For all you know, and I'm sorry you lost your friend that way. Nobody should go that way. I think that's the ultimate selfish act ever. But
I lost two friends and an uncle that way.
right,
Actually,
I feel really bad. But for all you know,
within a 2 month
1 second,
span.
James. Let me finish what I'm saying. For all you know, is those deaths caused other people to get stronger in faith. Maybe it helped them find God. Like you don't know because you're only seeing it from your perspective. And you're right, you are suffering. But isn't that what part of God's plan is for you to suffer as a human?
Well, technically, when my first friend did everything, that was when I started taking the Bible a lot more serious.
Exactly. So it strengthened your faith.
Well, they manage paper wraps.
So maybe what if that one life?
That I would equate to what Satan meant for evil, God makes for good. I wouldn't equate it. I wouldn't equate it to saying that that it would mean that he didn't have no other option because God always gives
Sorry,
people
guys.
a
I
way
thought I was
out.
muted.
It talks about that in Scripture that God gives people ways out. You can't overlook the Scriptures that talk about free will.
But James,
People
but could it have
Again,
it goes
You
back
can't
to
overlook that. If you do, then you're denying the
could it have
Scripture.
ended? Right? Could his life?
That's why. Wait.
Any
So
other
give me a
life
second.
in any other way?
Give me a second. Because I want to go back to where we started here with this on JS. So JS, what did you think about my the dual universe theory? The idea that there is a path where you accept the will of God, or you deny it and you get battered and bruised, but you still wind up following it.
yeah, I've been close to saying we have free will in one choice, and that's whether we serve God or we serve the earth, serve Satan.
It's not even.
But I've thought about it, and no, I don't think so. I don't even think we have that.
I've said this a million different times. If you want to prove that free will exists to me, then show me more than one way to God, and I will take you up on that 100%. If there's more than one way,
free will doesn't necessarily dictate that there has to be more than one way to God.
in my belief system, it does, James. In the way that I think of it, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I should be able to. I should be able to believe in Buddhism and freely will myself to heaven.
Let's go more deep into that. What's your idea of free will, King?
My idea of free will is. So yeah, okay. So there's multiple definitions. Which one do you want to use?
What do you mean by multiple definitions?
Well,
we did this earlier tonight.
There's tons of different definitions.
Well, which one do you choose? Is the question.
I would align myself with the philosophical one because that's the one that, to me, it's the easiest to disprove that exists. It just exists. Yeah. Well, Echo.
Okay, so what's that one to?
That one is it's the how can I it's the ability to make choices without outside interference or interference. I'll just say that with outside interferences or I think we'll go with that.
Influences, like without
that's
influence.
pretty much the standard definition if you Google it right now.
Well, hopefully in free will you can make choice, but you're gonna have an influence, but you can choose whether or not to take in that influence or not. That's my basic definition of.
Right, but I don't believe that I don't believe that because just in general, it just if you want to go with your ability to choice overall is you're always enacting your choices and basing your things with God in mind. You're always thinking, I'm going to try to enact His will. I'm going to follow His commandments. So that to me,
if you choose to, if you
right,
choose
but
to.
exactly. And what is the other option, James?
Cool.
That you don't, and you go whatever direction you want to go.
Right,
not
and
the
then you
direction
die.
that God wants you to go because you become like your
right, exactly. So you do God's will.
Satan wants you to become wants you to think of yourself as a God.
Right, but James, you do God's will, you get into heaven. You do your will, you go into hell. So what are you talking about? How does that equate to free will?
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said you do. Well, no, hell. You don't go to hell because everybody goes that. Everybody goes to hell because hell is the grave. You don't. You mean you're talking about the eternal fire? You go.
No.
Whatever, James. Whatever you want to call it.
The grave is not hell.
For eternity.
Whatever you want to call it, James. Whatever you want to call it.
The fire is the place where you die for eternity and you're in it.
That's what I'm talking about. The eternal damnation. Eternal life or eternal damnation. It doesn't sound like to me I have a whole hell of a lot of choices. It sounds like I have one.
James doesn't believe in eternal damnation.
Well, it is technically eternal damnation, but it's not in the sense of.
Remember, that's what we were listening to last night. Was James believes in obliteration?
But I believe in eternal damnation. That it's eternal and you're damned, but you don't burn, but you burn forever. You just burn up. You don't burn, but you burn forever.
Wait. So then you just burn up and then you just cease to exist?
You cease to exist because you have no eternal life. You have a basis of being able to exist forever in the fire. You have no eternal life. You have to have that basis in order to exist forever in the fire.
So then, hold on. So then the people who commit the most heinous acts and the most heinous crimes, they just
little mustache man, he's just gonna burn up and cease to exist. And
then that's it. He doesn't get eternal suffering.
He gets tortured while he's in the grave because there's a holding place where they get tortured.
For how long? For how long, James?
Until the resurrection. Whenever the resurrection of the dead is. I don't know when that is.
Now you're talking about the holding place, JS. You hear this shit?
Only the Father knows when the resurrection.
We can't hear you, JS. There's something wrong with how you're coming through.
But yeah,
no, he wasn't muted. He unmuted. It just wasn't working.
In the grave, from my understanding.
Sorry, what was that, James? One more time.
There's a little place, according to my understanding, is they get tortured in the grave, and a little place where the spirit is held until the resurrection.
Yeah, I think that's stupid. That doesn't happen.
That's craziness. But I see. I get more of an idea of what you're saying now.
Yeah,
I get why people used to believe it because there was a feeling for it needing
at the end when they go into the fire, then it would be burn forever. That doesn't make any sense. You burn and get tortured forever. How?
James. James. As a little kid, when they sat you down in Sunday school and they told you God is love, God is greatness, God is all the light. Hell, eternal damnation, is this fiery place where you go if you don't follow all of these commandments and all of God's rules.
Yeah,
as a child, hold on. As a child, do you think of it as this metaphysical place that kind of exists on a weird plane or that happens to you in your grave? No. You immediately get in this head that you're going to be fire, hot, burning forever and eternally. And then from that point on,
I think it would be like being locked in a terrible mental space forever.
Right. It immediately from that point on, that immediately influences every choice then you make it the rest of your life because you're either scared to go into this fire or you want to go to all the light. Like that's what I'm saying. It's not a free choice because as soon as you go in there and they sit that into your brain as a child, that's when it's mostly introduced. Religion is mostly introduced to children. Well, I guess some people do find it later in life, But most commonly, you introduce it to people when they're children, and that's why, because then their mind can be shaped and molded into these beliefs.
Yeah, but the more I drove away,
they use fear.
But
yeah,
fuck
but
it,
the more I
man.
drove away
I'm
from
starting to
that idea,
realize
the
James
more I
already
became
based.
closer to
He might not
God
agree with us
because
on
I feel more
everything,
love from
but
God than I
James
do
is already
fear.
doing questioning.
Because coming from that perspective of being in a Protestant church and having that fear driven into me, that drew me far away from God. That took me away from Him.
Right.
I didn't
That's what I
feel
was
the
saying.
love
That's
of
why
God.
I can be so chill about this shit, because I feel like we're all the same being on different journeys, and we're meant to be on those journeys. So like James representing what he represents is like meant to, that it's what he's meant to represent. So it's like I would never try to change James, because it's like, to me it's futile.
Right.
And that's like, I hope that one day you can understand what we're saying, and I get it's confusing to you now, but it seems like you're already on the path where you're starting to question things and become more aware about stuff that you didn't question before. Because I'm not even telling you that we are right. I'm not telling you that it's because we are right and you are wrong. I'm saying it's because I don't think that you are open-minded enough to understanding some of the concepts that we're bringing up.
Well, I've been questioning things for a long time. I've been questioning things since I was a kid, because I used to question the pastor every once in a while about Matthew 5:17.
First time I talked to
you. Did you say JS? You cut out.
Yeah, we can't hear anything JS is saying.
Check. Can you hear that?
All right, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I said I knew that the first time I talked to you, James. The first time I talked to you, and I said, you're going to keep going down this path of trying to find the right denomination. And eventually you're going to realize
there's no right path. Yeah, the path is muddied, and it's meant to be muddied.
Denomination in the Bible. I've always knew that, because there's no denomination in the Bible.
Right.
I'm just trying to find the denomination that most fits what the Bible is saying.
It's human.
You're looking for the easy path.
Right, and James, I'm telling you, there isn't one.
There's no easy path. You have to figure it all out yourself.
You can go in and you can sit with each denomination, and they're all going to have little things that you're going to connect with. And I think that goes back to what the other Azvaron or whatever his name was, he was saying, how it's part of each religion to create the ultimate religion, because they all have bits and pieces of the same ideals and the same concepts, but then they go off in their own sects and it gets skewed, and they put it in their own languages and their own beliefs and their own ideals of what God should be. And
I think the story of the Tower of Babel is beyond language. I think it was a divide of religion and culture too.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's why.
Based on that idea that every religion is the same, then how far?
No.
Do you stop
saying not that they're the same. Not that they're the same.
Do you start saying God's not
they're
real?
all not that they're the same.
They all lead to God, but then when do you start saying God's not real?
Yes, it all leads to God. Yes, that is what the claim is then.
Yeah, but they're all the same. They all lead to God.
It's not all the same.
But the same. Yeah, but the same in the sense of they all believe to God, not that they literally.
Okay, so James, imagine you're driving down the road. There's a place that you're heading. There's 3 different roads that lead to the same place. Are all of those roads the same?
Yeah, but that's not there's a problem with that, though. The Bible clearly says there's only one way to God, and that's through Jesus.
Exactly. So wait. So then we lead into the other question. So do you think if somebody is born in an Arabic nation, they just go to hell? They weren't introduced to Christ, so they just go to hell.
That's part of the misconception of what hell is, though.
I agree with what James is saying more than
hell is James. Yeah,
more than what Goon's saying. I agree with what James is saying, but James, it's seek God in His right way, along with nothing else, and everything else will be added to you. That includes knowledge. That includes understanding. We don't choose what we know. It gets added.
I'm like fighting with the Hindu guy.
Well, we choose to take that knowledge, though, because the knowledge.
The Hindu guy was spitting, bro. I was like,
the beginning of knowledge is the reverence. To revere God.
It doesn't say seek a denomination. It doesn't say seek Lutheran.
seek Calvinism, seek Orthodoxy, seek Catholicism.
No, it
None of that stuff
doesn't. It
even
doesn't say that.
none of
There's
that
no
stuff even existed.
denominations. I've already said I agree that there's no denominations in the Bible.
James, then let him finish what he's saying, James.
Yeah. So I'm just saying you seek God in his right way, along with nothing else. And so,
well, maybe the reason I'm going to all these denominations is to take, as far as the Christian denominations, is to take the bits and pieces that line up with the Bible.
yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier to the Hindu guy. I was saying,
but I can't go to other
there's so many things. There's so many things that all these cultures and all these nations agree on.
But not other religions though. Christianity is one thing.
Like the Asians had a flood. There's Gilgamesh. There's Yu the Great with the Great Flood of China. There's all these cultures. They all have these flood stories.
Sorry, Jess, but you're breaking in and out.
Oh, sorry. You guys keep talking. I'll be home soon.
Yeah, it's because he's walking.
But yeah, they all have flood myths. But the thing is, not all the flood myths were the same because it was mentioned earlier. One of them only had a flood myth where there were 2 people that came out of the flood. But then that's not the thing about the Bible. The Bible.
Hey, James, I know, but you're getting lost.
Narrative says that.
James, you're getting lost. James, you're getting lost in the particulars of the fact that there was only 2 people, or that it was Noah, and that was the fact is.
Well, the particulars matter.
Hold on, no. The fact is that there was a flood. There's all these other cultures. They all believe in a flood. That was what JS is pointing to. It's the fact that there's a flood. It's not the fact that this guy believes that there's 2. That's what I'm saying. Is everybody brought their own little.
Matter though.
I know, James, but that's what I'm saying is that's where things are going to be breaking different from each sect and each different religion. Is they all have different all across. There's an overall.
The best question for that is: do the details matter to God, James, or do they just matter to you?
Yes, they matter to God. Why else would he write them in a? Why else would he inspire people to write them in a book?
No, you're gonna have to support that. You're gonna have to support that.
People write them in a book if it didn't matter to him.
Then why do the books? Why do the books go against each other then?
What do you mean the books go against each other? How do you mean?
What, you think that God is incapable of influencing another religion? His power just stops at Christians and Catholics and Jews?
Well, you know what the Bible talks about how other religions came to be?
No.
Demons.
Okay. So then why doesn't God just all of religion?
That's why there's a whole school of misunderstanding of what the idea of Elohim means.
I'm not even trying to brain rupture you on this, but you even kind of said it earlier. You don't understand why Satan exists, dude. Why is he still around?
Talking about
think about it. Stop getting angry. Stop. Think about it. Why doesn't God Thanos snap? Why doesn't God Thanos snap Satan?
Stop, Goon. Not from my worldview. I'll talk from JS's worldview.
No, I'm talking from your worldview. Because in your worldview.
When did I ever say from my worldview? I didn't understand why Satan existed.
No, I'm claiming that because your worldview doesn't account for him. You're saying that God is. You're saying that he has all power. Just shut up and listen. You're saying he has all power, but then you're saying that pedophilia exists and God can't stop it. Why can't he stop it, James? He has the power to do anything.
Well, again, I haven't looked into I haven't did a deep dive on where to get the idea of he's all powerful. Technically,
exactly, because if he's all powerful, why can't he just?
I was raised to believe that he was
James,
all powerful.
Exactly. Why can't he get rid of Satan immediately? He could just get rid of him if he's all powerful.
Just because he's all powerful doesn't mean he can't give us free will to have choices in Satan.
No, this isn't about free will. I'm asking you, why do you think there's an antagonist?
Free will. It ultimately goes to free will.
Why is there an antagonist?
How can he stop it? He chose to give people free will, though. That was how
you're going on about free will because you're brain locked about the question I'm asking you.
No,
why is there an antagonist?
Would go to free will because in his
what is the need for an antagonist, James?
What?
In a world with an all-powerful God, what's the need for an antagonist?
Well, again, I've never done a deep dive on where to get the idea that he's all-powerful.
Okay, James. All right, stop.
I believe that simply because I was raised like that. I'm still not fully done a deep dive on every area that far as
Right,
what I
James.
was based on yet.
Let me
There's
walk.
so
James,
much stuff to look into
James,
as far as the scriptures.
James, answer
I
just a
haven't
couple
looked at it
questions.
all. I can't take it
James,
all in one day. It,
James,
it takes a long time.
James, did God create everything?
Did God create everything?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute.
In your
Wait a
worldview, did God
minute. Wait a minute. Jesus created.
Okay, Jesus created, but God created through Jesus, correct?
Wait,
Yeah, the Almighty created through Jesus. El
Okay,
Shaddai
great.
created
Okay, so
through
God
Jesus.
created everything.
So
Good
God
job.
created everything, right? Okay.
Well,
So
El Shaddai
hold
created
on.
everything. That's the thing. You're using the word God when God isn't really an accurate translation. From my
Okay.
understanding.
Didn't you just say the other day that Jesus is a creation?
No, I said he's eternal with the Father. I never said that.
Right.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that there can't be two
Wait,
separate beings,
okay.
though.
So then, right,
That's
okay, no,
okay.
that's
That's
two separate beings. I'm with you.
not
Two separate
Unitarian.
beings, but you're saying that Jesus
Or-
created everything. So Jesus created Adam and Eve.
What?
So Jesus created Adam and Eve then?
Yeah, Jesus
Was
created
Jesus-
Adam and Eve, yeah. But although Jesus could have been created too, there's a possibility the Unitarian, like pure Unitarian, is a possibility too. But I haven't really
Yeah,
done enough deep dive
Unitarians
on.
believe Jesus was created. They don't believe that he was uncreated.
I haven't done enough of a deep dive on to know exactly.
Oh, wait, did you even
every
realize what
detail.
the point of
I
me
know it's not
asking
the
you that,
Trinity,
James,
though,
was?
Yeah, go back to Goose. Anyway.
Yeah, James, did you realize the point of me asking you this?
What?
Because if I ask JS this question, he will say, we don't have free will, it's part of God's plan. Satan exists because God wills him to exist, and that is a better answer than your I don't know.
Well,
I'm gonna have to go read.
Again, I haven't done a deep
And you
dive.
sit here,
on-
wait, no, listen. And you sit here all night going, JS, I don't get how you could believe this. I don't understand what you're saying, but you literally don't have a belief behind this.
Well, I haven't done a deep dive on the part of the far as the Almighty, the all powerful. I mean, not the Almighty, the all powerful.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like what you've been performing in is just
deep dive on the
gotchas. You
free
have
will
no
part, though.
perspective.
I've done enough of a deep dive on the free will part to believe in free will, though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's trying to answer this question. So that's why he has this perspective. And it's a hard question to answer. Why do bad things happen? Why would an all good, almighty God permit bad things to happen?
Yeah, but I can't see, based on the verses in the Bible that talk about free will and how there's free will, how there could be a not free will, though. And also see how God could also be just. And
that would have to, like, so you can go ahead and do your readings. You need to figure out, you can do your readings. You need to figure out if you believe God is all powerful or not. Because that is a large central question behind understanding your belief around God.
Yeah, I'm surprised you acknowledge that God's all knowing, right, James?
Okay, I mean, I understand that. I've done said that I haven't done a deep dive on that, though.
But you never heard.
I'm not religious. I'm not telling you because I know more than you. I'm just saying because if you can't answer these questions, you're going to be lost on the subject. These are things you should be thinking about. It's not something you need to think our way about, but you need to think about. Is God omnipresent? Does he know everything? Does that line up with what I know about the Bible? How does that make me feel?
Right.
These are things you need to be asking me.
Right. Otherwise, James, you're doing exactly what you just said you were doing with the Trinity, and you're just following it blindly.
Yeah, and I've thought about it some, but I haven't really done a deep dive on it. But based on the verses that I have seen about the whole far as the omnipresent part, I don't think he's actually omnipresent. I don't think the Father.
Yeah, I would agree
left.
with you. I would actually agree with you. I don't think God actually is omnipresent in the Bible. There's points where they show clear limitation.
Yeah, because I don't think the Father's ever left heaven. I think
But that goes against like what a lot of people say. But I also wouldn't believe in a God who's not all powerful. So I would reject that interpretation of a God.
Exactly.
Well, that's
Right.
not
Yeah.
part of the omnipresent part. I didn't say anything about the
Well, that
all
That's the
powerful
funny
though.
part. Yeah, I agree with you there, dude. I would reject
so
I
the
would then reject a God who isn't all powerful, because then what is he?
the omnipresence comes from the idea that if
Well,
God
why does it have to
created
be all powerful though in order to be a?
the, let me answer
I mean, unless all
the
powerful.
omnipresence,
All powerful. Even if he was all powerful, it wouldn't necessarily insinuate that
James.
he had
The
to
omnipresence comes
intervene. He could
from
still give us free will,
if.
though, right?
Do you believe
Through
God
all
created
things,
time?
although being all
He
powerful.
could, yeah.
He's
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong on it. I'm just saying that these are the questions that you're asking
Which I
right now.
think
You
is the
should
case.
like
They gives us free will while being all powerful, though,
this
because
week
he's
take
free
some
James.
extra
will.
time.
The
Just
only
literally
well,
just
Oh, I'm
look
on
into
mute.
it.
I'm on mute. I
even
didn't
go
realize I was on mute this whole time. James,
to even go
Unless
further on that, James.
the
James, even go,
hey, through the
omnipresence.
further on
Son.
that. If he's not James, if he's not all powerful, then he's not able to grant you free will.
Well, and here's the other thing, James. Do you believe that God created time, or
Well, again, the creator is Jesus, not because
I don't know why you keep saying that. Like I believe that God.
The Almighty created through Jesus.
My brain. That one flips my brain though, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Jesus was with God when he created, and that's why God says us, or he's talking about let us create them in our image, and so Jesus was with God.
Through the Son, all things were created.
But
John
if
talks about
God,
that.
is creating through Jesus, Jesus isn't actually creating. He's
Also,
just
the us is closer to like two Siamese twins with attached brains than it is to like two actual individual beings.
So the Almighty is the actual creator, but then the Son.
Anyway,
James,
forget all that. The omnipresent.
Well, real quick, JS, take
Go
this
ahead.
analogy, James. Is a guy's building, a person's building a doghouse, right? He's using the hammer to build the doghouse.
So
Did the
Jesus
hammer
is
build
the
the doghouse?
hammer,
Right. Yes, Jesus is the hammer. God is the carpenter.
and the Almighty is like the manager, right? Or the car. Oh.
The carpenter. Yes, he's the one
Why would he be
swinging
the
the hammer.
carpenter? Because the carpenter does.
So the hammer. So then the hammer created the doghouse, but it was actually really the carpenter who did it because he was just swinging the tool. So
Oh,
Jesus was the tool.
okay.
Jesus was the tool that God used to create things, but it was still comes to God creating it.
Okay. Which that could be why. That could be why Jesus was a carpenter, though. Maybe Jesus chose. Maybe he was chosen to.
Yeah, that was just an analogy.
The Almighty was trying to make a point, and he chose the carpenter.
That's what I think that also. That's what I think the interpretation is for like when God created it, he worked through his word. Like the idea is like, let's say God says the speed of light is this speed, and that because he says it, it becomes true. It becomes physical. His word is more than just word. It's a physical nature. He sets law.
But hold on, James, the reason that we say omnipresent everywhere all the time, do you think that because if God created the physical world and time, then God must be outside of time and physicality. So God is outside of physical and he's outside of time. So he is omnipresent.
Yeah, he should be able to smash everything like a bug if he felt like it.
He could, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's everywhere all the time, all knowing.
He won't. Yeah, he won't, but he could. He won't, but he could.
Like everywhere all the time. Like he's literally because when I think like everywhere.
And I could give you a.
He knows when you're awake.
Because when I think of everywhere, I'm thinking he's like completely across the earth. Like no matter where you go, God's spirit is just there.
Do you think you could hide from God somewhere? Is there somewhere where you could hide from God, knowing what you're doing?
Well, then
Las
what do you
Vegas,
do about,
probably. If there's anywhere in
Las
Vegas.
What do you do about when God came down to talk to Adam and Eve, though, and he?
Right, James.
You get some problems. Of course, that's Elohim. That's probably Jesus, though. That's probably not really.
Yeah, and like also when you walk into the story of Adam and Eve, you walk into another problem there with the idea of all-knowing too, which is the question of did God know that they ate the apple before he comes, because he says that he sees their naked bodies, and through that he realizes that they had partaken in the apple, and that implies that he doesn't know before that point he had partaken.
No,
They were naked already.
so
They
the
just-
way it says is
he put that tree knowing that they would take from it. Yeah, exactly.
God comes down and Adam is hiding from God because he's naked. And God is saying, Adam, Adam, where are you? And people will say, well, if God's all knowing, then how does he not know where Adam is?
Yeah, you should have already ran down there being like, y'all motherfuckers ate from the apple. What the fuck?
Right. Well, the way I explain it is it's like when a kid is hiding behind a clear curtain and the parents walking around the house saying, where are you? Where are you? Come out. God already knows where he is. He's just seeing what the kid's going to do.
Right. Well,
I always argue back to that with, I don't think you would allow your kid to create the original sin.
Well, true. But even if right. But even if my kid did something wrong at a certain knowledge level, which you want to act like, Adam and Eve, because they didn't have the knowledge until eating from the fruit, so then this knowledge would be new to them, like babies, like toddlers. Even when my kid does something wrong, you don't come down and go, what did you do? What happened? Because they're immediately going to run. He's going to, not want to face you. So you have to be like, hey, come over here. Where are you? Exactly what Jace is saying. You're gonna get them to see if they will take accountability by coming to you. They know they did something wrong, and then they have to come take accountability by coming to you. And that's what I think God was saying.
Yeah, I saw this TikTok
video.
I
get what he's saying. I'm just saying, how do you marry the line of them saying God takes notice to them being naked?
I got to tell you about the TikTok video. I saw a TikTok video, and it changed. Well, it didn't change my worldview, but I saw it. I saw it and I was like, this is so deep, and it was not supposed to be that deep. But it was a mom, and it was like a kid. The kid is like sitting there with like a bowl of something messy. I can't even remember how the video went. But she's like, okay, I'm going to give you the spoon. Don't make a mess. Don't make a mess. And she's recording, so she knows what's about to happen. And and as soon as she hands the kid the spoon, the kid goes and throws all the crap everywhere.
Well, I can understand that, but I feel like partaking in the apple and creating the original sin is like allowing your kid to plunge a knife into somebody.
Yeah, but you already know they're gonna do that, and it's just like, well, let's just see what they do. It's gonna be funny.
You're all powerful. You can.
I think God has a sense of humor.
Hey, God has a humor.
From my worldview, that's why my worldview is the most consistent because it accounts for it. It accounts for everything.
I told you I'm a sociopath, James. I think suffering is funny.
That's just terrible. I don't think God's a sociopath.
I take it more like I would say the original
okay, I'm kind of trolling now.
The original sin that they created was the fact that they didn't listen to Dad, is what it is. So then it'd be the same thing with food, like with my son. If I put some fruit snacks on the table and said, "Don't eat those fruit snacks," I know as soon as I leave, he's gonna eat those fucking fruit snacks.
Yes.
But if I tell him, "Don't eat those fruit snacks," and then I leave, and then come back and I'm surprised he ate those fruit snacks, that'd be stupid of me. But that's what
I think that's actually what the video was.
My argument is, it's crazy to say that you ate the fruit snacks, you never deserve to experience paradise.
But the fact you have a camera set up watching it is because you know the kid's gonna eat it and it's gonna be funny.
But you're talking about a time before we knew the knowledge of good and evil. So
bro, you didn't seem like you thought it was funny when he destined their children to kill each other.
That wouldn't be relevant to how kids act now.
I'll give you a story, James. When I was a kid, there was a shovel on the ground, and my parents are standing there, and I'm stepping on the shovel slowly, and it only comes up to about 3 feet. When I step on the shovel slowly and I apply pressure onto the head of the shovel, it only comes up about 3 feet. My parents are watching me, and I'm like, it can't hit me. It won't hit me. That's the way science works. It's not going to hit me. So I jump on the shovel, whap! It whaps the hell out of my forehead, and my parents just start cracking up laughing, and they knew what was going to happen. Like, but they let it happen because it's funny.
Your parents are not God. They're not just going to crack up and laugh. Or he's probably just going to crack up and laugh.
But I'm saying sometimes you got to, sometimes you know.
That kind of sense of humor.
You know kids are going to like screw up, and you know God knows we're going to screw up, and he lets us screw up. But it's not really a free will. He already knows it's going to happen.
Yeah, but who's
exactly that goes back to my fruit snack analogy, because I put those fruit snacks there. I knew as soon as I went to the cupboard to get those fruit snacks, I knew he was going to eat them. No matter what I said in between, no matter what happened.
Well, they were meant to eat them, right? Like that would have to be considered.
Fruit snacks were there for him. Hold on,
James. For grown human beings.
Wait, James. The fruit snacks were meant for him to eat, but I still told him not to eat. The ultimate sin that he created is that even though I told him not to, I left and came back and he did. So he let me down. He betrayed me. And then that's where then God was like, and then everybody's want to say God is good, but then exactly what June is saying, because of this small betrayal, then God's like, I'm going to banish you to a life of suffering and whatever, and having to prove your way to me. Like, we went from being these children of God now to having to prove our wealth, or we have to earn our way to heaven.
Yeah, that's why I can get a little bit behind what JS is saying when I say this all-in-one theory, which is just the idea that it is kind of a screenplay, but so like you have to think like to a God watching a movie isn't as entertaining as it would be to us. He has to be every character in the movie. He has to experience the movie.
Yeah, I would say God can see the world through my eyes. God knows my
This is like a perspective I came through on a shit ton of psychedelics. Which it sounds like a tripped out perspective. I wasn't surprised when it was Hindu when I heard about it. When he said that, I was like, holy fuck, this guy's talking about what I believe in my head.
But James, can you, instead of pulling it up on the stream, can you send me whatever link to those verses? Because did you just Google verses about free will?
I sent you the link to where I pulled it up. I sent it to you on Discord already.
In what? In the chat?
Private discussion for Discord. Direct message.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, it's because
I think a better question. So, wait. Because we're arguing at the extremes constantly. Let's try to move towards the middle. James, do you think that we ever don't have free will? Like, do you think you always have free will?
Well, no. Hold on. I want to go down this verses because he's a biblical guy. So I want to look at these verses. When I don't see what you sent me yet, James. But when I Google Bible verses about free will,
DM. You should see it
I know. I'll find it in a second. But hold on. When I Google Bible verses about free will, so I open up openbible.info, topics, free will. So it's giving me all the verses that relate to free will. The very first verse is a verse that I use to disprove free will. Proverbs 16:9, the heart of man plans his ways, but the Lord establishes his steps. Tell me where you read free will into that.
The heart of man plans his ways. Do you not see that first part?
The heart of man plans. You can plan your way, but the Lord establishes your steps.
So the Lord
that would imply my two parallel decision theory. Right?
I make my plans. I plan what I want to do tomorrow, but I might die in 20 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, but
wait.
We all have free will, though.
So do you believe in the choice, though? So do you believe in the choice?
Free will, even the Lord
now you're
has
saying
free
you
will.
believe in the choice.
I'm not saying I believe in the choice. I'm saying if I could make plan, and this is why you shouldn't make plans.
Have you ever heard of influence, JS?
James, the future doesn't exist. So I could think. So right now in my head, yeah, I have like a 5-year plan. I have a 1-year. I have goals that I want to meet over the next year. I have goals that I want to meet over the next 5 years. But really, I understand that's all bullshit. There's no point in any of that because I could die tomorrow, and that
So
would not
work. You can't work towards.
Wait. I don't think James said he didn't. So Josh, Blackout, have you guys seen South Park? I feel like you guys had to it.
I've seen a lot of South Park. What specific
yes. Okay,
episode are you talking about?
Yeah. That's what I just want to make sure because James hadn't even watched most of it, like any of it. So, he was like, "I know what it is."
I'm not really a South Park fan.
I don't know if I've watched most of it, but I've watched a lot of South Park.
So have you seen the episode where they got the guinea pigs, the big guinea pigs?
You talking about Lemmy-Winks?
No. The ones with the super big ones, they're attacking the town. It's like Cloverfield.
Not the gerbil that goes in the dude's ass through the tube.
No, not that one. They're like super big gerbils.
Sorry, there's multiple gerbil South Park episodes.
Well, I don't know. I think they're guinea pigs, but they're dressed like pirates and they're dressed like fucking bees and dinosaurs. And they're Blackout. Do you know what episode I'm talking about?
It sounds familiar, but
it's a live action.
Yeah, it's based off of like those live action like camcorder movies. Yeah. Remember the B plot with the kids? How Craig is he's with them and he doesn't know why and he wants to leave so bad and he can't get away from them and then they go to this fucking foreign jungle and he finds these temples on the wall and on the walls he's enshrined in the walls that he's going to destroy these giant guinea pigs. And he's like, fuck this shit. I'm getting out of here, dude. I'm not taking any part in this. And for the entire episode, he tries to get the fuck out of there. And by the end of the episode, he accidentally walks on a stone that winds up shooting a laser and kills the leader of the guinea pigs. And he saves everyone. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's like, fuck you. And then he just leaves. And I believe like that would be the choice. Like the choice is you can try to run away from it the whole time, but then you just wind up there.
Right, exactly. You're gonna run right into it regardless.
It's also in Hellboy too. If you guys have ever read the comic books Hellboy, he's constantly running from his destiny to go back to hell and destroy all the demons. So, he just wants to ignore it and pretend like it's never gonna happen.
Okay. Enough about Hellboy and South Park. Hold on, James, listen to this. This is John 1:12 and 13. And this is supposed to be a Bible verse that supports free will, right? But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. How does that support free will? Tell me how what that tells me.
Believed in him. What they did, they made a choice, right? To believe.
These are verses that show free will, and what I'm reading is there's no free will. We do the will of God.
The context of the verses.
You want me to read?
Because you're just reading the verses completely out of context.
All I did was Google verses for free will, and so these are supposed to be 100 Bible verses. 100 Bible verses about free will.
Well, pull up Muller Bible or whatever you use, Bible Gateway, whatever. And read them within context.
So you want the whole chapter? This is
whatever.
This is John 1. What's the verse?
And plus, either way, you're saying that they made a choice, right? Like the ones who believed on him, which required them to make a choice. Because to believe, you must have a choice.
All my analogies were fired, JS. It's not my fault you missed all of them.
I'm trying to pin down James down on these Bible verses, but
But you can't believe on something without choice, right? I mean,
okay, so let's read we can go
on it if you didn't have no choice.
Let's go from 9 to 13. The true light, which gives light to everyone, was coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, yet the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his people did not receive him. But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God.
But guess what? They received
So this is
him.
John 1.
They,
And then if we
they
go to John,
received him.
if we go to John 7, it talks about let me just read it so I'm not just
I want to emphasize that they received him because if they received him, they did out of choice. They made a choice. Because they can't receive him if they're already chosen to receive him. That's not them receiving him. God is receiving him only through them. Or somehow and making them receive him.
So then we
Like, I don't know how that
if
would
we
work.
jump to John 7 verse 33, Jesus then said, I will be with you a little longer, and then I am going to him who sent me. You will seek me, and you will not find me. Where I am, you cannot come. The Jews said to one another, where does this man intend to go that we will not find him? Does he intend to go to the dispersion among the Greeks and teach the Greeks? What does he mean by saying, you will seek me and you will not find me, and where I am, you cannot come? Sorry, this is not the verses I'm looking for, but that works too. No. If we keep going, if anyone, what am I looking for? I'm looking for John 7.
What the fuck he's talking about, man.
Sorry, I've been drinking.
Going down a long road down here, Jesus Christ.
Can't even find the evidence.
Back to the hamsters.
Well, no,
Does it even exist?
that was a good example too. So even the people, Jesus came to his allegedly his own people, and he said, "You will seek me, but you will not find me."
They will seek him though. They seek him.
Yeah, they're seeking Jesus, but they don't find him.
How can someone seek someone if God, in other words, the Almighty, is forcing
Because
them
God already determined that they won't find him.
But how can they? But
God has already determined who's going to find him. And so
they're
this is.
trying to seek him,
I never got to this all night, and I wrote it down when I was talking to Sarah, and she was saying stuff. Non-resistant non-believers. Have you ever heard of this, James? Non-resistant non-believers.
I never heard of that. What's that?
So a non-resistant,
basically like me.
It would be like an Alex O'Connor type, maybe a goon. It's someone who they don't believe in God, but they don't reject the idea of God. They're open to it, and they're like, I would just like to see proof of God. I'm open to this idea of God.
Agnostic. That's not like agnostics.
Well, agnostic is saying I don't.
That's what I mean different. I don't think anyone could ever prove it.
No, that's fine. I can say, yeah, an agnostic would be a non-resistant non-believer. So not an atheist who says this God is evil. I would never believe in this God. But the person who's I'm looking for God.
I'm missing a connection.
And hold on, well, I'm getting there.
Well, he's getting there. He's getting there.
A non-resistant non-believer, if he dies while he's still not believing.
Yeah.
But he wasn't resisting the belief. He was seeking. Yeah. But he dies. Then who is that like he was freely willing himself to be open to the idea, but he never saw it and he never came to believe it. So he's a non-resistant non-believer. And if he dies. But do you think there's like a possible world where if he was given 3 more years, maybe he would have found God? No, that's crazy.
What? You're talking multi-universe. You said a world.
I know, and this is what free will. This is what.
No, free will is not necessarily.
Yes, that's what I said in my opening.
Universe. On what plane does free will dictate? You need a multi-universe.
Free will means you could have chosen differently. You could have chosen differently.
Right, that's free will, James. Is that you could have chosen differently?
No.
I don't think that necessarily implies multi-universal.
You could have made a different choice, yes, but you don't need a multi-universe in order to possibly make.
Well, yes, because for there to be able to be in
Well, you could have, but the key
But
is
so
you
if
could
this
have
if
made
this non-res if this
but you did make a different choice. You made the choice you made. And you
if
don't
this
have to live with it, baby.
if this non-resistant non-believer dies,
if there was a realm that which your choice
That don't
you
sound
made a
good,
different choice, that would be a completely different universe.
everything would
Like
be
that's a
different.
multiverse. Like everything would be different.
Just because you make a different choice. Wait a minute.
It could just never happen.
I could have chose strawberries over blueberries today, but there has to be a multi-universe that I.
Yes,
It could also just be
that
like
could
no
affect
destiny.
that could affect the whole history of the rest of the world. And this is what
When
the
the-
so the butterfly the butterfly effect, like we were talking about. There's a short story. It's required reading when you're in I think middle school or high school. You've probably read it. I forget the name of it. But it's a story about these people. Hold on, James. These people go into the past to hunt dinosaurs. And they have to walk on an elevated platform because they can't disturb any of the environment. And basically they've said, well, we know this. Shut up, James. Listen. They know that the T-Rex is going to die on this day at this time. So we're going to take people into the past and we're going to give them the experience of shooting a T-Rex, even though we know this. So it's not going to cause any problems because this T-Rex is going to die in 10 minutes anyway. So we're going to have them shoot the T-Rex 10 minutes before it would have naturally died. But what happens in the story is somebody steps off of the path and they crush a butterfly.
The relevance to the butterfly. What is the butterfly effect have relevance?
Listen. So when they go back to the current timeline, because that butterfly died, it affects everything. Everything is different. We live in like a socialist world because that butterfly was going to land on this flower and pollinate this flower. And since that flower didn't grow, then this thing didn't eat it and that thing wasn't there. And if this thing would have ate it, then this person would have been at it.
He really did have a stepfire and there was no relevance.
Yes, you're conflating the butterfly effect movie with the actual butterfly. The butterfly effect is if a butterfly flaps his wings in Japan, it'll cause a tsunami.
No, I said that. Yeah, I said that. That's the actual butterfly effect.
Yeah, the other butterfly effect.
Sarah corrected him on that.
Yeah, that movie is based off of this short story that I'm talking about.
That's right.
That movie is literally the exact same effect. It's just time travel has nothing to do with it, but it's the same idea. You do something at one point and it causes a big deal
but either
later
way,
on.
How does that have to do with the fact that you had a different option you could have taken? So in life,
because you didn't.
I get what you're saying. Because a lot of people think it has to do with time travel because the movie has time travel.
Right. Well, the only reason I'm bringing time travel in is because if you say you could have chosen differently, if you would have chose Fruity Pebbles instead of Cocoa Puffs 12 years ago, that could have caused a chain reaction that affected the whole world.
Not really. Cocoa Puffs?
Yes,
maybe not, but maybe.
If I chose Cocoa Puffs over Fruity Pebbles?
Yeah, maybe. No, and so this is an analogy I came up with. I call it my donut analogy for free will is let's say there's a donut maker.
Why does it have to go parallel worlds though?
Just listen, James. There's a donut maker, and one day he's just feeling real crazy and he just wants to kill somebody. So there's 2 donuts left on the shelf, and one of them he put rat poisoning into the donut mix to kill whoever eats it. Me and my brother walk into the donut shop, and I say and it's a French cruller and it's a bear claw. Those are my 2 favorites, right? Those are my 2 favorite donuts. And he says to me, now the poison is in the bear claw. And he says to me, which one do you want? And I say, well, I don't really care. Pick which one you want. And he says, I think I want the bear claw. And I say, okay, well, take the bear claw and I'll take the French cooler. My brother dies because he ate the poison donut. Now, is there a possible world where when he asked me which one do you want, I said, I want the bear claw. And then I eat the bear claw. Now I die and he lives.
Well, that doesn't explain how just because you believe in free will that it's
Yeah, that's like a
indicative of
possibility. That doesn't prove that like that world therefore does exist if free will is
Right, and this
Yeah,
is
what
how
does
this is
then?
how
What's
I
the
deal with
relevance? All I heard was yipper yapper. No
Well,
yipper
James,
yapper. All I heard was yipper yapper.
no substance. No
Dude, I need to
substance.
move to where James is. I would be laughing 24/7.
right. No. The yipper yapper.
There are no substance.
What I'm saying is that the ability to have chosen differently implies that
Huh?
I could have picked the other donut, which leads to there's
How?
a million implications of things that could have changed because of that one small choice difference.
You're simply
Right.
saying
Yeah,
on
it
what
leads.
basis?
Dude, I do agree. It leads to the implications
What
there could be
basis?
multiple parallel universes.
What
and a bunch of
basis
other-
though would it
I'm just saying it doesn't
imply that it's
default
indicative?
mean that means just start multiple
Well,
universes start
I mean, it could
swirling
be
out.
possible.
You
but
would
it
have
doesn't
you would
to
have
be
heard
indicative.
it, James, but all you heard was yipper yapper. So
That's all I heard because you trying to do some butterfly effect and trying
Right,
to
James.
you
I'll lay it
lost
out.
me.
James, I'll lay it out really easy for you.
James just stared at Ashton Kutcher during that.
oh,
whole
it's from Ray
movie.
Bradbury. It's from
To get to the
Bradbury.
point.
It's
Sorry,
called
what were you saying, Black?
it's called
Can
A
you get to the
Sound of
point there?
Thunder. A Sound of
And make
Thunder
it
from Ray
to the point
Bradbury.
there for me, please, King.
I was gonna say my point to make you come to the dark side here with everything is I just don't understand how you can't understand.
True.
LOL, ha ha, King.
I mean, I just don't understand, James. I just don't understand.
But see, I don't believe.
Well, I
So-
said more than just that. Y'all keep focusing on that.
But I believe if I go into the donut shop with my brother and I eat the French cruller and he eats the Bavarian cream, it was his time to die, and there's
But
no
tell me-
other
James, you need to-
way.
Also,
Yeah, but
James,
tell
you
me
need to
how.
own
Yeah,
it.
but you still have
And that
yet
was-
to get to the point of
Yes,
how it's indicative. That
And
if there's
Jess,
free will, it's indicative that there has to be
his
multiple.
plan or was that God's plan?
Yeah, it was God's plan,
Maybe
and that's
Right,
you
exactly.
said it in the
so
midst of
like
all that, but I didn't
this is
hear
why I
it
bring
because
up the realistic analogy with
you put too much stuff around.
being in a car accident when 4 people there's 11 people in a Suburban and 4 of them die, and it's based and I've talked about this before, it was based off the number of sales we had on the day is where we sit in the vehicle, and where we sit in the vehicle is what determined who died in that car accident. Now if I had some days when I got put out on territory to do my door-to-door sales, I would just go to sleep. I didn't care. I said, whatever, I'm just going to go to sleep. If I would have went to sleep that day, I would have been sitting in the back and I would have died. And that's a crazy road to go down.
Yeah, but
in
I'm
Final
still not
Destination,
understanding how
whenever they start
free
going through
will-
like which plane seats they're sitting
I'm
in.
still lost. I'm still lost on how free will makes it.
I'm saying
indicative
I
that there's
didn't
multiple.
freely will myself to have the number of sales that day that led me to be sitting in the seat where I happen to live. That
Have
was
you
the,
watched Final Destination?
that was the
Jess?
only yeah.
Yeah, it literally
Yeah,
sounds like a
but that
setup for
doesn't-
one of those movies.
That
It,
doesn't tell me.
yeah, and well, and Final Destination is kind of the concept that you were meant to die, but well, Final Destination is more like free will. It's like
Yeah, but it's more of what I'm talking about.
you
though,
were
where,
meant to
like,
die
you
that
can
day,
run
but
away
you
from
did
it.
something of your own free will that took you out of that. But death is still coming for you because you
Yeah,
were
exactly. Like I
meant to
said,
die
you can
that day.
run, but it's always gonna happen. You're not getting
Yeah,
away.
and that's a cool concept for a movie, but in reality, you wouldn't have gotten out. You would have died. If death was if that was your day, and Jesus says this. He says when the Jews want to stone him, it says it was not he says or because it was not his time, they let him go. The Jews wanted to kill him, but because it was not his time, they let him go. So they
No, so then that wait, so that goes into a deeper question too. If Jesus brought the chariots down when he says, "I could stop this now," do you think he would have still gotten crucified later on?
well, I don't think Jesus could bring the chariots down.
Yeah, but if he did decide, I think if
He
anyone
says-
could enact their will, it would be Jesus because he is part God. So I think if anyone could disagree, it probably would be him. But even if he did, I think the plan would still eventually happen. There's
Yeah,
no
but-
point in him.
But even Jesus acknowledged that even if anybody could have had free will, it would have been Jesus. And even Jesus said, "Not my will, your will be done." So even Jesus was like, this idea of free will is a deception. It's a lie that Satan tells us. And this was my whole opening, is that, like, I really think that it's do as thou will. It's atheism.
Yeah, because when you say that, the way I interpret it is like he's basically saying I could use my godly half of me.
Yeah, you're
to
in
stop
control.
this right
God's not in
now.
control. Do what you want to do. You can do what you
And
want
he's
to
like,
do.
but that would be doing like what a man can't do. And I'm going to submit as a man to the will of God, not use my power as God to enact my own will.
So are you just a robot then? I like to say a puppet. I'm a puppet on strings.
You're a puppet. That's basically saying you're a robot. Because a puppet is the thing that was before the robot that was controlled by.
But I don't like robots.
To make it
I like
clear, Tim,
puppets.
the worldview I've espoused tonight is even a
Same
bigger
concept.
bullet to bite than JS's. Like it's way I'm biting that like Satan's a puppet. They're all puppets. Jeffrey Dahmer.
It's all a big show.
Not only,
No,
And that's why
puppets, they are God. They are God.
This
Like-
kept leading, and I didn't want to go down this road with Stepfire, but it kept leading to, do angels have free will? And that's a question that I've wrestled with, because it's like I'm almost like what I think I believe is that God gave the angels free will and then learned from his lesson. But now I'm saying, like what Sarah was saying, God learned. I don't think God learned. So this is why I wrestle with this, because it's like, it seems like God gave the angels free will and they rebelled against him. And then,
learned some type of lesson.
and that's, so
That's why I don't blame that Raging Tomatoes girl for saying that, because like if you read the Bible for what it is, there are lessons that are learned by God. Yes, it is not compatible with other things that happen, but like that is kind of what the story of Jesus is depicting.
There's verses that I've really wrestled with, where in Deuteronomy and stuff, or in Exodus, where God says, I want to wipe out all of the Israelites right now. And then Moses says, please, God, please don't. And it says Moses convinced God not to do that. And then I'm like, this either has to be like Moses wrote this book and he's trying to like glorify himself. Like Moses changed God's mind. I can't wrap my mind around that. And so, yeah, there's still things I wrestle with, and this is why I have these
that's why
debates.
the Jesus part to me makes more sense, though. That he could learn.
And when people are like, "Oh, you lost
lesson
the
from
debate,"
that.
well, it's not.
Yeah, but
I didn't lose the debate. I won the debate by having the debate. Just by having it, just by having these conversations, we're all winning because we're talking about it. Like that's what I don't know. Maybe that sounds.
Yeah, but
corny,
based on what I've studied, it makes more sense.
It sounds corny, but
it
it's
does
based.
sound corny, but it's based.
Yeah, but talking about that one where like Moses changed God's mind, like seeing Jesus there makes more sense to how he could have had a discussion with God and change his mind instead of seeing the problem.
Well, yeah, that's why I would say I don't think a lot of people are saying her interpretation sounded wild. I think her interpretation would make the most sense. If there was a person that God could learn a lesson from, it would be Jesus, who is just God as a human.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to not like
I don't think God, like I say, is
because I know, especially if you have like a Crucible raid or something, and if it's the Orthodox chat, and you start saying, "Well, this is what I think. This seems like to me," they're gonna crucify you. They're like, "Oh, that's heresy. That's blah, 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 blah." And so I was saying, I don't really agree with that, but I want to hear what you have to say, and But yeah, to me, God learning
not-
something doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes sense
Yeah,
why
that's
she
not
believes it to
helpful.
include, because then it marries that idea of why is the New Testament so much lighter than the Old Testament. It's an explanation for that too.
I don't think it is. I think like Jesus
But I also
says,
I think her interpretation was backwards too. The
Bro,
idea that Jesus
Jesus
realizes that humans have it so easy. I think he realized how hard it was.
I know, I think people have softened Jesus in the New Testament. Like he says, sell your
They
garment and buy a
softened
sword.
lot.
Like
He's a hippie.
when they're coming for us, Jesus, when you're gone, what do? He said, sell your garment and buy a sword. And why does he?
I'm talking about like the times he pleads with God. Like that's why I think he realizes the story of Jesus to me. This is why I agree with her with that interpretation. Is the idea of he realizes the turmoil of being a human, wishing that God would do more and not understanding why not, and having to have faith in that. He doesn't go against the fact that, but he does have that turmoil where he doesn't understand. And I think that
Yeah.
that changes like God's perspective on things of realizing like, damn, they really don't understand. Like they're lost.
Well, then that's why Jesus wept. I kind of lean towards the idea that Jesus didn't have emotions like we have emotions. I think most emotions, and that's when we get into the conversation about love, and most of this is like of the world. It's feminine. It's the feminine. It's the Eve nature. And stoicism. We should be more stoic and not. I always say sympathetic and empathetic both are pathetic. Like you can't feel another person's pain. And so this like feminine idea that Jesus felt emotion. But then people will respond and they'll say, but it says Jesus wept. Why did Jesus weep? Well, Jesus didn't weep because he was sad. He wept because he saw that the people don't get it. They don't know. They don't know what they do. Like, so if you don't even,
and from his perspective, he was able to understand that lack of understanding. I think
yeah,
it's the first
but if
time
you don't
God
have
really
understanding,
realizes like
if you don't,
why don't they accept me as like his perspective beforehand? And at that point he realizes like, holy fuck, they're lost.
and somebody said that tonight, they said, Jesus said, forgive them for they know not what they do. And they thought that was like an own on me. But when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, that sounds like
out of church though.
That sounds like you're taking my side. They don't know what they do. How are they freely willing things if they don't even know what they're doing? Like we don't.
I got kicked out of Sunday school when I was a kid and shit because I believe
What? You got kicked out of Sunday school?
I thought that God was evil basically, and Jesus was the good guy, and he basically like got rid of this archaic God.
Dude, we used to skip church. We used to skip church and go smoke pot in the woods, and then show up at Sunday school stoned. And I never got kicked out of Sunday school. So you must have been a badass.
I kept telling people that. I kept telling people that God was evil and that that Jesus is a good guy, and God's clearly a bad guy.
And that's
I was kicked out of Sunday school for not believing in the Trinity.
And like I didn't know this at the time, but they're not allowed to explain stuff like that to you.
You said for not believing in the Trinity?
Anything.
Did you say you got kicked out of Sunday school for not believing in the Trinity? He's on mute.
He's muted himself.
But that's so when I was in Christian school.
Oh, go ahead. Switching to my trucks and the Bluetooth got all fucked up. Yeah, no, I didn't believe in the Trinity because I asked how God could be Jesus and Jesus could be God. And they didn't have an answer for me, so they told me to leave.
Yeah,
that's what happened to me. And it was Noah's Ark. I went back too, and then I got kicked out talking about Noah's Ark. And then they said I couldn't come back to Sunday school service.
See, I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. These are important questions, and it's not.
Because like I was.
If anybody tells you,
I think it was the crow or the raven or whatever that they send out originally. I was like, if it never comes back, why are those birds still around?
Actually,
Like
I'm
nobody would like answer that.
actually I don't think it's an important question. Like I don't
Right,
think it's
to a kid it can be though, and
It
that can
can
be
be
what
exactly.
completely
And
loses
and
them.
right, and that was something I was trying to emphasize on too. Is a lot of this stuff that they tell you, and a lot of like these parables and things that they pose to you and everything. These are done when you're a child. So it's like if you take it at a child's understanding and a child meaning, like how are you supposed to navigate your way through these parables? No, you take everything at face value. So like you don't read in between the lines. You don't get the understanding of it. And then when you go to try and get the understanding and you ask questions about it, you get all those people that they turn their nose up at you and they're like, just follow its faith. Just believe it's faith. You just gotta have faith in the Lord and He will provide the answer. It's like that doesn't fucking answer a question. Like it doesn't help me. It doesn't solve nothing that's going on in my brain right now. You're just making me more confused.
yeah. And when I was in Christian school and I was taking my courses and doing my Bible study and I was teaching the Trinity and I was like, of course, I'm not trying to say, guys, listen to me because I was a teacher, but I was like a jailhouse Bible study leader. And
Mm-hmm.
That's
anyway,
probably why they didn't kick you out too, is because
right,
you
you
had the
can't
right
kick me out.
beliefs.
You can't kick me out in jail. Like
Even if you did bad stuff, you were a good worker,
yeah.
basically.
But all my life, even as a kid in Christian school, I was like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make any sense. And we're supposed to be like children, the wisdom of babes, the wisdom of children. Children have, before you're like corrupted by the world and stuff, you have this inherent knowledge in you and or wisdom. And I was always like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. And it wasn't until I was like 33 years old that I found out, oh, there's a whole sect of people who don't believe in these things. There's a whole sect of people that don't believe in free will. There's a whole sect of people that don't, you know, just rely on the Trinity and stuff. And then I start looking into that, but I acknowledge maybe maybe I was on the right path and then this is a deception.
Yeah, because I get what Sweater's saying, because the path that you're talking about is what leads a lot of people down not being religious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like at least in any like singular denomination, they'll have their own personal beliefs, but then they stop claiming any one religion.
Yeah, and it made me not want to claim a denomination of Christianity, but it's made me firmer in my faith. Like all day, I'm gonna be a soldier for Jesus and God. It's just when people start saying, "Well, Jesus is God," and I say, "Well, that's not what Jesus said," then they get mad at me, and then I'm like, "Well, okay, well." I don't know. You kind of seem like the same people that crucified Jesus, but, but, but you know, it's like I'm just trying to seek and find the right way, and there's some things that I've acknowledged because I keep getting pulled in all these different directions by all these different groups and all these different people and ideologies, and it's like, I don't know. It's tough.
It just seems like to me,
That's
like
why I go with my belief system, because it allows you to believe you're just meant to believe what you're meant to believe.
Right, exactly, and that's like, it doesn't matter which sect you go into. It feels like the more you explore into it, the more you realize that at some point you have to take some leap of blind faith. There has to be some type of blind faith, and it's like,
yeah, dude, that's what I learned in tripping, dude. There's a point you have to let go.
Blind faith. I don't understand why it has to be so blind. Like
that's what shedding one ego is. You have to let go.
I talk to true, I guess, but I hear everybody talk about apologetics, and they all say that it shouldn't be blind. You should have, you should be able to explain why you hold your position and all that. But it's like, but to me, it seems like every time I do dive into a different sect or try to get more understanding of it, they're like, "Well, just take this quick blind leap of faith and then follow all the rest we say." And it's like, but I can't get over that blind leap of faith with the rest you're saying is all contradictory to itself.
Mhm.
Well, and I think understanding is like trying to grab sand with your hands. It's just gonna keep slipping through the cracks. You're never gonna get a hold.
So
Like,
you'll hear atheists will commonly ask, can God make a rock that's too big for God to lift? And so this is a setup question from atheists for Christians so that they can break logic. And the general answer, the correct, I believe the correct answer is no, because that's illogical. That doesn't make sense. Could God make a square circle? No, because God can't violate the laws of logic. So most Christians will acknowledge God is confined by the laws of logic because he is the
I
laws
think
of
God
logic.
I think he could defy the laws of logic, but I don't think he'd be creating a rock then. Existence as we know it would cease to exist.
Right. I don't want to say names, but I heard somebody said God could make the rock too big for him to lift, and then he would lift it, which I don't like that answer because that says that God can violate the laws of logic, but then we say that, we'll see people say that God is confined by the laws of logic. Okay, well, so my view, God can do whatever is doable. So if it's illogical, then God can't do it because it doesn't make sense. It's just illogical. So if I apply that, then
But does it only seem illogical in our viewpoint and from our mindset?
When the limitation goes further than that, you don't think God can die either.
Well, if I say can God make a rock too big for God to lift it? So if I say yes, God can make a rock too big for God to lift it, then what I'm saying is God is not all powerful because then he can't lift the rock. But
then, yeah, okay, I guess. But at the same time, though, you say that he created it, therefore, then he could create the means to lift it, could he not?
yeah, he could.
He created something that not even he could lift. Then could he not then create something to then lift it? So then he would still be powerful.
Yeah, I guess that's adding extra steps. But I would just say,
Yeah, okay.
I would just say no. He can't. But it's a setup question. It's a Buck Angel Blair White question. It's a no matter what you answer, it's
wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. And so it's an illogical question. And so I don't even accept the premise of the question because it's illogical. But then if I take that and I go to the Trinity, well, that's also illogical because God cannot be the Father and the Son at the same time. Like, he can't be the Father to himself and his Son separate but the same. It violates the law of non-contradiction. It violates the law of identity.
Exactly. So
the way it negates logic is that a rock exists, like within our paradigm, and like God could never he can't create a rock that he can't lift because he could lift the whole universe. Like I don't.
Right. Yeah. True.
Right.
The rock could be infinite size.
Yeah.
You want to go to the Trinity.
But so you're saying God could not create a rock that he couldn't lift. So God's not all powerful. If he couldn't make a rock so big that he couldn't lift it, but then if you say yes, he could make a rock so big that he couldn't lift it, well, he can't lift it. So
well, no, I'm even saying he probably could make something so big that he couldn't lift it. Unless you want him to destroy the universe, he couldn't make a rock so big that he couldn't lift it. It would defy like the logic. Like I agree with you. It is non-logical.
The question is illogical.
It's not
the question is
in the idea that if it is an almighty power, for the rock to be of that size, it couldn't exist within the universe.
Yeah,
it would have more weight than the universe.
A simpler but more complicated thing is, could God make a square circle? And if you say no, God could not make a square circle, well, then how is God all powerful if he can't make a square circle? But then if you say, yes, he could make a square circle, then God defies the laws of logic. So there is no laws of logic. So
I would
No,
agree with the that he
no,
just
'cause
picks it up
you could,
answer then. I would agree with the he
because
just picks it up answer then.
right, because you could fuck with the square and a circle one by saying then if God creates a circle, a square, or oh yeah, if God makes a circle into a square, then therefore then everybody would have the belief that a square is a
There's a
circle.
there's
There
a
would be
great
no.
line in an H.P. Lovecraft book where he's like he's describing the gates of
He would literally
Cthulhu,
redefine what a
Hey, I'm gonna go
circle
ahead
is.
and
and
leave, guys.
he says the
Y'all
he
have a
says
good
the
one.
gates of
James.
Cthulhu.
What'd you
Good
say? You
night,
got to go,
James.
James?
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to leave. Yeah, y'all have a good one.
All right. Have a good night, James.
Wait, H.P.
Okay.
Lovecraft describes
bud.
the gates of Cthulhu as existing in a two-dimensional and three-dimensional space at the exact same time in a way that is completely unexplainable in human words, but is only understandable once you see it.
Wait, say that
So
again?
I would say that it's like, so in H.P. Lovecraft, whenever the gates to Cthulhu are a two-dimensional and three-dimensional gate at the same time. And the way he describes it is it's something that once you see it, you still don't understand it, but you understand that that's what it is. And you could never use human words to describe it. All you could do is describe it as it was two-dimensional and three-dimensional at the same time. There's no better description you could give. It's so like when you're saying like it's a circle square, like that's the best description of what they saw. It was circle and square at the same time. Like that's how fucking trippy what I saw was. It was circle and square at the same time. So I would say it's not impossible. It would just be complete. It would be beyond your comprehension.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but something. So if I look at like, I think everything looks two-dimensional and three-dimensional at the same time.
Because you can get into, because then you get into the idea of a fourth dimensional object. Like, do you think there are fourth dimensional objects that God creates outside of this time and space?
So like if I draw a door
God
on a
would
piece
be
of
the fourth
paper.
dimension.
Yeah. Do you think do you think God's throne is two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
I don't think God's throne is what we imagine a throne to be. It's not a chair.
Yeah, throne is
that's what I'm saying. Is like
throne is
if I had
actually
to
a word
guess,
for an angel, a level of the
the
angels.
best way to explain it is it would be like you see it and you know that that's what it is, but it's not visually what it looks like. It's not, and it's the way I'm describing something that would be circle and square at the same time.
Right.
But like when I look at right now, what I'm looking at, I see my laptop. My laptop really, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like I could see everything around me as two-dimensional. Like, so I'm a bit of an artiste. I could draw anything I can see. I'm not good with abstract art, but anything I look at, I can put it on paper with charcoal, with pencil, with whatever, and I can make it look identical. I can do portraits, all that stuff. But because what I see, I can convert this in my brain right now to this is all or two-dimensional. Like I could see all of this on a piece of paper right now. Like there's depth. I see depth, but really what I just see is how to draw it differently. Like so
Right. So literally, yeah. So literally, like what they'd always told you in art classes for painting and drawing is draw what you see, not what you know, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're drawing what you see and not what you know.
yeah, so I can look at the 3D world and I know it's three-dimensional. I know if I go this way, my laptop has another dimension, but I'm looking at it right now and I can see it as two-dimensional. Like I could draw everything I'm looking at right now on a piece of paper as 2 dimensions. But I know it's 3-dimensional. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I got you. I know what you're saying.
So isn't everything 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional at the same time? If I draw a door on a piece of paper, it's in 2 dimensions.
But can you open up that door?
No, but like, yeah.
Then that door wouldn't be a 3 dimension.
But like, so if I look at my doorway, if I close my door and I look at my doorway, or if my door's open, I can see this as 2-dimensional. I see everything as.
All right. Well, you could see it as 2-dimensional, but it really exists in 3-dimensional.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Like,
why
you
in the
can
story they
turn it back
describe
to
it as 2D and 3D at the same time.
At the same
But that's
time.
that's what I'm saying is
As they
isn't
open it,
doesn't
they feel as
everything
if
doesn't everything 2D and 3D at the same time? That's like
no,
the way
it's 3D that you can see it in 2D, but it's not 2D and 3D at the same time.
yeah, your vision is 3D, but I mean 2D, but your vision's not real. The existence is 3D.
Yeah. What is Blake and Bibby arguing? Bibby, why are you always arguing with people in the chat?
I know, I don't know. Biddy's going crazy, going after one person, and then next person that talks in chat, he's just like, "Bam, no, fuck you." What are you saying?
Yeah.
We have been sat up here talking about like crazy ass shit, and like nobody's came up here to challenge us. It's wild. Just Chris Lestrange.
Right. Well, yeah.
Tom Jones is back. The world we see, it's flat. We know it's round. Yeah, but it looks flat. We know it's round. I know there's 3 dimensions if I change my perspective, but I can still see everything around me as 2D. Like I could convert everything I'm looking at onto a piece of paper, and I can see it as 2D.
All right, but that's not the same though as seeing as 2D and 3D at the same time. Because you're converting it into 2D, like you're changing it from your viewpoint, like you're changing it onto a piece of paper.
Blake thinks thoughts are knowledge. I'm explaining that they are separate. Yeah, thoughts are lies.
I went in the chat, dude. None of these people are even replying to what we're talking about. They're literally just all debating each other.
All thoughts are lies, Blake. The world's definitely. Uh-oh, we got a flat earther.
Oh, come on back. Come on up, Tom Jones. You tell me why Alaska has 24 hours of sun.
What's up, ZT Den? What are you heathens up to? I don't. He just keeps making that up over and over. Well, thoughts are lies. That's why we put on the helmet to protect from our thoughts, because...
Bro, James needs to create a show called I Just Don't Understand. Like, if he ever gets like a decent amount of viewers, that needs to be his show name. I just don't understand.
That is a good... Oh, we need to pitch that to James.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Good. Really
I just don't understand show, and he just talks to people and just says, "Well, I just don't understand."
Every episode he starts with, "I can take out to I just want to talk about this because I just don't understand."
Today we're talking about talking to a Buddhist, and all I got to say is I just don't understand why you could believe in Buddhism.
Yeah, and then the Buddhist just instantly starts introducing himself and moving forward with the interview.
I love the fact that James has selective memory, that he thinks he says more, but if it's been recorded multiple times, like if you go back and look, James, you don't say that's what you say. That's how you start every sentence. I just don't understand.
No, when he came up on the panel tonight, in my head, I was like, I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't say, I just don't understand how you can't believe in free will. And he said it exactly. And I was like, oh my God, it was a Jamesism. I just don't understand how you can't believe in free will.
No, it was even funnier though, because he was like, he doesn't say anything, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna go, guys. But JS. I just don't understand. I literally thought he was trolling you. Like, I thought it had to have been a troll.
I know, it almost sounded fake.
That's why I even said it in the chat. I said, did he come up just to say goodbye? Was that why he came up, Hannah?
Yeah, like, did he come up just to troll JS and be like, I just want to tell you I just don't understand.
James, I just don't understand how you don't see how free will is biblical. And it's like, oh my God, he did it.
Oh, great. I wouldn't have expected anything less from James. It was great. And that's the best part, is that it wasn't a troll. Is that he was being genuine and serious.
Yeah. I mean, he's being honest. He's not, yeah. He just doesn't understand.
I'm saying.
It's so funny. And if people don't know James, they wouldn't get like why we were laughing and like what the joke is. Like, it's kind of an inside joke. You gotta know James, but
yeah, no, that whole entire panel had no idea, but yep, just laughing my ass off. Oh man,
it said it. I was like, that's a Jamesism. And probably nobody knew what I was talking about, but I was like, he just did a Jamesism. What's up, K Hopper? Jazz, if you and Stepfire had a Vulcan mind meld, then y'all would have agreed on our will. It's neither absolutely free nor fully determined. So you're saying that it's nuanced, it's somewhere in the middle. And yeah,
how do you come to that conclusion, K-Hopper?
I mean, I see what he's saying, like, but if we have free will, but that free will can be taken from us against our will, then do we really have free will? No, we have sometimes we can will things. Consequential will, there's limited will, there's injured will.
I'm gonna go back to effigies. Effigy said it, and I thought it was like, to me that was like a slam dunk mic drop thing. Is if God decides you're going to heaven, can you freely will yourself to hell or to eternal damnation, whatever you want to fucking say? Can you? No, you can't. Like, if you can tell me that you can do that, then maybe I'll consider free will.
And that's the same.
Because then I would argue that you're going against God's plan.
That's the same question I asked with the how did the debate go? Everybody says I lost apparently, and everybody's trying to give me tips on how to debate Shiva, but but I don't see it that way. I'm trying to freely will myself to see it the way they see it, but everything everybody told me and gave me advice and tips, I was like, maybe you guys weren't paying attention to the debate, but I already covered all that. like that's like day one. That's like free will 101 stuff. I learned that,
I didn't find it as one-sided as they thought. Exactly with when you did your cross exam.
Yeah,
he literally answered. Like you said, he answered like as soon as. That's why you're like, okay, next question, because you're like, okay, well then that just that there was no free will.
Because I was like, the way you just answered these questions, there's no free will. What are you talking?
Literally just bam, 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 bam. Okay, thank you. My cross exam is done. Like in a court, you would have been like, guilty, done. Yeah. That's it. Game over. Like.
It took a while for me because I thought Stepfire was literally just talking out like both sides of his ass the whole time. I think he doesn't think Satan is controlled by God. I think that's the position he was trying to take, but he kept saying that he was.
Yeah, it got into some weird stuff, and I knew that was gonna happen. So I knew he was gonna say, "How do you love without free will? How is there true love?" And so I have an answer written down. I gave my answer. I addressed it, and then, but then he doesn't like the answer, so it keeps going and it keeps going.
Said that God is responsible for the evil and you bit the bullet, he was like, "No, you're wrong. It's actually Satan, and Satan enacts God's will, and so Satan's will is God's will." And it's like, so aren't you literally saying God?
Yeah, and that's why I was confused.
Exactly. And then he wanted to argue, right? And then he wanted to argue, say, "JS, now you're saying that it's all God, it's all circular." And it's like, wait, that's not what. No, that's what you just said.
And I like, it wasn't a stun lock as in like, "Ooh, you got me there. What do I say?" But it was more like a stun lock as like, "What the fuck are you saying?" And I don't see where the contradiction is here. And but he kept saying it's obviously a contradiction, and I was like, "How is it a contradiction? I've already explained. Like, selfless love is outside of me. It's of God. I love because God commands me to do so, not of my free will, but His command, and it's selfless love. It's agape. It's God's love. I love my enemies, who if I had free will, I would not love my enemies, but for some reason I love them. I have to. I'm commanded to." And then I don't know. It just, and then it. So every time he was like, "Oh, I got you there," I was like, "I don't see the gotcha. I don't think."
That's what I'm saying. They don't ever look at the other half of it either.
I don't see how you don't see all the gotchas that I got in the cross exam, because I think, and maybe this is just my, my perception or my bias or whatever of it, but I feel like the way he answered the questions in the cross exam destroyed everything. Like,
me too. Like, I know maybe exactly. Maybe I'm just a slight bit biased because I don't believe in free will either, but I don't see how he could disagree with that point. Like, he literally, like, he was like, "But you were just presupposing." It's like, no, you weren't making the answers. Like, you came up with the answer. Like, it was your answer. Like, you agreed to my premise. So even if it was presupposing something, you agreed to it. So what are you saying? Like, you accepted that term. Like, what are you saying? Like, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, you're agreeing with me.
As soon as he told me there's going to be a cross exam, I was like, "Oh, okay." And if you watch the debate prep, I was talking about it. I was like, I have a line of questioning that if he answers the way I think he's going to answer, there's no way he can justify free will. And he did answer the way I expected him to answer. But I also had, if he would have answered differently, like, I have a whole flow chart written out here, and it's, does everyone have free will all the time? If yes, how about when they're unconscious, like asleep or in a coma, or someone with a brain defect? If no, do we freely will when we don't have free will? So like I had all this planned out, and then I'm just checking off, but there's like an idea in my head of where he's going to go.
Yeah, why do you ever expect with these groups of people you're ever going to get this far into the conversation?
Well, in a formal debate, we're going to get that far into it.
I feel like it didn't get that far. It just circled around the drain of like not understanding the most basic premises behind predeterminism.
Because it was right. That's what I was going to say. Right, it was right after the cross examination.
Once it got to the open, it got
opened the floor. Then Stepfire he kept stepping back and saying, "Well, JS, you're saying it's all for nothing because if God's will is evil, then there is no good." And it's like, what? And he's like, "Well, then what's the point of Jesus? What was the point of Jesus? What was the point of Jesus?" It's like,
which is literally just throwing a tantrum.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't disprove anything. It's just being like, "I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't want to hear this. I don't like this."
I kind of knew that. I kind of knew it was going to go that way, and that's
Bringing you
why
back to that.
when we get to the open convo, and I expected the same thing with Mosman. It's like I just want to have all these different things to keep bringing up. So I'm going to bring up the Texas Tower, the Texas Charles Whitman, the sniper. I'm going to bring up.
It almost makes a lot of these people look bad when they're talking about it because it makes it feel like they're saying like God's will needs to bend to their understanding. If they can't understand it, then it's not correct.
Right.
Yeah, or when you just blatantly say, "Well, I just stomped all over you," and that's a contradiction, and I'm like, where's the contradiction? I directly answered your question. You said, how do we love without free will? And I said, we don't love. God loves through us. And then he says, oh, so you don't think we love? And it's like, yeah, that's what I just said. Like,
right. Yep. Okay. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Next. Like,
but
how does that prove that there's free will? I don't understand. Like, how does me not believing in love say that there's free will? I don't understand that.
Yeah, they will say, so love is pointless. Well, love is commanded and it's of God. It's not of us. It's selfless. There is no self.
A lot of people don't get into this debate and they just don't Google.
Well, that's what it was, yeah.
Can you prove free will? Can you prove these things? And they don't just see, oh, these aren't things that you can prove. Maybe this isn't worth it.
Well, that was the other thing he kept getting stuck on was the self. There is no self. There is no self. That's what he kept saying. There is no self, JS. There is no self.
Yeah. And that's the...
And I was like, without free will, there is no self?
Self is ego. And so it's this concept that I'm in charge and I'm in control. And this is why people cannot let go of free will, because you have to acknowledge that I'm not in control. Myself is... And so when he says, yeah, I know Shiva, and Shiva's gonna understand what I'm saying, because this is like in Buddhism, there is no self. It's not about me. I'm just...
Yeah, it's about moving away with oneness.
Yeah. But then it goes into solipsism, and then we get into a debate about solipsism, and I wasn't trying to go down that road.
No. Okay, so there's some denying the existence of an intrinsic self is not solipsistic. It's
not denying, but to move away from like the worldly oneness, like the idea of like oneself.
Yeah, I mean, Buddhism would assert that the kind of that the self is a phenomenological phenomena.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. I am not Josh. I am not Josh, this compilation of cells in this thing. None of this is real. Like I am.
No, it's real. It's just not intrinsic. Look,
but I'm not. I must.
It's like Nirvana is supposed to be like peace without emotions, right?
No, that's not. No, that's.
I'm actually a spirit. I'm a soul.
All right, wait. I'll let you explain it. You can explain it.
Well, Nirvana literally means extinction, and I can't tell you what Nirvana is because I'm not a Buddha. Right?
Well, I was about to say, I thought they were talking about like the extinction of one's emotions.
Is that like being a catechumen?
Well,
I thought Nirvana is like what you meet when you finally achieve that divorced from oneness.
In the Pali Canon, quite often there will be passages where the Buddha is moving through states that are called dhyana, and it will describe how it's moving into like the moving through the dhyanas of form, the first 4 dhyanas, and then moving through the formless dhyanas, and then coming back down into the first dhyana. And the first few dhyanas are states that are filled with joy and bliss. So the idea that nirvana is an extinct, like a kind of divorcing oneself from emotional states is...
Well, the Buddhists believe you lose all your memories when you die too, right?
Do they?
I think so.
I mean, I certainly believe that, but that's because
any depiction I've seen of it. Yeah, any depiction I've seen of it is that they believe that whenever you die, because your memories are attached to your body, yourself, you leave all of that behind.
I have to
Only
believe
your
that.
essence leaves.
I believe that as a Christian too, and maybe other Christians would disagree, but if heaven is perfection, then I can't have, I can't have sorrow, or I can't have fear or doubt or anything that comes from memory of the past. That
It
has
can't
to
have
be.
you. Yeah.
I did
Those
watch
parts of
some
you need to be
your
eradicated for you to get in there.
Yeah.
I did watch some of your debate last night, Josh. Though I thought you were doing really well. The fact that people were saying that you lost is a bit odd to me, because I thought you were kind of bodying Stepfire. But there was one area where I think he definitely tripped you up, and that was when he asked you to define the word love, and you didn't appear to be able to do that without using the word love. And
Yeah,
so,
that's such a hard freaking like, define love. Like
oh
I
yeah,
knew
no, love's easy to define. It's the ardent welfare for the desire of beings.
the ardent welfare for the desire
Sorry,
of beings.
I mixed my words up. The ardent desire for the welfare of beings. Simple.
The ardent
Desire for the welfare of beings.
Can you say that in American English?
I would argue that it's undefinable.
Well,
Yeah,
all words
that's kind of what I was trying to go. Is there's lots of definitions of
I agree
love.
with you. All words are definable, but the boundaries can be blurred.
Yeah,
Like the
yeah.
lines for all
No,
words are
I'll agree with that.
different.
I couldn't. Yeah, sorry, I can't give a good definition of love, but but it's tough. It is.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
that seems to me like to be a fairly safe definition of what you were talking about in terms of agape, right? So it's the ardent desire, like it's a strong desire for beings, including oneself, for their welfare.
For the welfare. Strong desire. A desire. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right. Like, what's a definition of a chair, right? The love would be the same type of question. You could have different
Oh, I mean,
definitions, but,
and I think
and they would
quite
all be
often-
similar, but like they're not all exactly the same.
And I knew it was going to go down knowledge and love. Like,
yeah,
he didn't get to purpose, but I thought purpose was going to be in there at some point. But that
Did
never
he give
happened.
us? Did he give a definition of love? Did he say love was freely willing?
I think at some point he did say.
No, he was just like, you think God loves God?
Well, no, didn't I ask him what he thinks love is, and I think he said something like what Shiva just said. It's like care for others.
Right, but I think he threw in will in there. I think he said the will to, or something like that. Because then that's
Yeah, I
how
can't
he was.
remember.
Yeah, I think it was that's.
There was a point, Josh, when I thought you could have just ended the debate there and then, and that was when Stepfire said, "I reject the philosophical definition of free will," because it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing debating free will then?
Right, and then when he gave in the after panel, because I should have honed in on his definition of free will, because I gave 3 definitions. I gave 2 common definitions in my opening, and then I gave what I think it means. And I should have really grilled him down on what he thinks, because if he would have told me it's the ability to make a choice, no, that's not what free will is.
Yeah, or you would just agree with that assertion, right? And then the debate's over. Yes, I agree. We can choose things.
Yeah,
I'd say the biggest problem you have when debating it is trying to figure out when to switch these levels. Like when you're like doing the theology
Thank
of
you,
it,
baby.
and then you'll just sometimes you'll just quickly switch and you'll be like, but also, what does it mean to be free? And it's like you're asking, like, now you're on a completely different like tangent about the same thing, but this is like a completely different conversation that you could have about the same topic.
Well, I think that's why it's important to get definitions early, right? Like it should be the first thing that you do. And I think when I talk about free will now with people who are claiming that it exists, I was like to do what Josh said he should have done, which is to pin them down on exactly what they think will is free from. Because it's not, because if the word free didn't have any semantic value in the phrase, then it wouldn't be there, right? Like it has to mean something.
Right, exactly. Yeah, what is it free from?
Yeah, that's why I get why Raging Tomatoes was saying it was kind of circling.
Yeah.
I thought it is also interesting that debates like these tend to fall into free will versus determinism, which is kind of almost like we're stepping back into the 17th century, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was trying to pull, like, I don't know if I like this term determinism and stuff, but all I'm trying to say is we don't have free will.
Yeah,
Like,
determinism wasn't part of the conversation like 2 weeks ago. We just called it the free will debate.
Right. Well, and that's the prompt of the debate is, do we have free will? And I say no. Now but I do, like, I don't know. I do think that it is kind of determined.
I prefer to think of it as being because determinism, as far as I can tell, and I might have misunderstood the term, is it denotes a kind of linear A to B to C, and I tend to prefer to think much more in terms of a complex causal web, a network of conditions that give rise to effects.
Yeah, and they asked me my definition of determinism in the after panel, and it kind of like blew people's minds.
Over complex A to B to C, right?
But what did I say? I said everything that determinism is everything that happens was inevitable and the only way it could have happened, or something like that.
Okay. Did you get into the omniscience thing?
Yeah.
Because I kind of, after about half an hour, I kind of stopped watching. So
yeah, he didn't. I don't know. He didn't want to. He kept going back to and I wanted to ask you, Shiva, how do you, when someone says without free will you can't reason, because this doesn't make sense to me. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't.
I'd ask him. Okay, yeah. I'd ask why free will is necessary for reason, like what the kind of mechanism is that makes free will necessary for reason.
Yeah, you're not asserting that you use the reason anyways.
Because if somebody asked me, how do you know things? I would say observation and divine revelation.
I would get him to drill down and say what is knowledge. Like, because to my mind, not like I think that JTB is a justified true belief.
We did get to that. And
yeah, well, I think that's invalid. So
yeah, he said he asked me what is knowledge, and I said it's a justified true belief. I agree with that.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think that what we call knowledge is merely a belief that we hold with conviction.
Belief that we hold with conviction is knowledge. But if you're wrong, did you really have knowledge?
But if you're right, did you really have knowledge?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting. That's kind of what I was getting at with. Yes, there are things. So I could see the sun and observe that it's yellow. I know that this is what I said to him. I said, I know I can observe the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and I can observe that. And I can read and I can hear people talk about what the sun is made up of. It's made of, combustion and blah, 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 and fission and all this nuclear chemical, blah, blah, blah. I could read all that, and I could choose to believe that, or I could think the sun is made of cheese. It's orange.
Well, do you really choose to believe though? Like, think back to that Alex O'Connor clip he played like last week, where he's talking about
Right.
thinking 2 + 2 = 4. Or 2
Math.
+
Yeah,
2
the math
= 5.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't choose to believe it. I'm led there based off of the best observations and the best
yeah.
like inferences about what it could be. Now, none of us have gone to the sun, so we don't know what the sun's really made of, but
Plasma, bananas.
plasma and bananas, right? Well, it could be made of cheese, but then like so I would just say I don't know what the sun is made of, but I believe based off of people who know a lot more than me and who are way better at this stuff than me that it's made out of
Yeah.
plasma exploding and fission and fusion and explosions and blah blah blah.
In
But if I'm wrong, I'm
Indian
just wrong.
in Indian philosophy, you get this idea of epistemic agents, instruments, and objects, right? And so we are the epistemic agents. The things that we're observing are the epistemic objects, or like 2 + 2 = 4 is an epistemic object. And there are, I think, said to be 4 epistemic instruments. So one is perception, one is testimony from somebody that you trust. Another one is inference, and I forget what the fourth one is. Oh, similarity. So you can use like analogy. Now, I don't like the analogy one. I just kind of ignore that. And I think the others are ultimately reducible down to perception, right? Because like if you're relying on testimony, well, you need to be able to perceive that testimony. And if you're relying on inference, well, you need to be able to perceive your thought processes. But so it, like that's kind of what you're using testimony in this instance, saying that well, I don't necessarily have the expertise to examine the sun in a scientific fashion. I don't have the tools and the knowledge,
Right.
so I rely on people who do have that expertise.
Yeah. And all I can do is and all they can do is observe using the tool. So I just to cut it
I
down.
mean, you also could too. You could figure out how to read a spectroscopy scope. Then you could run it across the sun, figure out what elements are consistent in a sun. Say it seems to add up with all the data that I'm reading.
Yeah.
And then you've done your own little experiment.
But to cut all that down in the very simplest of terms, it's observation.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say
and my
perception.
tools, I build tools so that I can observe a temperature based off of this tool that I made. Yeah, and it all just comes down to observation, but I don't freely will what I observe, like and measurements and
you always run into eventually you run up against the Munchausen trilemma.
Which is like what if we don't know? What if there's a variable we don't know about, right? What's the Munchausen trilemma?
It's that when you make any sort of epistemic claim, you eventually run up against the infinite regress of justifications, right?
Yeah.
So if we take measuring the sun, right? Well, you say, how do you know the sun is made of plasma? Well, we can measure it, right?
How do you know your measurements are accurate? Yeah.
Exactly. So we can calibrate the tool that we're using to measure them, but then how do you know that that tool is working properly? Right. So that just goes on forever and ever. Or you end up at circular reasoning, right? So you could say, well, we can test the measurement tool by measuring another star, for example, right?
Yeah, and how do you know that star is? Yeah, it just keeps.
Or you end up at dogmatism.
I don't even know if we have spectroscopy capable of reaching other stars.
Yeah,
so
of
the
course
thing
we
do.
That's how we know. That's how we classify stars is by spectral analysis, isn't it?
Well, I thought that's like a visual thing, right? We don't need.
I think it's. I mean, I'm not a physicist, so I'm.
Yeah, neither am I. I know all this from like a book, but I thought spectroscopy was usually used for stuff that you can't see, like.
No, it's measuring. Isn't it measuring radio waves?
No, it's
moon
like
is made of
it's
cheese,
a
not
it's
the
a way
sun.
to see like it registers what elements are inside of something. It might be through some form of radio wave like output, but then through colors it'll show you what elements are
Yeah.
like mainly disposed. That's how they find like planets and stuff in other solar systems.
Speaking of planets, did you hear the news that we may have found a planet that contains life?
I have that in my file for talking about it on Monday. I haven't read the article yet, but I don't know, maybe that was last week. When was that last
Oh yeah,
week?
so yeah, your answer you bringing that up answers my question because that would be
They
done
found
through
a signal of
spectroscopy.
life.
If it's a
Yeah,
planet that far away, it's got a different star.
when they say they found a signal of life on another planet, it means they saw like a gas explosion that gas has like
Why do you hate aliens so much?
parabola. Because I'm anti-alien. I don't like the aliens.
There's nothing they're not gonna probe you.
I'm
It's
pro
okay.
I'm pro dinosaurs building pyramids, but aliens are too far. You're taking it too far.
What if whenever you find them, they
No,
have religious beliefs that are similar to us, and then we can have better evidence that we're correct?
I've always said
Well,
you may find like a cockroach in space or like a dog in space or like some sort of space alien creature. But intelligent life with consciousness, metacognition,
I'm saying, if you're looking for evidence of God, if you could find some aliens that believe like a really similar religion to you, that's pretty fucking.
I think that would break God in my mind. If we find beings capable of thinking about thinking in space, that kind of breaks God in my mind. And so I can't.
Oh, what the fuck? You're gonna talk about other people
Right,
having
just-
a
you-
limited
you
view
just
on
need
what
to-
God's
to-
capable of?
You just
Unless
need to
they got-
broaden- Josh, you just need to broaden your classification of what it means to be human in this context.
What? Yeah, I would just say.
If you're
those
giving
are-
them sentience,
Well, I would
they're
just call them demons.
aliens. Why? But they
those
believe in
are some-
God.
those are some
in the
damn
hypothetical,
demons.
they believe in God and they worship Jesus.
They believe in God and worship Jesus? The aliens?
Yes, these are aliens that have found your religion. If you can get these to Earth, this pretty much proves Christianity.
If these are fallen, yeah, okay, yeah. If these are fallen aliens that have, they have a Jesus and they worship our Jesus, then I'd be like, all right, that proves Jesus, but that proves God, but I don't like if there's some gray man that's like making spaceships and like doing philosophy and stuff. And he comes to Earth and he's like, "What's this God you're talking
be
about?"
a demon.
That's a demon.
Like a normal guy. Yeah, you describe him as like the most normal alien guy ever. He's just working on ships and like.
Yeah, he's just like he's got a big head, androgynous.
He just comes and visits Earth. Motherfucking demon.
He's got no sexual reproductive organs because they do all that with a petri dish now. Like, nah, I don't like that.
So
Fuck that guy.
Did Stepfire kind of get into why he thinks you need to have free will for knowledge to arise?
No. I feel like that's the open convo is where it fell apart when we got into the knowledge, which is where I knew it would go, and so I had a pre-planned answer, and then it just got it got circular, and it got to him saying, "Own, I owned you." Oh, that's a contradiction, and I was like, "Why is that a contradiction?" And I guess because if I'm trying to steel man it, it's like if I'm predetermined to believe what I believe and you're predetermined to believe what you believe, I don't know. I can't even steel man it because.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd want to pin him down on what he thinks knowledge is in the way that he was trying to pin you down on what love is.
Yeah, he agreed. He said, what is knowledge? I said, justified true belief. And he agreed to that. So why does free will matter whether you're right or wrong? Like,
Right, because like even if there's no free will, right, you
if
can
it's
have a
true,
justification. Something can be true, and you can believe it, right?
yeah. If I've been determined to believe what is true, and you've been determined to believe what is false, that doesn't change what is true or what is false. I don't know. It didn't make sense to me, and that's why I kind of kept freezing up, and I didn't know how to answer, and it probably looked really bad. I'll have to go back and watch it, but it probably looked really bad.
I don't think there was silence, and so like you said, like when he would pose the whatever, I don't even remember specifically now, whatever it was, but when you didn't have an answer for him right away, he was like, "Oh, see, gotcha," and you're like, "But the question you just asked doesn't
make any fucking sense."
Yeah, listen, I like Stepfire. I like Stepfire. That whole thing was like a gotcha trap, like the whole thing.
There's a stun lock in a debate where you ask somebody a question that breaks their whole worldview and they can't answer it, and they're like, but that wasn't what was happening. What was happening is I'm like,
he kept putting it out. He's like, "Oh, see, gotcha." You're like,
yeah,
no, I was like, I just
moved from gotcha to gotcha to gotcha.
Yeah, I don't even get the question. I don't even like.
He would set up a gotcha. You would respond and then ask him a question. He wouldn't respond to it and then ask another gotcha.
Yeah. You should have hammered him. Like if someone was doing that to me, I'd have ignored their questions and pointed out that they failed to answer mine. And as he's taking the affirmative, it's on him to provide definitions, right?
Well, in the cross exam, he straight up answered my questions, and all the answers he gave. By the end, I was like,
the affirmative thing's needed. You providing definitions is even great because you can be like, I'm engaging and providing definitions. You're not doing either.
Well, the problem with that, Goon, is that if the person who's in the affirmative isn't providing the definitions, then they have a get out in that they can say, well, that's not what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but we kind of both did.
That's what I'm saying, but then you can push it even harder because then you can just be like, then you need to provide something. Like you need to provide something right now.
I don't like playing the and like no shade on Andrew Wilson, but he does this really well. I don't like playing this game where it's like I'm the negative, so I'm trying. Even if I'm the negative, I'm still trying to prove the negative. Maybe I shouldn't do that.
But also, I'd have called him out on his bait and switch when he said, "I reject the philosophically accepted definition of the word free will." I'd have just called him out like that. That's a bait and switch because he's wanting to use the emotional language of free will. Whilst also distancing himself from what free will actually means. So it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing debating it then? Like,
yeah, I should have, and we didn't get to that till the after panel when he gave his definition. I should have said, "What is your definition of free will?" And when he said the ability to make a choice, as soon as he said that in the after panel, I was like, "No, that is not. That's not what free will is." Like,
right.
I'm not going to accept that as a definition of free will. The ability, yeah, we all have the ability to make choices, but that's totally dodging.
Well, I told you you should start these conversations setting out definitions, and you told me that was gay.
I didn't.
I think that's verbatim.
What do you mean? I gave definitions in my opening.
I know, but like, I mean, when you talk to him, you have to make sure to get that out right away. You need to be like, I put my definition. I need to get yours now. Like.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. I should have.
Yeah, because I agree with you. It was so crazy that literally the debate ends and he finally gives his definition. It's like, what the fuck?
The debate's over and they're like, "Let's talk about definitions. What's your definition of free will?" And he says it's the ability to make a choice. And I was like, "What? Wait, that's."
Yeah, I don't think anybody in there agreed with that. Like, literally anybody in there agreed with that definition.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Goon, you would be. I've often found myself being frustrated because free will proponents, what they tend to end up arguing is just the ability to make choices.
Right.
And that's
Exactly.
not what free will is.
That's all they argue. Exactly. It's the ability. Or they try to form it differently by saying, or I've even heard people say flat out that it is flat out choice.
And then when I gave my definition of free will, he essentially said, "Well, that definition is unbeatable." So I don't like that definition. Like
so don't fucking debate it then.
Right, and that's that I said that I was like, yeah, that's why that's my definition, because it's unbeatable. Your problem with my definition is that you can't beat it. So yeah, what you can't debate it. Like I say the typical definition, free will is the ability to make choices outside of external I've been drinking a lot tonight, but influences, things like this, but I add to it consequence or benefit with no consequence or benefit, because if there's a consequence or a benefit, then it's not free, because that consequence or that benefit is going to influence your choice.
Right. But you're also then doing a bait and switch, right? Because most philosophers, when they're discussing metaphysical free will, that's not generally part of the definition, is it?
Yeah, I'm adding a little bit of my own.
Yeah, but you have to realize he's religious. He believes that you can prove God exists.
Well, but
no, I know he's religious.
Well, I also believe that there's two.
I'm just saying it plays into that. That's why he's not going to have like.
Well, it's only two words.
Strictly worldly definition for it.
It's only two words. It's free,
which I think is the weakest part of the argument. I think he should just go completely off the worldly side.
Yeah, I could do that too, and that's why when I hear Shiva, the other night Shiva and Easy and people were debating about it, and Shiva and Brandon were debating about it before the VK. They were debating about it the other night, and Brandon kept walking into these traps, and I was like, I'm in chat, and I'm like, oh my God, does he not see that he just like this is what? And I agree with everything Shiva thinks about free will is the same thing I think about free will. I just add one extra piece to it, which is the metaphysical influence, which is God, good and evil, God and Satan. But you could take that out of it and it still works.
I've been
yeah, I'm not even saying it's like a worse opinion. I think it would just be better for a debate, like for you to stick to like even you bringing up the theology as like secondary and then focusing mainly on like the worldly aspect.
Yeah, but I like to focus on the word free. So free, if something is free has more than one definition, and it's whether it's
look, you saying, well, it's just two words, as if that doesn't mean anything. Like, two words can change the entire semantic content of a statement,
right? And that's what I'm saying. So even if I concede we have will, but it's not free will. Maybe it's consequential will. Maybe it's limited will. Maybe it's
just will.
Well, I think we have will. We have, but our will. If will, this is my will is the agency by which we inform our decisions. So that's what will is. And then I agree, or I'd say we have will. We have a will. That's our agency. Every choice I make is based off of my will. But what is my will based off of? And so this is Schopenhauer. This is, I can will my choices, but I can't will my will. What wills my will? And
I thought it was kind of interesting that Stepfire was almost trying to push you to the Buddhist view that there's no self. Because if he'd done that with me, I'd have completely accepted his assertion. Yep, there's no self. It's an illusion. Like,
Well, I kind of did. Yeah. I kind of did. Like, I was just like, okay, well, there's no self. But, and that's, I think a lot of Christians don't realize that Christianity and the Bible, it is an Eastern book. It was written in the East. It's not like this modern Western philosophy. It is an Eastern philosophy, and there's a lot of similarities between Buddhism and Christianity and the Bible, and all of these things came from that. Yeah.
Isn't there a theory that, or at least a hypothesis that during his early adult life, Jesus went to India
and studied Buddhism. Yeah,
yeah.
that is
like, when he came back and started teaching, I think he was the first person in Western Europe.
Is that during that like gap of time though, where like nobody really knows what the fuck Jesus went and did?
Yeah, it's just a theory. It's just an idea. But when he comes back, he's saying a lot of things, and so
that like align with those beliefs.
Yeah, and a lot of
yeah, which could go into that Hindu Christian thing you were talking about.
Well, and this is why I said there's an alignment between all these different world religions and all these views. They do all kind of come from the same place, and then there's a lot of similarities, and we focus on the differences.
One of those Indian mystics, bro. It changed God's heart.
Yeah, and
he was like, "Yo, these Indian mystics are fucking dope." I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, Jesus, like when he came back and he started talking about, I think he was the first Western, like in Western Europe, teacher to talk about there being an ethical dimension to your thoughts, wasn't he?
Who?
Jesus.
I'm not religious. I don't know what Jesus taught when he came back.
Wait, what'd you say? Jesus was the first Western. What?
The first Western kind of spiritual teacher to bring an ethical dimension to our internal life, rather than.
I don't even know what ethical dimension means.
I'm not sure what you mean by Western, because Jesus was. I mean, this was in the Middle East, so.
No, he was in Rome, wasn't he?
When he taught these things, I mean.
No, maybe you're right. You're right. He was Middle Eastern, wasn't he?
No, I don't. Well, I mean, maybe he went to Rome during that time frame.
What's an ethical dimension?
Between when he was born and when he was 33, maybe he went to Rome, but.
Dimension in this context, Goon, doesn't mean realm or space. It just means context.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, and see, so if Roman teachings were Western, and this is what this idea kind of like, because I used to, well, I don't know like statute of limitations, but let's just say I used to agree a lot with like what the Proud Boys espoused.
You're definitely not beyond
What the fuck, JS?
But so, I'm a proud Western chauvinist, and I refuse. See, I don't even remember.
You get the pass. You're in Utah.
Yeah, and so, but then I started looking at it, and I was like, well, none of this, like, so Eastern Orthodoxy and. Where was the Bible written, and what kind of views were like this modern Western ideology seems to be fucking up the world. And I think because the whole Proud Boy thing, and it's all about Western chauvinism, and I'm a proud Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for building the modern world or whatever. But
Within a year, all the MAGA
Yeah, I
stuff
don't know.
will be said.
I don't know the exact.
An Antifa flag will be behind Josh.
I don't know the exact claim to join the Proud Boys or anything like that, but but
Josh will be doing every stream in a shiesty mask.
But seems like the Western ideologies are leading to the downfall of the modern world, and a lot of these Eastern.
This is the most commie thing I've ever fucking heard.
It's not commie. But no.
Commie or Muslim, bro.
What I'm saying is the Bible and Christianity did not come from Europe. It did not come from England. It did not come from any of these Western ideologies. What I see is Marxism and bullshit coming from France and England and Canada and leading to America. And now America is the front runner of all this.
Wait. Look, you can't claim
England's part of it.
Wait a minute. You cannot
claim
claim
to sell off the Euroheads, bro. Don't sell off our own country.
Look, you can't claim that Marxism came from every single fucking country except the country it came from, Josh. Come on.
Germany?
Russia.
Marx was Russian?
Yes.
Okay, but every Lenin, Stalin, they all learned Marxism in France. And
they were all Russian too.
Yeah. But Russian, there's okay. So that's Eastern.
Oh wait. No, actually, I think he was German, wasn't he, Marx? Thinking about it,
I think he was German. I'm not sure about that. Marx
was lit, dog. Marx was lit as hell. He didn't even think any of his shit would be taken that seriously. It really is kind of sad.
Yeah.
Like,
Marx was German, and everything from Marxism was taught in France. France picked it up, and so Lenin and Stalin were kicked out of Russia. They were what's the word? Banished. Not banished, but they were.
People were throwing Marx in, but like Marx.
And so they went to France and they studied Marxism in France, and then they brought it back to Russia, and it fucked up Russia.
Never even studied Marx never even enacted Marxism. Like he
So
was like, it was like a thought.
It seems to me like Buddhism and Hinduism and Christianity are Eastern ideologies, Eastern Orthodox, and in Eastern Russia and Eastern the Middle East, and maybe even throw a little bit of Islam in there. I don't know.
All right, bud.
Okay, I'm taking it too far. Okay,
where the fuck are monarchies from? Let's get down to the root and knuckle and barrel of it.
The West.
Yeah, because you want monarchies. How's that any better?
No, I want a theocracy.
Well, how is that any better?
You said you want a king.
Instead of
that's a monarchy.
No, he wants a god emperor. That's what he wants.
I want God to run everything. I want a man of God to take over, and he's appointed by God, and God.
Josh.
Huh?
What if it's the wrong god?
That's fine. Well, I mean, that's what we see in like Iran and places like that, and whatever. We see it in Utah. We have a theocracy here, and it's based off of Mormonism, and I think that's the wrong God, but it seems to work out pretty good. It's pretty based. If we didn't have Salt Lake City being a bunch of degenerates,
that's crazy. You think there can be a wrong God?
Well, yeah.
I mean, if they're contradictory, they can't both be right.
They both if they're both created by God and are gods meant to represent, even if they're false, they're both still technically God.
But I'm saying the Muslims can have their countries where they have Allah, and the Buddhists can have their own countries where they have. I don't know what Buddhists have. Buddha. But it's not. I know he's not the God. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was listening
to the American God, the dollar.
I was
What do
listening
you
to
mean?
you.
We have John, whatever the fuck, the guy
Hold
from
on.
Mormonism.
I was listening to you talking to Easy the other night about Buddhism for a while I was at work, Shiva. And
Right.
that's like I would like to do interviews like that where I really like to learn about all these I'd like to do interviews with people and talk to them about their religions and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Not a debate,
I
just I want to
yeah,
learn about.
I find the conversations like that in a way much more interesting than the kind of blood sport debates that happen so often. Because it's like the blood sport debates. I mean, they're a form of entertainment, and it's about doing gotchas and whatnot, and they're not particularly edifying. Like I very rarely learn anything new from those sorts of conversations.
Bro, I'll
Whereas
pop
with
off, bro. They
conversations,
just suck, and they're all like 8 years late to the race. Like Bloodsport's died in like 2016.
But here's one question I would ask is from listening to that was like a week ago or something. I don't know if you remember, but I know a lot of people that hang out at what I call Scum Circle or the Drum Circle, and they're hippies, and they're all like, "I'm Buddhist, bro. I'm Buddhist. I took acid and I became Buddhist. I took a lot of mushrooms and I became Buddhist, bro."
yeah.
And you told a story about how you took hallucinogens and you became Buddhist.
Well, not straight
It's
away.
very common.
It's
So
very
this
common.
is what
I've lost quite a few of my
Well,
tripping friends
but
to
hold on.
Buddhism.
Well, here's my problem is because later you said that part of Buddhism is not taking substances that
cloud the mind. Yeah.
that cloud the mind.
Yeah. So the thing that happened was that I took I used to take quite a lot of drugs because I like avoiding painful experience, and I thought that was a good way of doing it. And I took there were a few times that I took shrooms where I had what I would describe as a transcendental experience, which I think is quite common amongst people who take hallucinogens. But rather than just going down that path, like I decided to try because I had a conversation with someone in my early 20s who'd had a similar experience, and they said that they decided they were going to try and get to that same state but without the mushrooms, and I found that quite interesting. And then I had experiences where I was doing a form of the mindfulness of breathing that put me into a state called dhyana, or very very close to it. And so I realized, and the difference between being in a state of clarity from meditation and being in a
But
state
the
of
shrooms, well, I wouldn't say they're necessary, but they enter the ability to go back to that. I get
well,
what you're saying.
I tend to view them as a smash and grab on the transcendental. So you can take shrooms and you can have this amazing experience, but unless you have a mind that's established in calm, any insights that you get don't go deep, and they kind of dissipate.
No, but it's like swimming for the first time too. You never know that you're swimming until you've swam for the first time. I guess it's not even that
But
good of an analogy, but it's like when you take them afterwards, there'll be things that happen like when you're breathing, like you say properly or something, where you start to feel those feelings again, but you wouldn't know that they're those feelings except for if you had already done that. Now, I do think you could probably reach that state through
but
like
so is there
meditation or something.
so I've done shrooms a lot of times. And I've done acid a lot of times. We used to do trolling, which is tripping and rolling. We would take a bunch of mushrooms and ecstasy at the same time. So I've very been very steeped in this world of hallucinogens. Is it my like I was what's the word? Not prerequisite, but like I was not predetermined, but I had a what is the word I'm looking for? Disposition. Yeah. I had a predisposition. I was already Christian. I grew up in the church and in the Bible. And then when I took the hallucinogens, I was telling myself, I'm just trying to have fun, and I don't want to. And I had heard about bad trips, and I had heard about, like, but I
I'm
never
just trying to have fun.
yeah, I never had this like
Bro, get fucked,
transcendental
bro.
out of body like spiritual experience. And to me, when people say that, it annoys me because it's like, dude, I've done a lot of hallucinogens and I've never had anything like that. And it's always like, let's look at some posters and listen to some Tool, and it's like, cool, let's
I've
rave.
never gone to a new plane of existence or consciousness.
No, I've never got there.
So, okay, all right. So I think
I've
I
taken
should
crazy
clarify.
amounts of drugs.
So I think I should clarify the times that I had the transcendental experiences. I was doing the mindfulness of breathing as I was coming up on the trip, and the times when I didn't do the mindfulness of breathing as I was coming up on the trip, the experiences, whilst wacky and crazy, because that's what shrooms and acid are like, that they weren't of the same order. And I've never had an out of body experience. It was just that my perspective on things was radically different. So
I've had like I've like astral projected where I'm like looking at myself unconscious on the floor, but but I still don't. Is it my predisposition
I got shot out my body in a tube once.
Because to me it was always like, this is just something I'm doing to have fun, and so when I did it, even if I'm having an astral projection, I'm looking at my unconscious body on the floor, I'm just laughing at myself. I'm like, you idiot. like there was never any, I never came out of an LSD trip or a mushroom trip like, oh, I just found out, I just put the pieces together to life. I never had that.
I was on 2CB, LSD, and rolling my brains out. Probably like 2-3 freaking ecstasy pills of pure MDMA, and that was the most tripped I've ever had. And exactly, I spent the entire time laughing my ass off.
Yeah, and you come out of it and you're like, well, I didn't gain anything from, like, I didn't gain any like philosophical, like, ooh, I just had an experience. I'd never had
Y'all
that.
did it wrong, bro. Y'all did it wrong.
I did it wrong. What do I do? Do more?
Farms. You have to farm bad trips. You existed on the surface. You have to go deep. You have to dig deep.
Oh yeah, bad trips are great.
But it seems to me like
I really like bad trips.
That's what I was saying earlier. You have to let go. You have to.
So
I
is
don't
this
do it
real?
anymore because I had so many bad trips that chased me out. I fucking have terrible trips now.
No, I've had bad trips where shit gets real scary, and I'm like, I want this to stop, and it doesn't stop. But I don't come out of it like awake.
Well,
like,
see,
oh,
that's the thing.
I just learned something.
I'm glad you said the word awake.
Well, I've learned lessons, that's for sure.
The first time I had a transcendental experience on shrooms, that was the experience that I had. I knew that I was awake, that my entire life up to that point I'd been asleep, and that once the shrooms wore off, I would be asleep once again.
What the fuck?
And see, I think it's you were asleep, and the shrooms opened up this so the way I see it is like, you were asleep, you didn't realize that there's something else outside of this existence. And so when you took the shrooms, you saw that world, you saw the dark side of that world, and you came out and you said, oh, there's more. But I already knew there was more. And so when I took the shrooms, it was like, yeah, this is just like this. I already knew this was like.
I wouldn't characterize it as that world. I would characterize it as this world.
Huh. Because
I like.
the only thing I could think is maybe you took more than me, but I don't think you took more than me. Like, I don't
Well,
think
it's not. I mean, but also, I was doing the
The
mindfulness of
most
breathing
I've
as
ever
I was
taken was
coming up.
Dude, we
ayahuasca
were
with an
freaking
eighth of
hunting
unperforated
we were
shrooms.
hunting Sasquatch in Aaron Cemetery, which was in High Times magazine for having the third most
Right.
potent mushrooms in the world, and we were gathering garbage bags filled with mushroom and eating them out of cow shit as we were picking them, and I never had this experience, so I don't know. And now Jordan Peterson
Sure.
talks about it, and I don't
Now,
like this.
granted,
Shiva, you
there's
say you got it when you experienced mindful breathing.
you guys
What do
were
you
kind of dumb druggies back then too.
Very
So,
true.
can you
Anytime
black
I've
out?
tripped with druggies, they have like zero spiritual experience at all. It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy. It
So
like just
can you black
I'm like what are you even experiencing? I'm like
King Blackout. What I mean is, as I was coming up on the trips, what I would do is I would it started off with just being aware of the kind of small gap in between the out breath and the in breath. So in the breathing process, we breathe in and then breathe out,
Yep.
and there's a small little pause.
Yep.
And so
I've
I would
learned
just be
I've learned about that gap for shooting. Yep.
yeah. So I would just be continuously aware of those pauses.
Mm. Mm. Trippy.
And then
Okay.
later, when I started investigating meditation in a more formal way, I would do like a more formal version of the mindfulness of breathing, where you're using counting to
Yeah, but no,
maintain.
JS, I literally
Yeah.
chased the dragon though. Like I thought religion, spirituality, the keys of a universe and existence were all inside of psychedelics, and if I took enough, I would eventually discover it.
That's not
Yeah,
chasing
and
the dragon.
that's
Chasing the
bullshit.
dragon is taking
Chasing the
heroin.
dragon is
Yeah,
when you're
I
slamming.
almost
Chasing
lost
the
my
dragon
fucking
is when you're
mind.
slamming
Yeah. That's not what
Well, no, but the
$50
concept
worth
of chasing the concept of chasing the dragon is that you're chasing something that's never going to be achieved. You're reaching out for the high this euphoric high
yeah,
that doesn't
it's
exist.
once you hit that, you hit that high, and then you're chasing it forever. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I did with LSD. At some point, I don't even remember when I hit the dragon.
I didn't
but
even like
I
it.
spent nearly 100 trips chasing the dragon.
Every time I did LSD and mushrooms, I said I would never do this again. And then the next time somebody's like, "Hey, I got some LSD. You want to do something?" I'll be like, "All right."
It's hard to turn down. It speaks to you.
Even though 2 weeks ago I said I would never do this again, it was horrible. But I still did it. Where was my free will at that point? I wish I had some, but
I straight up don't do it anymore. I have bad experiences, like I said.
Your stream is buffering, by the way. Is that just for me or is that for everyone?
That's for Black. He just muted.
Huh? What happened?
Your stream is buffering. I know I've just refreshed it. Maybe it's just me.
I thought you were talking about Blackout's background sound.
We got
No,
excellent connection. I think it's
good on my side.
I think it's good. But yeah, that was my the main question was that so many people are led to being Buddhist off of hallucinogens, but part of Buddhism is don't do hallucinogens. That's crazy to me.
Well, I mean, I think quite often what can happen is that you'll have an experience on shrooms, because it's like
Do you think a
the
Buddha?
fact
Do you think the Buddha would have ever encouraged this?
no.
If you're tripping in a room, what do you think the chances are that there's like some type of Buddhist tapestry on the wall?
Nobody who ever
I'd say
became a
it's over
Buddha.
50%.
Nobody who ever became a Buddha got there through hallucinogens. So I think this is.
I'm not making that.
I think it's
I know.
just
I know
like-
you're not making that claim, but I'm just saying I see so many people who get to
people marry
Buddhism
the two
through
concepts.
Yeah, they get to Buddhism through hallucinogens. Buddha would not support that. Like,
Well, it depends. If when they realized that they were a Buddhist, they started to move away from taking drugs, then I'd agree that they're probably.
But
If
now
you
they're
go
just
to a
on.
hippie's house, if you go to a hippie's house, a lot of them have Buddhist shit. You start taking psychedelics with them, you think they're right, and you're like, damn, these people are so right. They must be right about this Buddhist shit. That's why a lot of them become Buddhists.
Yeah,
It's like an aesthetic that has now become like
but Buddha
a moving platform.
Buddha would not encourage that, and Buddha would be like, no, that's wrong. So it's whenever I hear somebody's like, well, I'm Buddhist and I got there through hallucinogens, it to me that seems like a contradiction. It seems like some bullshit. Like,
Well, hang on. Why is
no offense to you.
Wait. Why
Yes,
is it
if
bullshit?
somebody, well, I was gonna say exactly. Yes, if somebody said that they got through God through hallucinogens, but then gave up on the hallucinogens from that point on because they found God, would you
People
say
do
that's
say
bullshit?
that. Yeah, people do say that, and I would say that's
Yeah, hallucinogens are the only
found
reason I
God.
think God could exist. Like, if it
How could
wasn't
they?
for hallucinogens, I would be straight up an atheist.
And this is where I'll do some gatekeeping. Like, I'll say, if you got to God through acid, you didn't find God. You found Satan. Like, you did not find Buddha.
Oh yeah, I found Satan. That's why I think that there's a chance there's a God. Like, that's what I mean.
Wait. Hang on. It's not that you find Buddha. Like, that's a very theistic way of looking at it. Like, because
Yeah.
you're not trying
I'm a
to.
theist, so.
Yeah, right. But that's like a mischaracterization of what's going on when you're practicing Buddhism. You're trying to become a Buddha, and certain things like taking drugs, in the long run, they're going to be counterproductive. But that doesn't mean that the fact that you got to that position through drug taking doesn't invalidate where you are right now, right? Like, it maybe look at it like
if you stop doing it and you keep pursuing it. So if it leads you, if you take acid and it leads you to see, oh, there's a spiritual realm, and that leads you to God, and you stop taking the hallucinogens to seek that, then I'm
But
okay
monks
with
are kind
that.
of like
But
Amish people too. They'll leave the temple for like years on like missions
then we get to
or
the
like
chasing the
journeys and
dragon.
come
It's
back.
like I
It's like, what do you?
want to be on this spiritual realm, some Joe Rogan BS, and Moses was high on ayahuasca and blah blah blah. Like,
Yeah, when most of those monks leave the temple, though, what do you think they're doing? They're partying, bro.
where's Steel
That's
Man?
what-
We need Steel Man during this because he was it. Maybe I'll debate him one day about this because
Yeah, he believes the mushroom is.
yeah, mushroom God, mushroom Jesus.
If you find listen, my only examples I can use are YouTube. But if you find any YouTube channel of anyone who's like an ex-monk, they're all like normal people outside of monkship.
But I see
if
the
you're
same
not
thing.
in the temple, you just go back to being normal.
The same with how mushroom God and mushroom Jesus, like it kind of takes a shit on God and Jesus and what they're really about. The mushroom Buddha takes a shit on Buddhism and what it's really about because it's not about that. And but if doing that led you to him and now you see that that's not,
yeah, if
then
you were taking shrooms or whatever, right? And then you have this experience, and then you claim that you're a Buddhist, but you're not actually trying to put the teachings into practice, then I would question whether you're really a Buddhist or whether you're just trying to sound cool.
right.
Because the thing about Buddhism is that it's actually really fucking uncompromising.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm gonna look into it more.
But Shiva, would you say if somebody used psychedelics, they say that they found Buddha or Buddhism, however you want to say it, and that point forward, they did everything they could. They changed their life completely in the most drastic way to practice. Would you say that was like they were doing it under wrong? Like it was wrong of them to find it that way?
No.
Okay.
And it's not even that they need to completely change everything about their lives. They just need to be making a sincere effort to put the teachings into practice. Because it's a bit like the precepts. What of which that there are 5 for lay practitioners, and the 5th one of which is not to take intoxicants that cloud the mind. These aren't rules, like they're not commandments. They're more better viewed as kind of training principles. So it's like
yeah, a lot of the
if
monks
you
don't
imagine,
even like really give a fuck about Buddhism itself, like the spirituality.
well, I mean, how would you know that, Goon?
Because like that's what a lot of monks will testify, is that there's a lot of monks there that are there for like the martial arts training or like the
Wait,
like,
martial arts
the
training?
structure.
Are you thinking of
If you're talking about like
Shaolin monks?
Shaolin temples and stuff like that, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Right, so
I
the
don't fucking. A lot of
the
Asian people don't really believe in like religion. Like they're not very like
oh yeah,
religious
of
people.
course. Like I'm
But that's what I'm
Chinese
saying.
descent.
The accentuation of their religion are going to be at like monk temples.
Yeah, but those
Right.
those
That's a very
monks,
limited view.
those monks have dedicated their lives to the pursuit
Yeah, but that's
of.
what I'm saying. Some of them aren't very into the spiritual aspect. Like,
Yeah, I don't think monks, Buddhist monks who are sitting on a mountain and they climb mountains like goats and stuff. I don't think that they're taking hallucinogens to get there. And
No.
that's kind of my main contention is like if 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 mushrooms and acid are leading you to Buddhism, then
Well, who's making that claim?
a lot of
I get what you're
hippies.
saying. All Buddhist people aren't. I get what you're saying. All Buddhist people aren't monks, but like a normal Asian person practicing Buddhism usually just does it in their own house. They'll have like a shrine in
Yeah.
the corner or some shit.
Yeah, and if they're
I
doing
mean,
that,
like
then
what one of the limbs of the Noble Eightfold Path is right livelihood, right? I.e., like the job that you do. And like monks don't have jobs. Like that's for lay practitioners, like you could argue. I kind of like the in
Yeah, because when I say that, I don't think they deny like the structure of Buddhism. I just think they deny like I think a lot of them don't like know if Buddha's real. I don't think a lot of them claim that Buddha's real. They're just like it's just like a thing that we
those monks
follow
are telling
as
kids to
monks.
suck their
been
tongues.
dead for 2,500 years.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't even try to make the claim. They're just like there's a lot of them at least that don't try to make the claim. Some of them do. They'll go back to like scrolls and shit.
I mean, the question isn't whether the Buddha is real, but rather, is it possible to become a Buddha?
Is when you say become
It's
a
like the same
Buddha,
question with Jesus too.
right? When you say become a Buddha, is it the same thing as like Christians becoming righteous?
No. It would a better analogy would be Christians becoming Jesus.
Why? Why not?
But no, but hold on. How can that be though? Because you've even said that Jesus. Well, I guess Jesus is belief, but you said that Buddha isn't a god.
Mm-hmm.
But so many Christians believe that Jesus is a god or is God.
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that, but in terms of
If Jesus
analogy,
is
like,
if Jesus is the perfect example of a man, then my goal should be to be Christ-like.
right?
Yeah, their goal is to be Buddha-like. That's why he says it's a better analogy.
No, the goal is to be a Buddha.
Yeah, I meant to say Buddha-like.
Yeah. Well, no, not Buddha-like.
To be a Buddha.
To be a Buddha.
To be Buddha himself.
So it's kind of the same.
Too, so I wasn't gonna like.
Well, no, hang on, wait. Okay, look. The word Buddha literally just means awake, right? Like so, like what you're trying in being a Buddhist, you're just trying to be awake.
Yeah, in Christianity, well, people will disagree with me, but I would just call this perfection. Like I do believe that we can be perfect. people will say there's no such thing as a perfect man. I think we're commanded to be perfect, and there's one perfect man in every 1,000 men, and so our goals and our aspirations should be to be perfect, and that would be like being a Buddha. No, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if yeah, I suppose you could use the word perfect to describe the Buddha. I mean,
Yeah, it comes down to
other
what we mean by perfect, and so people would
yeah,
say, "Well, have you ever sinned before?" Well, maybe my sin is part of my perfection. Maybe, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, well, there's a reason why a lot of Asians aren't like too big on Buddhism. It's because there's arguments made against Buddhism that it leads to like a selfish mindset where you don't consider others and you don't consider your own like self and your own place. It basically leaves you with no actual attachments to anybody or
why is that?
anything.
Why is not
That's
having attachments selfish?
because that's a worldview. It's you could disagree with that, but that's just how certain people feel about that. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's innately is.
but I don't like it doesn't make any sense. Like I would argue that having attachments is selfish because you're concerned with the self, right?
What if your attachment is helping others?
That's not selfish. Well, it sort of depends. Like there is that
So
kind of
then
thing of
attachments
people
aren't selfish.
people who are virtue signaling, perhaps. Like
I'm still
like if you're helping others in order to get some sort of gratification from it, whether that's recognition from others or a nice kind of warm glow inside.
Yeah, the idea
Like,
there's like no real charity donation. Everything's meant. There's no good deed. That's a better like. There's no such thing as a good deed. It's all meant for your own ego. When you do a good deed,
well,
it's to make yourself feel better about the idea that you're doing a good deed.
I mean, I think that's possible, but I don't think that's necessarily true for everyone.
No, I'm just saying like there's people that'll make that argument. Like they'll say like whenever you donate money to a homeless person, you're only really doing that so you can feel like you're the type of person that donates money to a homeless person.
I think it depends. In Mahayana Buddhism, you get this idea, the six perfections, the six paramitas of the Bodhisattva, and the first of those is generosity, and the kind of state of perfection of generosity is when there's no difference between the gift, the giver, and the recipient.
What do you mean? Like they're all one? They're all one being, or
No. There's
like a metaphorical difference?
no, they're like just in terms of in your own mind, in the way that you view things, you're seeing it as
I'm sorry. We were talking about Trinity earlier. So you say all one being, and my mind instantly starts going there.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Oh, okay. You said what?
What I
did?
said
Okay,
was,
go ahead and repeat that.
what
for
I
me
said
then.
was that there's no difference between the gift,
Okay.
the giver, and the recipient.
Oh,
Not
yeah, well,
that
the
they
gift
are.
wouldn't even be a being. I'm sorry, dude. I've been smoking weed while we're talking. The gift is not even a being. What the fuck was I talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean like it's all a good action, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm just kind of saying that there are people like whilst there are undoubtedly people who say give money to a homeless person for some sort of selfish reason. Similarly, there are people who give money to homeless people for selfless reasons.
Yeah, and you can make a deeper philosophical argument too. Let's say somebody their entire life gives homeless people money, and it's because they're terrified they're gonna go to hell. and they think if they're nice to other people and they do things like give homeless people money, they're going to go to heaven. And that's the only real motivation in their mind behind what they're doing. Were they ever truly a bad person, though, if all they did was just give homeless people money? Like, who cares about what their inner turmoil was if the actions were always purely good?
But that's why it's not about the letter of the law, it's about the spirit of the law. So if you're giving out of your own, feeding your own ego, it makes you feel good to give to people, then that's the wrong reason. But if I see a homeless person and I say, that guy's going to spend this money on crack, I'm not giving him money, then that's love. Like, that's why would I? It doesn't make me feel good to give money to somebody knowing. I don't know what I'm trying to say. If you're just giving money to homeless people to make yourself feel better, and
it's not right.
Yeah,
like,
it's not right.
You're in your head.
You're enabling them.
What is the negative? What's the negative?
The negative is you're enabling them to harm themselves with that money.
You're just arguing to not donate to homeless people at all.
What? But the negative would be that
I mean, yeah, you don't give money to the hobos. I was a hobo, by the way.
I would agree. Just make it any other good action. It was just supposed to represent a good action.
Maybe this is anecdotal, but when I was on the corner begging for change, it was to buy dope. Like,
yeah, probably. Okay, you're buying a kid a surgery.
Everyone who gave me money contributed to my next bag. Like they were enabling me. So they shouldn't have done that. Why would you why would you give money to that person?
But, yeah, I don't know.
It's not the same as.
It's the same reason why things like Hollywood are so cutthroat.
It's not the same as
a lot of people realize these things. Like, what's a real friend?
A mother.
How much does it take for someone to backstab you?
A man dies and leaves her wife with 3 kids, and she's trying to raise the 3 kids, and they lose the house, and they're on the streets and stuff. And it's like, okay, let me find you a place to stay. Let me find you an easy job where you can, and you set, instead of just, you set people up to do the right thing instead of just handing the guy on the corner that says, I'm a vet and I lost my house, and you give him $10 and he goes and spends it on crack.
Doesn't even address what I was talking about.
I don't know what I'm just trying to, like, there's a right way to help people and a wrong way to help people, and just handing somebody $10.
I agree. So just imagine whatever the right way to help people is. This person did it their whole life, but it was for selfish reasons. Is it ever truly selfish, though, if it never manifested into anything bad? They just always truly just helped people.
Yeah, well, exactly. What could be?
Hang on. How are you defining manifesting something really bad? Because if
like they actually scammed someone, or it was a big trap, but it never manifests into a fuck you moment. They stay true to it the entire time.
Right, but if in that process they're just bolstering their own sense of self-importance, then I would say that's manifesting something bad, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would guess so, but that's what leads into the question of, should you care about what's happening in someone else's head? Should the fact that they're doing something good...
No, they do. They should.
Yeah, that's why instead of handing them money, you say, hey, I got a job you can work. Like, I used to fly the sign that said,
if it makes you do good things, whatever the motivation mentally behind it, I'm okay with.
Even when I was panhandling on the street, if somebody had a sign that said, hungry, I'm hungry, I was like, fuck that guy. That guy is a liar. Don't give that guy a dime, because he knows, and I know because I've seen him there. He knows 8 different places right now where he could go get free food. He could get fat off of free food in the city. So, but when somebody has a sign that says willing to work, looking for a job, and then somebody pulls up and says, "Hey, do you want to go wash windows all day?" And I say, "Yeah." And this is all, anecdotal, but it's real life. It's like the guy that says I'm willing to work, and you give him a job. It's the whole teach a man to fish. Whatever. If you're gonna go work for me, I'm a contractor, and I have work that needs to be done, and I need workers. Instead of going picking up the Hondos and the Pisces at the Home Depot parking lot, I see this guy with a sign that says he's willing to work. Then I say, "Hey, jump in my truck. I got a day of work for you, and I'll give you some money at the end of the day." Then I think that's more like righteous than just handing this dude who says I'm hungry $10. He's not hungry.
Still talking about like how to give help to homeless people.
I'm talking about
to, like throw them in the back of like an illegal Mexican truck. And
I'm talking about the proper
plaster.
the proper way to help the homeless. The righteous way to help the homeless is not to just hand them money. Don't do that. That guy is gonna go buy crack with that money.
People. I've lived around the city my whole life.
And you know what'll happen?
My whole life, but for a long time, you think I'm giving homeless people money?
You
dude?
know, I met multiple contractors, and I got the apartment that I live in through a contractor that I worked for when I was homeless. And he said, "You've been doing work for us. We can get you a place in here." And they made it happen. But I've met multiple homeless people that have a sign that says willing to work.
Oh, well, that motherfucker
willing to work,
up, bro.
And then
that
somebody,
they fucked up. You shouldn't give shit to the homeless.
No, what happens is people roll up and they say, "Okay, I need a house that needs painted, and I'll give you $100 at the end of the day." And they say, "Fuck that. I'm just trying to get some money. Do you got money? Where's the money?" And that, don't help that guy. That guy does not.
Exactly. Just go get yourself some illegals.
I've seen that happen many times. People say have a sign that says willing to work. They are not willing to work. They're expecting you to hand them money. And that's what they want. And then they're going to go spend it on dope. And I mean, maybe it's anecdotal, but I've seen it across the country with communities and people throughout the country in every urban environment. This is JS Urban Adventures. I've had some urban adventures and kind of know what I'm talking about. If they have a sign that says willing to work and you say, "Well, I got a job for you," and they say, "No, I don't want to do that job." Screw that guy.
Thank you, bro. I had all this work I was going to get done from these local homeless people, and you've saved me from this inconvenience.
Well, that guy doesn't deserve any money. Don't give that guy a dime. Or I'm hungry. You're not hungry.
Damn, Shiva running.
Fuck, you're obese. What are you talking about? You're hungry and you're obese. Dude, I've seen people flying signs that said hungry, need $1 for some food. They're obese. It doesn't make any sense. There's a righteous way to help.
Wait. Hold on.
The needy.
For all the fat people out there, JS, you're saying we can't get hungry?
You're trying to tell me how to righteously help homeless people. I don't make eye contact.
We're not allowed. Hold on.
He doesn't even look at the homeless people.
I'm not gonna lie. Fat people aren't allowed to be hungry, bro. Well, I get hungry too.
Well, fat people.
I get hungry more.
That's how they get you, bro. They puppy dog eye you. You can't look them in the eye.
Dude, I seen guys put on 100 pounds in 3 months once they became homeless. Like, because what are you going to do all day? You're just going to hang out at the food shelters. You're going to go, oh, this church does lunch at this time. This place does coffee and donuts at this time. This place does free snack bags all day. And all they do their whole day is just jumping from place to place for free food. And then they'll go panhandle and they'll say, I'm hungry. You're not hungry.
Yeah, I'm starving. I'm fucking starving out here, bro.
You're not hungry. You put on 30 pounds.
I only ate 6 times this morning. What are you talking about?
And I didn't pay for any of it. It's crazy. No.
I'm cool with that. I think I'm okay if everyone does that for like a year.
The way you help the needy,
character.
the way you help the needy is the woman has 3 children and the dad dies and she loses her house. You say, hey, I'm a landlord and I own units at this place. I'm going to help you get into this place. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to do the landscaping around my property. I want you to.
Nope, Jess, you got it wrong. You know what you tell the needy who need help? You tell them,
fuck you.
Part of God. Yeah, exactly. Say it's part of God's plan.
You tell them absolutely nothing. You put them down like absolute fucking dogs.
Damn, Josh, that's cold as fuck. I just carry around a bag of bird feed and throw it at the feet. Dude, we got this guy at the when I leave the gym and I get on the bus to come home or the train to come home from the gym after work. There's this dude. Have you ever seen Home Alone? The lady that feeds the pigeons. Feeds the pigeons.
Feed the pigeons.
The lady that feeds the pigeons. We got a pigeon Peter at the dang track stop, and I've never like in real life. I've seen it in movies, but it's a real thing. Like these homeless people have like handful of seeds, and they got like this dude has pigeons crawling all. These are street rats, sky rats.
I would watch out, bro. That's Hood Mike Tyson right there.
Did you know that the state bird of Utah is the California seagull?
No. Why would I know that?
Well, now you know. So, do you know why? Well, you don't know, and I'm about to tell you. The state bird of Utah is the California seagull because Utah, and I think this has to do with like cults and God and things like that. But anyway, they had a plague of locusts in Utah when the Mormons come here. Before it was America, when it's still Mexican territory, they had a plague of locusts. And what happened was the California seagull migrated from California to Utah to eat all of the locusts. And so the state bird of Utah is the California seagull because the seagull saved us from us. I say us like I'm a Utonian, but
like you were in active danger.
Yeah,
there's a pack of locusts getting you.
These locusts were in Utah, and the California seagull migrated over to eat all the locusts. But what they don't realize is that the damn birds is another plague. That's just another plague on top of the first plague.
No, it ain't. It's a state bird now, bro.
It's a state. They've turned it into the state bird.
That's our hero.
Fidget Peter. Fidget Peter sounds like somebody who's attracted to minors or something.
Well, the locusts, they go all over Nevada, right?
I love how your follow-up question to a question that neither one of us knew, which was, did you know what the state bird of Utah was? Your follow-up question was, did you know why that was?
Yeah, you had no idea about the first part. Like you're gonna know the second part.
Nope, don't.
We learned all sorts of trivia today. What's the state bird of Utah?
Well,
the California
the
seagull.
Locusts.
There's no sea here.
Locusts, they attack Las Vegas, right? Did you know about that?
I bet. And I bet the California seagull.
Locust attacks. Wait. And then during the night, whenever they shut off the lights around the pyramid,
The pyramid has the only light shooting straight out, so all the locusts start swarming the pyramid.
That's crazy. That's like some apocryphal. Yeah, I believe it.
That's why I told you, bro. If Satan exists anywhere and you can get away from God anywhere, it's in
Vegas.
fucking Las Vegas, bro.
Mm.
They're still having biblical shit happen, and they're just like rolling down the street every day.
Yeah, they probably got tunnels in Vegas, or LA probably has the tunnels too, and New York probably has the tunnels too. And I think it's multiple places throughout there. There's like tunnels that. Anyway, we're getting into a little Tartaria, but there's tunnels, boys. Don't Elon ain't digging tunnels for nothing. Some tunnels. That's where the giants and the demons are.
Apparently, it's so those J boys can get around quicker.
If Utah was a Mexican territory, then why was it called the Louisiana Purchase from France? Because nobody cared about the Mormons. The Mormons got kicked out of America, and they ran to Mexico. And when they settled here, it was Mexican territory. And then in the Louisiana Purchase, we bought all that land from Mexico, and Utah was incorporated. And that's why today Utah is still the closest thing we have to a theocracy. Like, there's no everybody wants to talk about Texas and Florida with stand your ground laws and castle doctrine and gun rights, and dude, this is the play. Like, you can carry a gun, you don't need any sort of license. I could be, well, let's say you could be somebody could be a felon and walk around with a gun on their hip in Utah, and they're not going to do nothing. They're not going to extradite you. They're not going to throw you out. That's your right. And as far as separation of church and state, like, every college campus has a Mormon, what do they call them? Not a tavern, a temple. Every public college campus has a Mormon temple on it, and they teach that stuff in the college, which violates separation of church and state. You're not supposed to have a college campus where like a church runs the college campus. They do it here. They don't care about any of that.
Bro, you think the Mormons give a
church actually
fuck about the rules?
The church runs everything here.
Okay, all right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I thought you meant like there was a church at the campus, and then they taught an elective course.
There's a church on every campus.
No, I got you. No, I get it.
They have to have.
Church runs the campus. No, I got you.
Yeah, they have to have a Mormon temple for every certain group of population. So if you go to like the Tiki Tac neighborhoods where there's like a lot of houses and it's just, neighborhood, and they're all the same houses, and it goes for as long as the eye can see, you'll see a steeple every so often. If you look at this, if you stand on a ridge and you look at the skyline, you see a steeple here, a steeple here, a steeple here. That's because for every certain amount of people, they build one. They have to have, for every certain amount of people, they have to have a temple. And so a residential neighborhood, you'll see just temples in the middle of the residential neighborhoods every so often. And it's proportionate to the number of people that live in that neighborhood. So if 10,000 people live in that neighborhood and we have to have one temple for every 1,000 people, there's going to be 10 temples in that neighborhood. And every college campus has a temple on it. And they don't care about no separation of church and state. They don't care about nothing. Like, it is the Mormons run Utah. Sounds like a bunch of fidget Peters.
Yeah, that's good.
That's it. I'm moving to Utah. It's pretty based, except the Mormon church is going woke, so it's a problem. But that's how the country should be. Utah ran by the Mormons, and then we have a whole chunk of America that could be ran by the Christians. And I'd like to find some common ground between the Protestants and the Catholics and the Orthodox and have them just run America as Christians. But unfortunately, there's a divide there. And so we'd have to have the Orthodox chunk and the Catholic chunk and the Protestant chunk.
Right.
I don't know. There's problems in it. But
Exactly. Because who would divvy up who gets what and which sects do you approve, which ones do you deny? You're gonna let Scientology get some say?
they can have a state. They can have Rhode Island. We give Rhode Island to the Scientologists. And then if they try to encroach on our borders, we're going to handle that. And then there's no more Scientology. Concentrate them into one area. And if they overstep their bounds, they're gone. You think you should pay taxes? This sounds expensive. Well, yeah, I don't think the Mormon church should be tax exempt. I think they should have to pay taxes too.
You believe that the church should pay taxes?
Yeah.
And then do you also then believe that then they should get a say in the state?
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's what if the churches had to pay taxes, then it incentivizes the churches to get more involved in the government.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'd rather they didn't, but either way, they still are. Like, I don't know how many people can make a argument when it comes down to people that you elect that have very strict religious beliefs, whether it be Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whatever it may be. Whatever the faith is, a lot of times you can tell because of the views that they hold and the ideals that they represent openly. So you can't tell me that there is no, religion and government, church and state.
Yeah, with the Establishment Clause, a lot of people talk about the separation of church and state, and that's not actually like a constitutional thing. That was just the letter that was written by I think it was Thomas Jefferson. But
yeah, it's just supposed to be a principle that we follow.
But separation of church and state is not about keeping Christians out of the government. It's about keeping the government out of the church.
I see.
But the problem that came from that is if the government, so basically it's like DEI for the church. It's the government is saying, okay, we're not going to tax you. You get this special tax exemption, but don't get involved in the government or we're going to take this tax exemption from you. So now...
Because then the other problem you'll have is then you'll have government-run churches.
Or you have churches running the government. So what
if you followed the other way around, like, because churches running the government, people seem to think that's not a terribly bad thing, depending, of course, which church it is. But generally, people are saying it's a good thing. But what if it's the other way around? What if the government runs churches? Like, what if church becomes just a state government funded thing? Like,
right. That's why we set it up, is so that the government couldn't run the churches. But then what ended up happening is they told the churches, don't get involved. And so now there's this this idea has been proliferated amongst Christianity where if you talk to a lot of Christians, and you can look at this in the numbers and stuff, a lot of Christians don't vote. If you talk to a lot of Christians, they'll say, I don't get involved in politics. I don't care about politics. And I think that's the wrong idea. I think the politics should be tied to the theology. Our ideas and our stuff politics is just how we organize societies. And what's the politics of how we organize societies other than the ideologies and the beliefs and the faiths that we have? This is what should organize societies. And so they're like intertwined, but what they did is with the taxation thing, they kind of separated it. And I don't think it should be separated, but it's my opinion. And most people disagree with me when I say churches should be taxed, but I get it.
Well, I mean, you're even saying that the church wanted them to be separated.
No, I think initially when America was founded, of course we had deists.
They wanted tax exemptions.
I forget who it was. It was like Madison or Hamilton or something. He posed the idea that that only Christians can run for president. So at some point, while the founding fathers were making America, somebody said, well, only Christians should be able to run for president. And they shot that idea down, not because it was a bad idea, but because they thought, well, it's never going to happen that a Christian's not running America. They thought it was redundant. They thought it was like, why would we do this? Of course, of course a Christian is going to run America. But so they shot that idea down. They didn't foresee that. Well, some people did. Some of them did foresee this, and that's why. I always get all the names messed up. But Adams or Madison, he said that the Constitution only works with a moral and religious society. And then they say, well, only Christians should run for president. And they say, yeah, we know. Of course, only Christians are going to run for president. We don't need that. We don't need to put that in there. And then we see that now that's not the case. Well, Joe Biden can claim to be Catholic, but supports abortion. And so, I don't know. It won't be long till we got Rashid Tlaib running the country. So, but
I mean, just think of that though. Think of like a state-funded churches popping up on every corner where they have female pastors, preachers, whatever you want to call them, just spreading whatever random, or even freaking a transgender, like just out there just spreading whatever word they want, because it's just a government-sanctioned place of worship. That would be the other disadvantage of taking that separation of church and state out. It works both ways.
Yeah, but also because we don't tax churches, that's why we see transgenders starting churches, because it's a way to get rich without paying taxes. So, and that's what L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, he said I could make pennies per word writing books, because he wrote more fiction than almost any fiction writer. He wrote tons of fiction books, and he said I could make pennies per word selling fiction, or I could make millions per word selling God. And he started a religion. He said the key to getting rich is to starting a religion in America. And you think politics is money? You think stock market is money? Start a church. Like, that's where the money's at. And you don't have to pay taxes on it. So everybody wants to start a church, and that's where we get all these mega churches and all these other churches blowing up and all these different ideas. If they had to pay taxes, then people are less incentivized to start up their own church, and they're more incentivized to get involved in the government. And shoot, there was another point and I forgot it. I lost it. I had one other big hitter, but I lost the point. Don't feed the pigeon. I've been drinking all night, guys. It's late.
Yeah, that's a Joshism.
That's a Joshism. When it gets late, sometimes I just forget what I'm talking about. I read chat and I'm reading "Don't feed the pigeons," and that's all I can think about. I don't know. I'm trying to think of. You guys can talk about something. I'm trying to think of where it was. There was something. I don't remember. I'm kind of retarded, guys. I watched Severance. I mean, I finally found it. Oh, you know what I need to find is I shouldn't say this on YouTube. I need to find a place to watch the new season of Black Mirror 7. Season 7 of Black Mirror. I love Black Mirror. I need to find a place to watch season 7. Where I can just watch it without paying for it. But I would never do something like that, but it'd be nice to find a place where I could see the 7th season of Black Mirror. So if anybody, because I got some sites, but also Severance is a really great show, but why's everything got to be gay? Like, why does there got to be a whole storyline? Spoiler alert. I won't spoil the show, but of course there's got to be a whole storyline of like a gay couple.
Because what network is it on?
Yeah, why can't... I thought... how can I say this without spoiling? I can't say it without spoiling. All right, well, close your ears for a second. I thought... Have you seen Severance, King?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the dude, the gay couple, I thought the dude was straight on the outside, but he's gay on the outside. So it makes sense. But it would be crazier if dude was straight on the outside and had a wife.
No, because then because then that would mean that. Well, I guess I guess on the outside. Okay, I was gonna say if he was straight on the inside, then that mean that gay would be a choice, and they would never portray it that way.
Right? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. So, because there's the gay couple, they fall in love, and then in the outside world, I'm not at the end of the current season yet, but they've like met each other, and he says, "Why don't you come back to my house for dinner with my husband?" So the guy is gay. So it makes sense that they're gay. I don't know. But I thought he was straight. That would have been crazy. I only watched one episode of Black Mirror because you said Selma Hayek was in it. That's actually a good episode, actually. The one with Selma Hayek is a good episode. That's the one with that's the simulation theory episode. It's the layers within layers within layers, and they...
Did you ever see the other? It's on the same platform. It's Love, Death, Robots.
It's on Netflix, and I've heard a lot about it. And I tried to watch one episode, and I didn't get into it, and so I
Right.
stopped. But I heard it was good.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's awesome for sure.
Because some of them are like cartoons, and some of them are like CGI.
Yeah, but you watch it all, like it all follows along, but not like it just. I don't know how you can't really explain it, but it's really awesome. It's one of those things you just gotta watch, I guess.
I get everything free on Cody. Cody.
Yeah, Cody, though that requires you have to get a system to jailbreak it and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
Like
doing all that.
you take like a Fire Stick or something, and then you use a Cody program to get everything for free. But there's also ways, like there's this thing Jeremy sent me. It's like IPTV or some shit. It's the same thing. It's like the same thing that I got, where you pay a monthly fee and you get everything you can imagine, and they update it daily with new shit. If there's current running shows, you can watch all of it. Like I don't know, it's just like whatever. It's all whatever stream wise. So yeah, I can watch any network or anything, Netflix, Hulu, Apple Plus, all the Paramount Plus, all that stuff. It's got all that. It's got stuff from other countries I can get from other time zones, all that. And I pay less than $20 a month doing it through who I do it through. But Jeremy showed me a thing where it's like $10 a month.
A lot of them that I go to, it's like a website, and you'll be watching it, but then the problem is there will be like missing episodes, or or the website will just get shut down.
Right.
And so then you gotta find a new website. And
I had one website. It was my go-to, and then also I went to log in one day, and it's like, well, literally they put on a sign. And they're like, well, we just want to let everybody know we didn't get in trouble, nothing happened. We just decided to stop. And I was like, that's fucking bullshit. I'm like, you guys were my stream for like 3 years straight. I was watching everything on there. That's where I first found Severance, was on there.
Yeah, I was
pay for free.
Yeah, I was watching on one site. I was watching Righteous Gemstones, and then they were missing like 5 episodes, so then I had to go to another website. And the same thing would happen with Severance. They had the first season, but then the second season started at the 5th episode, so I had to go to another website, and I just keep finding all these different places to go. But
you have to check out that IPTV thing, because like I said, it's all on there from sequential order, like nothing, no commercials, nothing to deal with. Like,
you gotta watch the Righteous Gemstone. I'm all caught up. I'm caught up on the Righteous Gemstones.
I'm not caught up yet.
Yeah. I have Paramount Plus for free for my work, so 1921. That was pretty good. I like the Taylor Sheridan shows. Tulsa King, 1883, 1921, Yellowstone. I've seen all those.
I've seen those.
They're pretty good. But I haven't seen the newest season of. Damn, my bad. Yeah, I have 4 episodes left of Severance. And then I'll be caught up on that. And then I just want to see the newest season of Black Mirror. That's been tough to find so far. Maybe.
It's on my list, but I haven't seen it.
They gonna woke too. They always slip they'll slip a Miley Cyrus episode in where it's like having sex with your teddy bear or something. I don't know. They'll slip that stuff in there too. New episode tonight of what? Righteous Gemstones? I don't like when they go to the past on Righteous Gemstones. All those episodes are always like jumping back and forth in time. And whenever they do like the past episodes, they kind of lose me on those ones. But
that's what I mean. Yeah, it totally loses the flow of the show. Like I get it, I understand. They gotta, but it's to me, it feels like it's sloppy work because they're trying to craft a show as they go because they can easily go backward in time and then create a narrative that fits whatever's happening in the present. And that's what they keep doing. It's like, okay, great. Oh, magically, you can go back in time and, as kids, they did this and this and this, which led to this, and now that's why they're doing this now. I was like, wait a minute. That had nothing to do with what was happening last season.
yeah, they'll set up a whole new antagonist. It's like, well, that whole story is done. We got I think what they do is because they don't know when the show's going to end.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
So they need to make it like every season is kind of closed off. It could end here. But if it keeps going, here's what we'll do. We'll jump back in the past and we'll say there's a weird brother that's involved. And then we'll make a whole season about that.
That's what I mean. Exactly. They used the going back as the work to set up to set up a story. And it seems like it's kind of sloppy writing. But I like the show. Like I watch it, so.
My PC is back to spurging. Jeremy will save you. Jeremy the tech guy. That's what your name should not be Jeremy Ryan. It should be Jeremy the tech guy.
Actually, fair enough. You should probably, Jeremy could probably hook you up with a way to watch Black Mirror. By streaming it himself for you if you wanted. I don't know.
Yep. Get on it, Jeremy. I'm trying to see the new season of Black Mirror for free. I used to steal my brother's. Well, I used to not steal. My family gave me permission to use their Netflix, and now they don't let you do that anymore.
Yeah, you know why they don't let us do that anymore, you fucking dickhead? Because they prices on the motherfucker.
There's too many people.
Nobody fucking bought anymore.
Yeah.
Man, I remember Netflix back when I was getting DVDs in the mail, man.
Yeah, that's great. Redbox and we used to go to the Redbox and get DVDs. Anson. What do you want, Anson? I'm about to end this. I'm tired. What do you got?
I'm just here to congratulate you on your exercise of free will last night.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I was freely determined to do that debate.
Well, you were always determined to do that debate. It was always going to happen. It was always going to be on Sarah's channel. It was always going to be against Stepfire. All the discussions you've had in your chat.
There's no other way it could have been.
Nope.
What did he leave? He just said that and left. Oh, why are you debating if you don't have free will? Because it's fun. Because I like to. Because I want to. Why do I want to? I don't know. I wish I could want to not want to, but I can't control my wants. There's a new
And
beta driver that JLeped had some spurginess.
that helped. There's a new beta driver that helped, but I still have some spurginess. He's talking to Stepfire because Stepfire's telling him this shit's fucked. Jeremy's saying his shit.
All right, guys. Well, I'm tired. I'm starting to fall asleep. So,
I don't know.
Anybody else streaming? Let's see. I gotta go back and watch what James was talking about on the hot mic.
Oh yeah, that was pretty fucking. Yeah, at first we didn't know what it was because he was talking church. So we're like, "Oh shit, is he talking to a pastor?" And it sounded like he started debating the guy, and we're like, "Oh shit." And I was like, "Oh, maybe Ruffle will mute him," and then we're like, "Nope." And then it got so good because we're like, "Oh fuck it, just go with it." And
Yeah.
it was James because he started debating the guy. He's just like, "What, James?" And then yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah, I saw.
He.
You had messaged me and you're like, you need to go mute James because he's
and because he's in your server on Grumple's channel. Yeah, I was like, oh fuck, man. So he's got to stop. It was a train wreck, but then it turned out to be fucking hilarious, and we didn't want it to end. We jumped in the call again, and James went home, was talking to his grandma. And then he was like, "All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom." We're all like, "No!" That's when he picked up his phone. And he's like, "Oh, that's screaming no!"
And then he put his headphones in while he's going to the bathroom, and he's like, "Let me just listen to something."
Shit.
Oh, I'm on Discord.
We were like, "James, what the fuck?" Yeah, it was hilarious because after he had that whole, he was talking to what ended up being his friend's grandpa, and they were talking about religion, and then after there's parts of it where James was cutting out like roboting, but the old man was coming through loud and clear, so you could hear him over James, and then James was just going off on him, and then when James walked away. He was talking, and we're like, "Who's he talking to right now? Is he talking to us?" Because he's like, "That was a pretty good conversation with that old man, or like whatever you said."
James is doing his internal dialogue out loud.
We heard him the entire way he was walking home, all the way until he got home and was talking to his grandma.
He gets home with his grandma, and he's like, "Grandma, I gotta go pee."
Well, no, they were talking for a minute, and then it was something about mayo sandwiches. She had some mayo sandwiches, and then he was like, "Yeah, I want to go." He's like, "Yeah, blah blah. I want to go pee." And that's when we're like, "No, we don't want to hear James. For the love of God, pick up your phone."
You can't pass up a mayo sandwich, though. That sounds
right. It was
that sounds delicious.
Sure, Grandma, the voices, because
that's extra white. That's like white. Wait. James, you want some Wonder Bread with some mayo on it?
It was great, dude. It was.
Good morning. So who won? See, Sal, you already know who won. You already know. I won. We never lose. We never have lost a debate in the history of the world. Can't happen. But anyway, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm tired. So,
all right, man.
Thanks for hanging out. Later, Goon.
It was a good debate. Thanks for letting me chill.
Yep, it was fun. All right, see ya. All right, guys. Who won? I won, of course. Duh. What do you mean? What are you even asking that for? I don't lose debates. I never lost a debate. I know Stepfire thinks otherwise. But there was no vote. And if there was a vote, it would be a scam vote. We are family. Clown, clown, clown. You missed my debate, C-Sal? Yeah, Bibby's debating in chat. It was clearly one-sided. I agree. If you go watch the openings and the cross exam, you'll see it's clearly one-sided that Stepfire doesn't actually believe in free will, and I totally destroyed him. Then when it got into the open conversation, it got kind of convoluted, and it got into a bunch of weird questions that nobody could answer, and I was like, what? And so it looked like I was stun locked because my worldview was broken, but actually I was stun locked because the questions didn't make any damn sense. But anyone with the capacity to reason is determined to realize that I won that debate. So, you couldn't free will it. Stepfire says he won. JS says he won. What do you expect? I'm not coping. I think I won that debate in the cross exam. I won that debate. And then I think the open conversation, it got weird. It got circular. Every question he asked in the cross exam, I already had prepared answers for. I answered the question. He didn't like the answer, so he would just kind of deflect, and it turned into cope. I don't have to cope because I won. Cope or delusion? Y'all are delusional. We just talked about this for the past 2 hours. Lots of people say I won. Lots of people say it was the best debate they ever saw, and I obviously won. Yeah, you could say, some people say no. Some people say yes. A lot of people say I won. You didn't demonstrate how my answers meant free will doesn't exist. No, you demonstrated that. The questions were set up that if you answered them a certain way, you demonstrated yourself that free will doesn't exist. And you answered them in the way that I expected you to answer, the way I wrote the line of questioning, and the way I expected you to answer. You answered, and then the cross exam went exactly how I expected it to go out. We talked about this in the debate prep. I said he's gonna say, well, what about love, and what about knowledge, and what about reason, and I'm gonna say, here's my answer. This is how, and then he's not gonna accept that answer, and it's gonna go into gobbledygook, and that's exactly what happened. So exactly what I knew was gonna happen happened, and yeah. It's almost like I predestined it to happen. It's almost like I knew exactly how the debate was going to go. I knew what answers you were going to give to the questions that I asked before you gave them. And I knew how to set up the line of questioning so that you defeated your own arguments in my cross exam. And I knew that once it got to open conversation, it would go to love and knowledge. And I thought maybe purpose. You didn't ever go to purpose, but I thought you might go there too, so I was prepared for that. So I was prepared for everything you did, and I responded adequately to everything you said, and you didn't accept the answers, and I wouldn't expect you to, because you couldn't will yourself to accept these answers. So, it is, people are going to say what they're going to say. I don't really care what they say. We don't admit defeat around here. I've never lost a debate. It's never happened. Facts. It's very possible to suffer from shared delusions. Oh my gosh. Now we're going into this. It's this mass hallucination. This is mass hallucination. The question demonstrated. King knows. We talked about it, Step. We talked about it. I got the questions. I got the answers. Wrote down. Look, everything you said, I had written down that you were going to say it before you said it. Look. Right here. It says notes. Love question. Agape is commanded. I have no choice but to love my enemies. Eros is feminine love, passion not chosen. Philia is friendship or brotherly love. Storge is familiar love. I have that written down right here. In my notes, I knew what you were going to say before you said it. Corpus callosum, determinist fallacy. I knew you were going to accuse me of the determinist fallacy, and you did. Presuppositions, and these are notes as you were making your opening statement, things you said. Presuppositions implied determinism. The love question. I wrote this because you brought up the love question in your opening. So then I referred to my notes. So these notes I wrote before the debate. These notes I wrote during the debate. This is my line of questioning. This is, does everyone have free will? If yes, if no. I have the whole flow chart written out. All of this stuff was planned. Everything that happened in that debate, I knew was going to happen before it happened. It's almost like it was predetermined. It's almost like it was predetermined. I had all of this stuff was already predetermined. I already knew what was going to happen before it happened. Whatever. You said if we do the free will debate, we're never mentioning free will again. So you need to stand by your word. You've been determined to stand by your word. After tonight, when this stream ends, no more free will talk. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You know what? I'm going to freely will myself to believe in free will. And from this point on, you changed my mind. I'm going to freely will myself to not talk about free will ever again. If anybody wants to debate me on free will, I don't want to do it. Let's debate. Dang, policies. Let's debate immigration. Let's debate evolution. Let's debate. We can debate any of that. But I'm done with free will. And I've been determined to be done with it. You're not allowed to talk about it after this point ever, Stepfire. You can say you won. That's fine. I disagree. That means step one. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. He just converted? No, I was determined. To convert in order to, because I've been influenced by all of this gobbledygook about free will. I've been influenced and determined to say, whatever, I'll give it to you. It's over. But I still won the debate because even if I lost the debate, it was determined that I would lose the debate. So I won the debate. So I win. Even if I lose, I win. Even if I win, I lose. I sent you a song on Discord. I don't want to hear this song. What is this song? What is this song? Goon is still in the Discord. Hold up. Sent me a song on Discord. Private messages? Let me make sure nobody can see my private stuff. Thanks for playing Tiny Royale, Dreaded Conservative. Please reclaim your point. I've never played that game. I don't know what that is. Somebody sent me a... All right, cool. Yeah, I know how to I know how to grow stuff too, but hold on. Let's hear this. The Cope song.
I hear that you've been coping and seething, and you can't believe just what you're seeing. Cope all night, cope all day, couldn't get it right, now you're not okay. So just keep on coping and seething. You thought you won, now you're barely breathing.
I'm breathing.
You can try to justify, but your existence is a lie. Now all you can do is cope. Only way out is a rope. So just keep coping and seething. Even though this reality's not something you're believing. And now you cry, cope and seethe.
This song sucks.
Asking why you just can't believe. Now you are coping and seething. You just can't believe what you are seeing. So cope all day, nothing left to say. Keep on coping through the night as we laugh though we were right. Cope and seething. Cope. You just can't believe. Just keep coping. Now you gotta do is cope, and now you cry. Cope and seethe. Asking why you just can't believe. Now you are coping and seething. You just can't believe what you are seeing. You just can't believe. Just keep coping. Cope and seething.
That song fucking sucked. That song sucked. That was the worst song I've ever heard. That was the worst. That song sucked. You could have come up with some better lyrics. Damn. AI could have. You AI. What did you give AI a prompt? I'll give AI a prompt that said, make me a song about coping and seething and being defeated. Gay. Worst song ever made in the history of the world. Nobody's ever heard a worse song. We've heard lots of bad songs. Many people have said there's bad songs. Not a bad song as that. Not that bad of a song. Song cope. Dang. I'm coping over the song cope. The cope song was such a bad song. I have to cope over the fact that I just listened to such a bad song. Garbage. Don't anybody ever send me any AI music ever again. I hate AI music. Now you cry. I don't like AI music. What was the prompt? Make me a song about coping and seething. Look, JS, I made you a song. You didn't make me anything. You didn't do anything with your life. You can't play an instrument. You can't write a lyric, a limerick, a hook. Write a catchy, snazzy hook. I could have wrote something. I could have freestyled better than that. Listen, you coping and seething. You ain't even breathing. Probably should do some reading. Talking about free will. I'm riding on a spree wheel. I don't know. Bars. What is this? That song was garbage. I hate that my audience hates me. I hate you, but I love you. I can't help it. I don't freely will myself. Listen, are we not men? I love you. Even though I wish I could hate you, but I can't help but love you. It's not my will. Not my will, his will be done. God's will be done. My Father's will be done. You know? Don't freestyle? Damn. I thought that was fire. Just looks fresh out of the John LeJoey show me your genitals video. What? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. And you wonder why we like the chair. Dude, the chair. Shut up. The chair. Dude, if I had free will, I would freely will myself to be more entertaining than this chair. But I can't. It's not my choice. And I wish I could hate you all. But I can't help but love you. Even though you hate me. Because you have free will. You got free will. You can freely will yourself to hate me. That's your daddy Satan talking to you. Okay? Your daddy Satan's whispering in your ear. You're a strong man. You have bodily autonomy. You want an abortion? You can have an abortion. You want to freely will yourself? Go ahead and freely will yourself. You know, that's what Satan's saying. Satan's talking to you, whispering in your ear. Josh, I sent you a link. Dude, this better be a damn song about how I won the debate. What did you send me? How'd you send it to me? You sent it to me on Facebook or where'd you send it to me? Dude, you better make me a song about how I won the debate. Because he made an AI song about how I lost and I'm coping and seething. I need an AI song about how I won the debate. Easily won debate. Listen to this song.
I step up to the stage, knowledge in my veins, facts loaded in my mind like I'm breaking chains. With every word I drop, I'm raising the stakes. This ain't just a game, man, it's about the breaks. Watch me take a breath, now I'm feeling alive in this rap debate. See how I thrive. It's an easily won debate. Watch me dominate. With every line I spit, I elevate. Conversations ignited, fire in the air. I'm the crowd's voice, they're waiting to share.
Listen to that beat drop. This is a song.
Yes, yeah. Arguments lined up as I strategize.
Truth's my
weapon, and I'm here to rise. I'll knock down your points like a house of cards. When it comes to this battle, I'm the one in charge. So let them talk, they can't bring me down. With my confidence high, I'll wear the crown. It's an easily won debate. Watch me dominate. With every line I spit, I elevate. Conversations ignited, fire in the air. I'm the crowd's voice, they're waiting to share. So step back, let the truth unfold. This is my story, confident and bold.
That's it? Oh, that's the end. That's the end of the song. I even got the lyrics.
Yes, yeah.
That's nasty. That's nasty. That's nasty. That's a song. That's a song. Okay? Are we not men? That's a song. If you want to make me an AI song, can I get more than 2 bars repeated over and over and over? Can I get an actual song? That's a song. That's a song, okay? Yep. Obviously. Won the debate. Bibby had the better song. Bibby's song was better. Lyrics, beat, I won. Your song was lame. Your song only had 2 bars repeated over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You guys are dorks. I thought you hate AI music. That wasn't AI music. That was composed. That was Bibby singing, and that was perfect. 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 That was perfect. Are We Not Men song? AI, lame. Whack. Nobody's trying to hear that. That last song, though, that's like a banger. That's a banger. Okay, so I'm going to bed. It wasn't composed by AI. Bibby recorded the instrumentals and the vocals all within 15 minutes. Yeah. Easily won debate. The name of that track is Easily Won Debate. Okay? It was won. Easily. Obviously the better song. You know? So that's how it goes. I don't know what to tell you guys. But I'm I'm gonna go. We're gonna send you to Chud Logic. He's some like I guess you would say British centrist, which as far as America goes, is like far left. He likes to say feminine things like, well, that sounds racist. Oh, well, I don't know. Well, that sounds racist. Why are you so racist? He says things like, you know, the gay words like racism and misogyny and, you know, the gay words, the words that we don't really say those words around here because that's like lame words. But we'll send you over to him. Maybe because I know Chud Logic was listening the first time I talked to Aiden. And he was in the chat. And he was calling me, what do you call me? Goon? Goon's not here. Goon's passed out. But he's calling me like some country hillbilly or something. Let's go. Let's go. Next on deck, we're going to body Chud Logic. Just like we bodied Stepfire and Aiden and everybody else. Chud Logic's on deck. I didn't lose that debate. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what debate you guys were listening. Go back and listen to the cross exam. He defeated his own arguments in the cross exam, and then we went into gobbledygook in the open conversation. Just go replay it. Listen to my opening. Listen to the cross exam, and then ignore the rest. Because after the cross exam, it fell apart. Everything fell apart. It's almost like I couldn't will it to work out. It just turned into. But listen. Every question he asked, I answered. I had a suitable answer. He didn't like the answer. Just listen to it. We're gonna replay it. I'm gonna go back and listen. Rule number 1 of the art of the deal: never admit defeat. Your enemy never wins. We love our enemies. We love them, but they don't win. We don't let them win. I don't choose to love them. I wish that I could just bomb them off the face of the earth, but we love our enemies here. Yeah, we love them. I can't help it. It's not my will. It's my Father's will. All right, guys. See you later. Go say hi to Chud Logic. Send him some chairs in his chat. Thank you for the debate, Stepfire. It was fun. I do think I won. I don't care what anybody says. So, fuck you guys. That's not an I won. I did win. I did win. But, all right, later. Deuces. Peace. I'm leaving for real now. Bye.